During military training week, every guy was scrambling to offer water to the campus queen. But my eyes lit up for a different reason. I spotted the pile of ice-cold drinks scattered on the ground. I hesitated for just a moment, then bent down and grabbed a bottle of green tea with plum flavor. Afterward, I looked up at the campus queen with hopeful eyes. "Hey, you gonna drink this?" Serafina froze for a split second. Then her expression twisted with disgust. She instinctively assumed I was trying to re-gift someone else's present. This guy wants to play simp? Fine, let him be a simp. But he can't even spare money for a single bottle of water? And now he's trying to use someone else's gift to impress me? Thinking this, Serafina shook her head. "No thanks," she said coldly. "You've got your own water?" "Perfect," I said cheerfully. Without missing a beat, I twisted off the cap and chugged the entire bottle of plum green tea in one go. Every last drop went straight down my throat. God, that hit the spot. In the blazing heat of military training, getting my hands on a giant bottle of ice-cold water like this, I felt my energy instantly restored to full. Watching this scene unfold, Serafina stood frozen in disbelief. This guy actually took someone else's water meant for her, and just drank it? So he really was asking if she wanted it for herself. By then, I'd already grabbed an energy drink, and walked right back toward Serafina. She stood there, completely stunned, shaking her head on reflex, her expression slightly dazed. Just like that, right in front of Serafina, I downed over a dozen bottles lying on the ground. Meanwhile, not far away, those lovesick fools who'd bought all that water for her watched me drink every single bottle they'd purchased, their fists clenched, glaring daggers at me. "Congratulations, host. Mission complete. Reward received. Fortune blessing. From this moment forward, host will receive $10 every minute." Hearing the system's voice chime in my head, I let out a satisfied burp, a smile tugging at the corner of my lips. I ignored the murderous glares from those simps and walked briskly off the athletic field, heading straight back to my dorm. As for Serafina, she stood watching my retreating figure. As I walked away, her curiosity about me only growing stronger. The moment I got back to the dorm, my 3 roommates rushed over with their phones, crowding around me, shouting, "Cal, bro, you're famous now." They shoved a phone in my face. On the screen was Westbrook University's internal forum. The #1 trending post stood out boldly. Absolutely shameless. People bought water for the campus queen, and this guy drank it all himself. The photos from the scene were crystal clear, perfectly capturing my shameless demeanor, and Serafina's breathtaking beauty, creating an extremely stark contrast, like a toad standing next to a swan. The person who posted this, judging by the camera angle, was definitely one of those simps who'd brought her water. Sure enough, in that post, they painted my behavior as utterly disgraceful, attracting a swarm of angry commenters, without exception. What? Everyone condemned what I did. Some even came up with conspiracy theories, claiming I did it on purpose, just to get the campus queen's attention. As for me, I couldn't care less. Someone making hundreds of millions a year like me. Why would I waste energy on this nonsense? What I needed to focus on now was figuring out how to quickly spend $100,000 to upgrade my system. The 15 days of military training flew by. Before, I couldn't leave campus because of training, but now that it was over, it was time to blow off some steam. So I invited my 3 roommates out for hot pot. The moment we sat down at the restaurant, my roommate Marcus suddenly spoke up. "Oh right, my sister's like the prettiest girl at our high school. I just texted her, told her to bring her roommates over too. You guys don't mind, right?" My other 2 roommates' eyes immediately lit up. They said it was no problem at all. I didn't say anything either. Having girls join us for dinner, obviously a good thing. While waiting for them to arrive, we started chatting. Eventually, somehow the topic shifted to me. "Callum, I heard that during the rest of military training, Serafina, the campus queen, kept staring at you. Why didn't you grab her contact info?" I lifted my tea and took a small sip, then smiled and said, "Aren't I supposed to be waiting to become your brother-in-law, Marcus? How could I possibly ask for the campus queen's Instagram?" Tyler suddenly spotted a beautiful silhouette. He turned to me. "Cal, dude, look over there. Isn't that your girlfriend?" I followed where Tyler was pointing, and very quickly spotted several girls walking in. One of them was none other than Serafina. Beside her were a few other girls. One of them looked a lot like Marcus. They shared some resemblance. She was pulling Serafina toward our table. Right at that moment, Serafina's gaze met mine. We both froze. Serafina's face was filled with confusion and disbelief. She absolutely never expected that she'd run into that guy again. Under these circumstances, I looked at the expression on her face and couldn't help but smile. Looks like we really were destined to meet. Marcus was about to explain something I really didn't know before he could finish. A girl cut him off. Marcus, what didn't you know? Nothing at all. Marcus's face still wore an awkward smile, but he quickly regained his composure, standing up to make room for the three girls. The moment Serafina sat down, she kept glancing at me, her gaze lingering on me, as if trying to confirm whether the guy in front of her was the same one who drunk her water that day. Only after studying in did Serafina finally speak. What a coincidence. Hearing her words, my three roommates understood exactly what she meant. But the girls who came with Serafina were clueless. Sarah, you know him? Serafina shook her head. No, I don't. At first I thought Serafina would bring up what happened that day, but she had no intention of mentioning it at all, which somehow made the atmosphere even more awkward. Perhaps sensing the tension in the air, Marcus's sister took the initiative. Hey Marcus, has everyone ordered yet? Marcus shook his head, smiling awkwardly, then called over a server. After getting the menu, he politely handed it to the girls. Sophie took the menu and glanced at Serafina. Sarah, what do you want to eat? Serafina skimmed the menu, ordered 2 vegetable dishes, then added 2 bubble teas. Sophie looked surprised. Sarah, why'd you order 2 bubble teas? The ones here are huge. Plus, we're about to have hot pot. The food isn't even out yet. Drink too much tea and you'll get full. Hearing that, Serafina just smiled softly, then turned her head toward me. It's fine. This guy here can really drink. Hearing Serafina's words, the girls all turned to look at her, then glanced over at me. The blurry face from that photo suddenly matched the guy sitting before them, so that's who he was. He was the one who stole Sarah's water and drank it all, and not just 1 bottle over a dozen in one go. A true legend in the drinking water world. Now Sarah ordered 2 bubble teas. Was she worried he'd steal her drink again? Sophie's eyes went wide with disbelief. Sarah, are you sure you've got the right person? Thinking back to military training, their entire dorm room had harshly criticized my water-stealing stunt, called me a clown, said I only did it to get Serafina's attention, and yet now, the very guy their whole room despised was standing right in front of them, and he was her brother's roommate. My 3 roommates heard Sophie's words and hung their heads even lower. This was seriously embarrassing. As for me, the one who caused all this, facing the heated stares of 4 girls, I acted like nothing happened at all, flashing them a bright, toothy grin. I turned to Serafina. Let me introduce myself. I'm Callum Jensen. I even extended my hand. Everyone looked at Serafina, curious to see how she'd react. Callum, that's actually a nice name. Serafina didn't turn away like I'd expected. Instead, she complimented my name and gently shook my hand. I'm Serafina Hayes. Her hand was slightly cool, but incredibly soft, even though it was just a brief touch. She quickly pulled away, but I could still feel the silky smoothness of her palm. Seeing the 2 main characters bury the hatchet, everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. The awkward atmosphere melted away in an instant. People started introducing themselves. The meal was cheerful and lively. Tyler even got playful with one of the girls. After finishing hot pot, everyone gathered outside the restaurant. Sophie hooked her arm through Marcus's and started whining, Marcus, I'm out of foundation. Buy me another bottle, please. Hearing that his sister wanted him to spend money, Marcus immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. Buy more? I just bought you 1 last month. Besides, Mom and Dad give you $5,000 a month for spending money. I only get $2,000. Where am I supposed to find extra cash? Sophie let go of his arm, her face going ice cold. I don't care. If you don't buy it for me, I'll tell Mom and Dad you've been bullying me at school. See if they give you any allowance after that. Clearly, Sophie used this threat often. Her brother seemed completely used to it by now. Hearing this, Marcus immediately caved. Fine. I'll buy it, okay? Then he turned to the 3 of us. You guys want to hit the mall with us? Ryan and Tyler both shook their heads, laughing. Those 2 were certified broke boys. Hanging out with rich kids like them would only be asking for misery. The other 2 girls also said they didn't want to go. Seeing this, Marcus shifted his gaze to me. Cal, you coming? I nodded. Sure, I'll go with you. I was planning to buy a few things anyway. Then come with me. Sophie immediately hooked her arm through Serafina's, deciding for her. Serafina shook her head helplessly, but agreed to come along. Half an hour later, we arrived at a high-end mall in Westbrook City. The moment we stepped inside, we were dazzled by the luxury goods on display. If the system hadn't already activated, I really wouldn't have dared to browse here for long, with only $800 a month for living expenses. I probably couldn't even afford an eyebrow pencil in this place. Just then, Sophie picked up something that looked like a bottle and turned to Marcus. Marcus, I also want to buy this moisturizer. Marcus instinctively glanced at the brand on the display. Seeing it wasn't some big-name label, he checked the price tag. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Just $50? Go ahead. Marcus waved his hand and scanned the payment code. Sophie looked at the saleswoman and pointed at the display case. Excuse me, can I get the full set of this? Hearing that, Marcus immediately tensed up. The difference between one bottle and a full set. He could definitely tell. Sophie, don't push your luck. Getting the whole set? Are you trying to starve your brother this month? Oh, come on, best brother ever. Just spot me the money. I'll pay you back next month, I promise. As Sophie spoke, she clung to Marcus's arm. Laying on the agio thick, she knew perfectly well. Her brother was the type who responded to sweetness, not force. Look at me, the sun totally wrecked my skin. If I don't take care of it, no one's ever gonna want to marry me. Unless you want to support me forever? Hearing that, Marcus immediately softened, nodding quickly. Buy it, buy it, buy it. It's not like I'd miss those few bucks. If you end up unmarried, then I'll be the one getting milked for life. Sophie grinned and continued, haha, now that's more like it. This skincare set is amazing for sun-damaged skin recovery. You and Callum should get one too. Sophie's words actually made me consider it. After military training, my skin was way darker than when I first started college. Not that I was trying to become some pretty boy, but now that I had money, treating myself a little better seemed like the right move. Besides, I still hadn't completed my spending mission yet. How much is this set? I pointed at the skincare set in the display case. The saleswoman glanced at me politely, then said in a cool tone, hello, sir. This women's skincare set is 1,380 ses. The men's set is 280 bales. If you buy both, you get 10% off. After hearing her explanation, I couldn't help but sigh internally. Back when my entire monthly allowance could barely cover a few items from this set, but I didn't care. I came here to spend money. That was the only way to upgrade my system to V2. Thinking that, I immediately pulled out my bank card and told the saleswoman, give me one men's set. I'll pay by card. Seeing me pull out my bank card, the saleswoman was a bit surprised. She didn't expect this poor-looking kid to actually have that kind of money. Still, she didn't ask questions. She took my card and went to the register to swipe it. Meanwhile, Marcus and the others all stared at me in shock. Cal, I had no idea you were loaded, dropping over $1,000 just like that. Marcus was genuinely stunned, because normally I came across as just another broke college student. But the most surprised person was still Serafina, someone who could drop over $1,000 on skincare. Yet during military training, had drunk all the water people bought for her. Rich people really did have strange spending habits. Serafina couldn't quite wrap her head around it. Beside her, Sophie immediately spoke up. Marcus, look at Callum. He doesn't hesitate at all when spending money. Why is it so hard when I ask you for one set? Originally, Marcus had planned to spend no more than $500 on this outing. But now, pressured by his sister, he gave in. Fine, take my card. Password is 6 6s. Seeing that, Sophie's face immediately lit up with a radiant smile. She took the bank card and turned to Marcus sweetly. Marcus, I knew you loved me the most. Then, satisfied, she grabbed Serafina's arm and ran off to pay. After those two left, Marcus finally walked over to me, looking me up and down, then sighed. Never would have guessed. Cal, I originally thought. I was the richest guy in our dorm. Turns out you're an even bigger baller than me. No way. That meal earlier can't just be on me. You gotta split it to make it fair. Marcus's face broke into a huge grin. Clearly just messing with me. But I actually nodded in agreement. No need to split it though. When it comes to treating people, it should go both ways. After we're done shopping, afternoon tea's on me. Then I asked, all right, Marcus, know any good places to buy clothes? Marcus laughed. Shopping for clothes? If this were before, I'd tell you to hit up Adidas or Nike. But now, you're loaded. Just go upstairs and get some designer stuff. With that, the four of us left the cosmetics counter and headed straight up to the floor with clothing stores. Looking around, this floor was mostly women's designer boutiques. After searching for a while, we finally found 2 stores selling men's clothing, and they were tucked away in a corner, near the restrooms no less. Truly tragic. I casually walked into one of them, browsed around, and noticed a problem. The clothes here looked a bit too mature. Not quite right for a college student like me. Made sense though. After all, men with real money were usually already adults, or middle-aged, while someone like me, still in college, typically didn't have cash to burn. That's when Sophie stepped up and helped me pick out a polo shirt. One glance at the price tag, over $300, but it actually fit pretty well. I was naturally tall, and having just finished military training, my muscles were more defined now. This shirt fit me perfectly. Watching me step out of the fitting room, Sophie nodded with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Serafina stood silently beside her. She sized me up from head to toe, then turned and walked toward the pants section. Sarah, wait for me. Seeing this, Sophie hurried after her. A moment later, they both returned, each holding a pair of pants. Go try these on. They should match the shirt you're wearing. Serafina handed me the pants she was holding. Her expression still cool and detached, so that's why she'd been quiet earlier. She'd gone to pick out pants for me. I nodded and stepped into the fitting room. I had to admit, Serafina had great taste. Putting on these pants, my whole presence elevated a notch. Congratulations, host, for completing a satisfying shopping experience. Reward, 4x cashback on purchases. Hearing the system's voice, I froze for a second. Then my heart bloomed with joy. Cal, why are you grinning like that? Marcus suddenly spoke up. Hearing his voice, I was immediately pulled back to reality. Not just Marcus. Even Sophie and Serafina were looking at me with confusion, not understanding why I'd been standing there smiling like an idiot. I just shook my head helplessly. I turned to the saleswoman. Excuse me, could you wrap up all these outfits for me? Hearing me say that, she pulled out a calculator and punched in the numbers, then said, Sir, the total comes to $4,950. Hearing that, Marcus and the others were stunned. They turned to me. Cal, you spent over $5,000 today. How much allowance do you actually have? I glanced at Marcus, smiled and said, I made some money on stocks recently. Got cash, might as well spend it. After hearing my explanation, Marcus finally breathed a sigh of relief. Well, that's fine then. I thought you were some kind of secret trust fund kid. The type with $1 million monthly allowance? As long as it's not family money, we're good. Otherwise, I'd feel inferior even being a rich kid myself. After paying, I immediately used my cashback card, and suddenly had nearly 200,000 more. My heart was practically singing, but I quickly noticed a problem. At this rate, I'd already bought everything I needed. My hands were full of shopping bags, big and small. Buy any more and I couldn't carry it. Now I was just 50,000 short of upgrading the system. So I turned to Marcus. Hey Marcus, what else do you think I'm missing? Hearing my question, Marcus paused for a second, then looked me up and down, then glanced over at Serafina. A knowing smile appeared on his face. At first I was hoping he'd say something actually useful, but seeing that look in his eyes, the three of us were speechless. He was implying I was only missing a girlfriend now. That's when Sophie turned to me with a smile. Callum, if you still want to buy something, I have a suggestion. My watch needs to go in for repairs anyway. If you want to spend money, you could come with me to buy a watch. Hearing that, I nodded to myself. Marcus's eyes immediately lit up too. You really do have money. Can't go without a nice watch. As he spoke, Marcus lifted his wrist, showing off his mechanical watch. A Joma Shop piece worth $50,000. Even Serafina beside him gave a slight nod, adding, I did feel like something was missing earlier. Now I realize, add a watch, and the whole look comes together, with the three of them egging me on so enthusiastically. I started to feel tempted. A watch was a symbol of a man's status, a high-end timepiece. Started at several $1,000 minimum. The numbers made my head spin. Some could even reach hundreds of thousands. Buy one, and I could upgrade my system immediately. Congratulations, host. Side quest activated. Please purchase a Patek Philippe watch within 24 hours. Reward, 3 cashback cards. After receiving the system's mission, I made my decision instantly. I led Marcus and everyone out of the mall, seeing me act so decisively, like I was just going grocery shopping. The three of them were speechless, thinking to themselves, is making money on stocks really this easy? Before long, we arrive at the Patek Philippe boutique. Luxury cars lined the entrance. Sophie pointed at one of them. A Rolls-Royce with a plate reading 666666. That's Dad's car. Why is it here? I wasn't familiar with luxury cars. I could only read license plates, but judging by its appearance, it was probably worth several $100,000. Maybe Dad really is here buying a watch, Marcus muttered, then turned to me. Cal, you're in luck. My dad has a black diamond membership with Patek Philippe. If we use his card to buy a watch, it'll save us a lot of hassle. Most importantly, no waiting. Because Patek Philippe watches usually have a waiting period. After hearing Marcus's explanation, I felt like today really was perfect timing. If I actually had to wait a whole month, the system mission would definitely fail, and those 3 cashback cards would kiss me goodbye. More importantly, the system would never activate side quests again. That would be such a waste. Marcus, could you put in a word with your dad? Ask him to help me get a basic model, I said with a smile, not bothering to pretend otherwise. When you need a favor, you ask for a favor. After all, relationships were always a two-way street. Marcus patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, it's no big deal. After that, the four of us pushed open the doors to Patek Philippe. One glance and everything sparkled with gold and elegance. At the counters, several uniformed saleswomen wore professional smiles, introducing watches to customers. Seeing us walk in, one immediately approached. She walked straight up to Marcus. Smiling, young Mr. Lawson, you're here. She clearly recognized Marcus. After all, his father was a VIP here. Marcus didn't beat around the bush. Getting straight to the point, where's my dad? Take us to see him. The saleswoman nodded immediately. Turning around, of course, young Mr. Lawson, please follow me. Mr. Lawson is in the VIP lounge. As she spoke, she walked ahead in her heels, leading us to an elegant lounge. Soon I spotted Marcus's father. He wore a dark suit, looking refined and sophisticated. Marcus, Sophie, you two are here. Mr. Richard Lawson sat on a genuine leather sofa. Seeing his son and daughter arrive, his face broke into a warm smile. Marcus acknowledged him softly, stepped closer and introduced us. Dad, this is my roommate, Callum Jensen. And this is Sophie's roommate, Serafina Hayes. Serafina and I quickly nodded to greet Mr. Lawson. Hello, Mr. Lawson. Mr. Lawson smiled warmly. Hello, nice to meet you both. Then he looked at his son and continued, Marcus, what brings you all here to see your old man today? Marcus scratched his head and grinned. Well, Dad, I'll be honest with you. I need to ask you a favor. My roommate here wants to buy an entry-level Patek Philippe. You know how hard these watches are to get? And you have that membership card. Hearing this, Mr. Lawson immediately understood. He turned to look at me, suddenly quite interested in the young man before him, looking at my demeanor. I didn't seem like one of those spoiled rich kids. He was very strict with his own son, only giving him $2,000 a month for spending money. That much was clear, so he didn't want his son hanging around other wealthy trust fund types. Don't worry, Dad. The money for my friend's watch, he earned it all himself. Mr. Lawson nodded, looked at me and asked, Young Callum, do you have a particular style in mind? I shook my head. I'm not really familiar with luxury watches. I'll trust your judgment, Mr. Lawson. Mr. Lawson handled the process quickly. In just a moment, a saleswoman brought out 2 watches. Mr. Lawson looked at Marcus, patted him on the shoulder and said, Haven't you always wanted a Patek Philippe? Today, I'm giving you one. I hope you can learn a lot from Callum. Hearing that, Marcus immediately nodded eagerly, his face filled with excitement. Thanks, Dad. I'll definitely learn from Cal. I never imagined the Patek Philippe I've always dreamed of would come to me this easily. Cal, you really are my lucky star. Just as the two were chatting, the saleswoman brought over a jewelry box. Inside were several pieces of women's jewelry. Mr. Lawson, young Mr. Lawson, these are gifts our store has prepared for you. You may choose any 2 pieces. Consider them complimentary with your watch purchase. These jewelry pieces ranged from $1,000 to $2,000. At any regular jewelry store, they'd be considered high-end items. But at Patek Philippe, they were just freebies. After hearing the saleswoman, I didn't reach out to choose. Instead, I turned to Sophie and Serafina. Why don't you 2 pick? I'm not really interested in jewelry. Marcus naturally didn't object to my suggestion. Exactly. What would 2 guys do with this stuff? You 2 hurry up and choose. After this, we're getting afternoon tea. Cal's treating. Ha ha ha, Marcus announced loudly with a wave of his hand, speaking with absolute confidence. Hearing that, Sophie didn't hold back either. She started picking right away. Sarah, which one do you like? Sophie held up 2 necklaces and asked Serafina. Serafina hesitated for a moment, seeming unable to decide. That's when I chimed in, go with the one on the right. The swan design suits her better. Actually, Serafina liked that one too, but she felt too shy to say it. After all, Sophie was benefiting from her brother's generosity, but the relationship between me and Serafina was still undefined. How could she take advantage of me? Sophie didn't mind at all. She had plenty of jewelry anyway. Missing 1 or 2 pieces was no big deal. She handed the swan necklace to Serafina. This one's for you. I'll take the little bear one. Serafina accepted it and said thank you. In the end, all 4 of us walked away with something. After saying goodbye to Mr. Lawson, the 4 of us left. So you're not actually the clueless type after all. Just then, I heard Serafina's voice beside me. Not the clueless type? I was slightly taken aback. Confused, I asked why she'd say that. From high school until now, this was the first time anyone had used clueless about romance to describe me, even though she was denying it clearly before this. Serafina had always seen me as exactly that type. Seeing my confusion, Serafina continued to explain, because just now you knew to pick the necklace I liked, and gave it to me. That proves you're not the clueless type. At this point, Sophie and Marcus were walking ahead, joking around. When they heard me and Serafina talking, they stopped too, and turned to look. Sophie even laughed, hooking her arm through Serafina's, and teased, "Callum, you have no idea. Before we met you, our whole dorm said you were the textbook definition of romantically clueless. Definitely wouldn't have a girlfriend all 4 years of college. Other guys were giving water to Serafina, and you just drank it all right in front of her. If that's not clueless, what is?" After hearing Sophie's explanation, I was immediately speechless. So I shot back. So in girls' eyes, not being a simp means being romantically clueless? Faced with my question, both Sophie and Serafina froze. Not being a simp equals being clueless about romance? That statement. They didn't know how to respond, because deep down, they really did think that way. Guys who didn't cater to them, or didn't yield to them in certain things, were all lumped together as clueless about romance? So my words left them tongue-tied. Why do guys have to please girls anyway? Sure, in this society, girls might be at a slight disadvantage compared to guys, but that doesn't mean you can look at guys that way. Like that day during military training, Serafina clearly already had water. Why did she still let those guys go buy more? In the end, she didn't even drink it. Wasn't that just wasting resources? I said with a serious expression, as if I were giving a lecture. It left both Serafina and Sophie stunned, especially Serafina, because she was beautiful, from childhood to adulthood. All the guys around her had spoiled her. No one dared to go against her wishes, creating the sense of superiority within her, feeling the guys who didn't cater to her were clueless, that they didn't know how to consider a girl's feelings. Now, hearing what I said, she finally realized her behavior that day really was problematic. I'm sorry." Serafina's eyes suddenly turned red. She apologized twice in a row. Then, as if breaking down, she ran off on her slender legs. "Serafina, wait for me." Sophie didn't understand why Serafina had suddenly run off. She also didn't understand why I'd been so polite earlier, but now had become so harsh. But seeing Serafina running further away, she had no choice but to chase after her. "Cal, are you okay?" Marcus couldn't help but ask. He didn't understand why I'd suddenly gotten upset, or why Serafina had broken down and fled, running into the distance. "I'm fine. I was just speaking my mind." What's going on with Serafina, though? Seeing this, I was also a bit confused. I hadn't meant to make Serafina cry. I wasn't even angry. I was just stating facts. Why did both girls run off like that? Marcus shrugged. Speechless. "You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask?" "But Cal, honestly, what you said just now was pretty impressive. You clearly drank all of Serafina's water, and now you've turned it around to make it her fault? That ability to twist words. I really admire it." Marcus was naturally an optimistic person, never overthinking anything. I asked him back, "Are you saying I was wrong?" Marcus seemed to deeply understand and expressed his view, not wrong. Girls nowadays really are treated like precious eggs, the slightest thing that displeases them, and you get labeled as clueless about romance. This whole either you're a simp or you're clueless mentality is scary, but he quickly changed his tune, grinning mischievously. "But Cal, I'd suggest you figure out how to make things right with Serafina. If those simps around, Serafina find out about this, you'll definitely be trending on the campus forum again. After all, right now, you're the poster boy for romantically clueless guys at our school. Get out of here," I snapped irritably. "Keep this up, and no afternoon tea for you." Faced with my warning, Marcus just put on an indifferent expression, spending over 200 grand in one day, and still having money to buy me afternoon tea. "Cal, you really are a secret millionaire." Hearing Marcus say that, I suddenly realized I'd spent over $200,000 today. Looking at my bank account balance, less than $100,000 remained, right at that moment. The system chimed, "Congratulations, host. Experience points have exceeded 100,000. System level upgraded to LV2. Cash reward increased to 20 per minute." I felt like it wouldn't be long before I'd reach the peak of life. Had to keep my head on straight. Absolutely couldn't let it go to my head. I immediately threw my arm around Marcus's shoulder. "Marcus, afternoon tea's on me. Drink until you puke if you want." 10 minutes later, Marcus and I found a bubble tea shop. After sitting down, Marcus immediately pulled out his phone, called his sister to ask where they were. Don't bother coming anymore. He found out they'd already taken a car back to campus. Through the phone, we could faintly hear the sound of a girl sobbing, though it wasn't loud. We both recognized it. That was definitely Serafina's voice. The two of us exchanged glances. Marcus quietly hung up. "Cal, did you really make Serafina?" That upset? Earlier, Marcus had thought Serafina was just throwing a tantrum. But now, hearing sobs through the phone, he realized she was genuinely hurt. I hesitated. Stammering, I was just telling the truth. I didn't do anything wrong. I never expected those few words would hurt Serafina that much. Cal, isn't that exactly why they call you clueless about romance? I think you should worry about how to make it up to Serafina. Sure, we look down on being a simp. But don't become a jerk either. If word gets out about this, you'll go from romantically clueless to certified jerks. That'll affect your dating prospects for all 4 years of college. Since this had nothing to do with Marcus, he put on an uninvolved expression, grinning at me, then said casually, "Of course, if you buy me a meal, I might consider having my sister do some reconnaissance, find out what Serafina's really thinking. After all, knowing yourself and your enemy means victory in every battle." I rolled my eyes. Oh, annoyed. You think this is a war? Busting out know yourself and your enemy? It's just bubble tea. Take it or leave it. Seeing me give in, Marcus immediately scooted closer. Grinning shamelessly, bubble tea works. Half an hour later, Marcus returned to dorm room 404. Our 2 roommates were sprawled on their beds playing League of Legends. After battling all afternoon, they'd successfully dropped a rank. Seeing him walk in carrying a black bag, both immediately tossed their phones aside. Marcus, why'd you bring garbage back? Garbage my ass. This is bubble tea from Cal. Marcus pulled out a super-sized bubble tea. Both roommates stared in shock. Holy crap, did you just rob a bubble tea shop? Normal people drink bubble tea. You're drinking the whole family combo. Marcus took a long sip, smugly said, "Jealous? My kidneys can handle it, deal with it. Drink up, this is the ultimate all-nighter fuel. Finish this cup and you're guaranteed to be up all night." Marcus couldn't care less. He sat down and immediately texted Sophie, asking about Serafina's situation. Took his stuff, now gotta do the work. Here's the deal, Cal. Looks like Serafina already went to sleep. Sophie says she's pretty hurt this time. Find some time to apologize to her. I nodded without saying anything. I really didn't expect a few casual remarks could hurt her that much. Seems like guys usually spoil her way too much. But I was too tired to think about it now. I'd wait a few days for her to calm down, then figure it out. Just got back from military training, covered in sweat. I took a nice hot shower, and had just pulled out my new skincare set. When Marcus, completely shirtless, rushed over, "Cal, let me use some too." He squeezed out a huge glob and smeared it all over his face. "What the hell are you two doing?" Ryan and Tyler shouted from their beds. Marcus even called them down. "Come here. Cal's serum smells amazing." At those words, the other 2 shook their heads. "Pass, Marcus, we're good. You guys have no taste. The skincare stuff cost over $1,000. The moment Marcus finished speaking, the 2 who'd been mocking him immediately jumped off their beds. "Over $1,000? Let me try some." They shoved Marcus aside, fighting to smear it on their faces. "Damn it, save some for me. You're using way too much. Why are you rubbing it on your body too?" The 3 of them fought like maniacs. I stood there watching with a bitter smile. This is what they call applying skincare? This was clearly hungry dogs fighting over food. In room 404, 4 guys stood in front of the mirror, rubbing skincare products on their faces. People passing by heard the commotion and gave us strange looks. Wow, guys these days really are something. This skincare set, the saleswoman said, would last 1 person a month. With 4 people using it, probably wouldn't last a week. We'd see how effective it was after a week. If it worked well, I'd just buy another set. After all, I was making over $20,000 a day. Buying 2 sets wouldn't be a problem. Finally done applying the serum, the 4 of us lay on our beds feeling the coolness on our faces. "Expensive stuff really is different," Ryan said contentedly. "I feel like my skin is already improving." "Give me a break," Marcus said while scrolling his phone. "It's not some miracle elixir." "Oh right, Cal," Marcus suddenly said. "My sister wants your Instagram. I already sent it to her." "Sure," I laughed. "Not worried, I'll become your brother-in-law." "I'd be thrilled if that happened," Marcus joked. "That way you won't exploit me anymore. After all, you're richer than me anyway." Right after he said that, my phone buzzed twice. 2 friend requests. One was from Sophie. Her profile picture was an actual photo of herself. The other was probably from Serafina, sent before she went to sleep. After accepting the requests, I opened Serafina's profile, found that only posts from the last 3 days were visible, and she hadn't posted anything in those 3 days. Sophie, on the other hand, was very active. The moment I accepted, she sent a greeting sticker. We got along really well. Both of us silently avoided talking about Serafina. As we kept chatting, Sophie suddenly asked about my stock investments. She said over the years she'd not only saved her allowance, but also squeezed quite a bit of spending money from Marcus, claiming she was worried he'd develop bad habits. Better to keep him from being a spoiled rich kid. Altogether, it came to about 300,000. For ordinary people, that was a fortune, but in their family, it was nothing. This amount really isn't much. Leaving it in the bank is a loss. Sophie wanted to invest, so she came to me, asking me to teach Marcus about stocks. Once he learned, she'd use this money as startup capital for him. Looking at Marcus sleeping soundly on his bed, I couldn't help but feel moved. So Sophie actually cared this much about her brother. This kid really didn't know how good he had it. I could have agreed right away, whether helping her invest or teaching Marcus about stocks. It would be a good thing. But the problem was, I knew absolutely nothing about stocks. Even though the system's rewards were transferred to my account through the stock market, I'd never actually traded stocks before. If I agreed, that 300,000 would definitely go down the drain. After thinking it over, I declined. Sophie didn't mind too much. Everyone has the right to their own choices. We chatted a bit more, then ended the conversation. Half a month of military training. All four of us in the dorm were exhausted. Plus, all that walking around today. I was too tired to handle it. The moment I put down my phone, I fell asleep. The next morning, our first college class began, which meant our university life had officially started. College was different from high school. There were no fixed classrooms. Every class was in a different location, besides my roommates. I didn't know anyone else in the class. Orientation day had a simple freshman meet and greet. People introduced themselves, but I couldn't remember all the faces. The teaching assistant had already dismissed everyone, so I was really looking forward to making new friends, wondering if there'd be any pretty girls. The four of us joked around as we headed to the lecture hall. Inside, it was already packed. Supposedly over 100 people. College courses usually combine two classes together. Our finance class 8 was paired with class 9. Westbrook University had 20 departments. Our finance department specialized in applied economics. It was one of the school's key programs, ranked pretty high nationally. I had originally chosen this major because it was easy to find jobs, but now it seemed like I didn't need to job hunt anymore. Cal, the girls in our class aren't looking too great, Ryan suddenly said. I scanned the classroom and saw quite a few female students, dressed pretty casually, but not many stunners. Then again, freshman girls were still pretty natural. Once they learned makeup, they might level up. After all, makeup was one of Asia's 4 great arts. 8 in the morning. All the students had arrived. The homeroom teacher finally showed up, a man wearing glasses, in a plaid shirt, slightly balding. Unlike in novels, in real life, college professors were rarely beautiful women. 9 out of 10 beauties like Serafina. There were only about a dozen in all of Westbrook University. Most female students hovered around 7 or 8. Behind the homeroom teacher were a few students carrying books. They placed the books on the podium, then sat in the front row. I guessed these people were planning to run for class officers. Class officers in college had quite a bit of power, almost like assistant professors. Student council and clubs also required elections. College really was like a miniature society, but none of that concerned me. With the system, I was no longer on the same level as them. As long as they didn't mess with me, I couldn't be bothered to care. The homeroom teacher cleared his throat. The whole class immediately fell silent. Hello everyone. I'm Mr. Rogers. I hope we'll get along well over the next 4 years. He stood at the podium speaking. Everyone listened attentively. Just starting college. Everyone was curious about everything new. Mr. Rogers looked toward the students who'd carried books in the front row. They immediately stood up. Professor, we'll handle it. Mr. Rogers nodded. Come on up. As soon as he finished speaking, the students walked up to the podium and started distributing books. Hi there. I'm Melody Harper. Looking forward to getting to know you. A clear voice rang out. I'd been playing on my phone but looked up. A tall female student stood before me, not exactly drop-dead gorgeous, but her smile was really sweet. I nodded and took the book without saying anything more. Just then, Tyler sitting next to me suddenly stammered a response. Melody Harper had just smiled at him. Cal, you feeling something? Marcus nudged Tyler. She's definitely one of the better-looking girls in our class. If you want to pursue her, better move fast, before someone else snatches her up. Tyler suddenly panicked. Melody isn't like that. He sounded a bit worked up. We went to the same high school. From what I remember, she's really hardworking and ambitious. Tyler's words made us all go quiet. Marcus opened his mouth to say something, but swallowed it back. When other guys compliment girls, they say she's pretty, nice figure, or sweet voice. But you compliment her for being ambitious. I said what Marcus was thinking. Tyler immediately turned red. It's not really a crush or anything. We weren't in the same class. She doesn't know who I am. Only during breaks when I went to the bathroom. I'd occasionally catch a glimpse of her. Tyler finished and let out a sigh. The three of us exchanged glances, understanding completely. This was textbook secret admiration from afar. All heart, no courage. As roommates, we had to help him out. Just then, book distribution was also finished. Mr. Rogers said everyone should check if they had all 12 books. College isn't like high school. You need to be self-disciplined. Now we'll select some class officers. Let me be clear first. Being a class officer means serving the group, not enjoying special privileges. If you want to slack off, don't bother running. His words dampened quite a few people's enthusiasm. But some genuinely wanted to contribute, like Melody Harper. She was the first to walk up to the podium. Hello everyone. Some of you probably noticed me when I was handing out books. I'd like to run for Youth League committee member. I did this in high school. I hope you'll give me your vote. Melody stood on the podium looking very natural, her gaze steady as she looked out at the class. I want to run for Youth League committee member. Her voice rang clear and decisive. Even though I'm a girl, I believe I can do this job well. Below, a round of applause broke out. Tyler's eyes were glued to her, full of admiration. I looked at Tyler, then at Melody up on the podium, quietly shaking my head. These two didn't seem compatible no matter how I looked at it. The class president election began. 3 male students took turns stepping up to the podium. All of them had actively helped Mr. Rogers distribute books. The atmosphere in class was lively. But 2 positions nobody seemed to care about. Health committee member and discipline committee member. Mr. Rogers asked helplessly again. Really no one wants to try? The whole class was dead silent. These 2 positions really had too little attention. Even Mr. Rogers couldn't clearly explain what they entailed. All right, let's start voting then. Mr. Rogers sighed. Melody, come help me count the votes. Melody smiled and walked up to the podium. The youth league position was definitely hers. After all, no one felt comfortable competing against a girl. The voting went very smoothly, but my attention stayed on Tyler. The way he looked at Melody was like gazing at stars in the sky. Melody stepped up to the podium, picked up chalk and wrote 7 students' names on the board. Started reading names and counting votes. Less than 15 minutes later, the election results were in. Class president was a local from Westbrook City named Derek Cole. Youth League committee member was Melody Harper. All the other positions had been filled too. Only health committee member and psychology committee member still had no candidates. Last chance to ask. Anyone want to run for these 2 positions? Mr. Rogers looked around the class, but no one spoke up. He was about to have the class president take them on. When suddenly, Marcus raised his hand and stood up. Professor, I'll take both positions. Mr. Rogers frowned. Both of them? How about this? Marcus changed his tone. I can give health committee member to my roommate. I hadn't said anything about running, but seeing Marcus winking at me repeatedly, I gritted my teeth and said, I guess that works. Health committee member will be handled by me. Psychology committee member goes to Marcus Lawson. Mr. Rogers finished speaking and hurried out of the classroom, as if afraid we'd change our minds. Marcus, why do you suddenly want to be a class officer? These 2 positions don't add to your GPA and have no benefits. The moment the homeroom teacher left, I couldn't help but ask. Ryan and Tyler also leaned in to listen, their faces full of curiosity. Let me tell you, but don't spread it around. Marcus lowered his voice. My dad knows the vice principal. Yesterday, Mr. Williams told me the school's restructuring class officers next month. All positions will get the same treatment. Before, these didn't add to your GPA. After this, they'll count toward credits just like class president. So that was it. No wonder someone usually as lazy as Marcus was so enthusiastic today. GPA credits were incredibly important in college. Scholarships and awards all depended on them. Nice one, Marcus. After hearing this, I got excited too. Such a good deal just fell into our laps. Cal, Ryan. There were only 2 spots. I was planning to squeeze a meal out of Cal anyway. Marcus winked at me. No problem. Lunch is on me today. You guys pick the place. I agreed immediately. Ever since the Patek Philippe purchase and the $1,000 skincare set, my roommates all thought I was loaded. Marcus had been wanting to mooch a meal off me for a while, but when it came to eating, the atmosphere mattered most. Originally planned to eat out for lunch, but we had afternoon classes, so we settled for the cafeteria instead, at the 2nd floor of the dining hall in the a la carte section. The 4 of us found a table by the window and sat down. Hey, isn't that... Marcus looked surprised, staring at the server walking toward us. Melody Harper in an apron, holding a menu, approached. Seeing us, she was also a bit startled. Marcus? Callum? I smiled and greeted her. Hey, Melody. Then glanced at Tyler, who had his head down. This is my roommate Tyler. He went to the same high school as you. Tyler was so nervous he didn't dare look up. Even his ears had turned red. Melody looked at him curiously, but seeing his state, she didn't press further. Melody, why are you working here? Marcus couldn't help but ask. Just a part-time job to get by. Melody smiled lightly. My roommate works here, so I came to work with her. Hearing the words, part-time job to get by, all of us silently understood and didn't ask more. After all, college students had their pride. Unless there's a special reason, who'd work part-time at a cafeteria? Order up, it's on me today. I took the menu and passed it to them, Marcus, and the others smoothly ordered a few bold flavored dishes. The atmosphere immediately livened up. Finally, I added a soup and a small plate of vegetables. Then handed the menu back to Melody. All Sichuan dishes, huh? You guys are in for a treat. Melody glanced at the menu and smiled. The chef on duty today is from Chongqing. Really? Then I definitely have to try it, I said with a smile. Melody took the menu and swayed back toward the kitchen. The moment she disappeared, Marcus and I both looked at Tyler with disappointed eyes. Dude, Cal already paved the way for you. You gotta show some reaction at least. Marcus couldn't help but speak up. Ryan and I didn't say anything, but our faces were full of exasperation. Marcus, Cal, stop pushing me. Tyler hung his head dejectedly. I don't want to date. Besides, she'd never notice someone like me. Looking at his defeated demeanor, we were all speechless. Marcus was about to say more, but I stopped him. Forget it, everyone's got their own thoughts. We quickly changed the subject to next week's freshman welcome party. This was a great chance to check out pretty girls. The whole group immediately perked up. What are you guys so excited about? Melody came over carrying a plate of spicy chicken. Behind her was her rather plain-looking roommate. Marcus grinned mischievously. Any of your business? But his eyes were glued to the spicy chicken. Melody set down the dish. Her roommate tugged at her sleeve and whispered, I'm heading back first. She turned and left without even saying hello. We didn't mind, and picked up our chopsticks to start eating. This is good. I picked up a piece of spicy chicken. The bold, spicy flavor exploded in my mouth. Getting authentic Sichuan food like this in the school cafeteria, truly worthy of a premium dining hall for rich kids. Ding! The system suddenly chimed. Congratulations, host, for enjoying authentic Sichuan cuisine. Perfect life experience +1. Reward. 1 culinary cashback card. I immediately felt excited. The system was amazing. Just casually eating Sichuan food and getting a reward. Note, cashback card only applies to food and dining. Maximum 50,000 per use. Cashback rate randomly ranges from 1x to 4x. Before I could even process all the information, the system dinged again with a new notification. Congratulations on earning the title, Culinary Master. From now on, trying new dishes may earn you cashback cards. Culinary mission officially activated. Seek out unique and unparalleled Sichuan flavors. Rewards to be announced later. I was chewing a piece of spicy chicken and nearly choked on this string of notifications. Melody asked with concern, Are you okay? Too spicy, Marcus said with a sly grin. Cal, if you can't handle spice, don't force it. Watch out for a sore butt tomorrow. Haha, Ryan chimed in. I set down my chopsticks and scoffed, I'm from Houston. This little bit of spice is nothing, but this spicy chicken really is something special. I've never tasted anything quite like it. After all, if it caught the system's attention, it couldn't be ordinary. That makes sense, Marcus. And Ryan immediately agreed. Everyone knows Texans can handle their spice. In front of me, they didn't dare talk tough anymore. The campus queen taking initiative to make friends. The world of rich people really was different from ordinary folks. After eating, we continued on to class. The week flew by. High school teachers always said college meant freedom. Now I realized that was all lies. College life was even more exhausting than high school. We barely survived until the weekend. All 4 of us in the room were sprawled out sleeping in. I opened the system panel to check mission progress. After a week, my bank account had over 300,000. For a college student, this was absolutely a massive sum, even enough to buy a regular car. But I didn't have plans to buy a car yet. I was planning to go home for Labor Day, find an excuse to give some money to my parents. Counting from enrollment on August 20th until now, including military training, it had been 20 days. Still 20 more days until Labor Day. At this rate of making money, by then, my savings might exceed $1 million. Thinking about this made me a bit worried. Suddenly giving my parents that much money. Would they be scared? Maybe I should give it in smaller portions, but it was only early September now, still a long way off. I sat up in bed and asked Marcus across the room. Marcus, know any high-end restaurants in Westbrook? Preferably where 4 people can spend around 50 grand. Marcus looked at me like I was an idiot, Cal. You still have money? He, clearly, saw with his own eyes me spending 160,000 on a Patek Philippe, then spending tens of thousands more on clothes and expensive skincare. Suddenly, Marcus sat up, Cal. Did you make money on stocks again? I just smiled without answering. Sure enough, it got Marcus excited. Tell me honestly. How much did you make this time? Not much, but enough to treat you guys to dinner. I didn't give a specific budget, but asked instead. In Westbrook, are there any high-end restaurants worth going to? Most importantly, the food has to be authentic. Marcus's eyes lit up. What a coincidence. I know a place run by an imperial chef's descendant. Last time I went with my dad to entertain VIP guests. Not cheap at all. You sure you want a treat? I snapped my fingers and smiled. Let's go. Daddy's taking you boys out to broaden your horizons. After over half a month of living together, the nicknames in room 404 had evolved from bros to father and sons. All three of them heard there was a feast, and immediately got excited changing clothes. After getting in the car, Marcus slapped his thigh. Oh, right. That restaurant serves set menus for 6 people. We need to invite 2 more people. I blurted out, call your sister. Marcus nodded. Right, and get Serafina too. Seeing me go silent, Marcus quickly explained. What happened last time was ages ago. Besides, she's been really reasonable about it. I waved my hand. I'm not that petty. Just a bit awkward to meet face to face. Marcus immediately called. Driver, head to Taiku Plaza. The 2 of them are waiting at the mall entrance. 20 minutes later, the 4 of us arrived at Taiku Plaza. From a distance, we could see Sophie and Serafina standing by the road, each holding a bubble tea. Marcus paid the fare and waved at his sister. Sophie leaned close to Serafina's ear and whispered something. The 2 of them walked over together. Here, bubble tea for you. Sophie handed the bubble tea to Marcus. Don't call me stingy anymore, even though Sarah bought it. At least I remembered you. Marcus frowned, but took the tea without saying anything. Just then, Serafina walked up to me and handed me the remaining bubble tea. I was slightly stunned. Didn't expect the campus queen to take initiative to show goodwill. Thanks. I happily accepted the tea. Ryan and Tyler stood nearby, faces full of envy. Let's go. Marcus broke the awkward atmosphere. Cal's treating us to imperial cuisine today. 6 of us won't fit in one car. Sophie, call another one. No need. Sophie pointed at the curb. I drove Mr. Williams's Rolls-Royce today. 7 seats. Perfect, don't worry. What about your dad then? Sophie answered casually. We still have the Maybach and BMW 7 Series at home. Besides, Dad's not going to work anyway. Alright, I was overthinking it. The world of rich people really was different. The Rolls-Royce glided smoothly toward the Golden Phoenix restaurant. This place has quite the background. Marcus excitedly introduced it to everyone. A century-old establishment dating back to the 1920s. The head chef is also the owner. His ancestors were imperial chefs at the palace. He raised his hand and counted on his fingers. They only serve a maximum of 18 tables for lunch each day. For dinner, each table needs at least 6 people. Apparently some food conglomerate once offered $5 million, wanted to buy the recipes but got kicked out. Marcus spoke with a gleeful expression, as if he were showing off his own restaurant. Truth was, despite his family's wealth, he'd only been here once. If my dad didn't know the head chef, we wouldn't even be able to get a reservation. He tilted his chin proudly. Right now, reservations are backed up until next week at least. Sophie in the front seat rolled her eyes. If Cal wasn't treating, even if you got a reservation, you couldn't afford it. Marcus's face stiffened. Nobody asked you to speak. His little sister showed no mercy in her roasting, watching the siblings bicker. I suddenly thought of my sister Chloe back home. Though she was younger than me, her grades were average, so she only got into community college. Her personality was exactly the same, always fighting when we met. Thinking of her gave me a headache. I heard her school had a month-long military training. She was probably still getting sunburned on the field right now. Just imagining it was brutal. While I was lost in thought, Serafina suddenly spoke up. Sorry about last time. I was still picturing my sister getting tanned. So, I didn't quite catch it. About calling you romantically clueless last time? I was too arrogant. Serafina's voice grew quieter. Let me treat tonight. Consider it my apology. Hearing this, Marcus and Sophie both turned around at the same time. Sarah! Are you crazy? Do you know how much this meal costs? I was also stunned. If not for the system mission, even making 20 grand a day, I wouldn't dare eat like this. I know. I eat there all the time. Serafina answered calmly. I go often. The whole car went silent. Sophie was even more shocked. Living in the same dorm all this time without knowing her roommate was this wealthy. That's when I remembered. During that shopping trip at Taiku Plaza before, Serafina looked at those $1,000 clothes without batting an eye. Her styling skills were even more professional than Sophie's. Turns out she was a hidden heiress all along. Don't be so surprised. Serafina lowered her head. It was always my dad taking me, she sighed. Even though our family's about to go bankrupt, The whole car suddenly fell silent. Early this year, our company's finances fell apart. Her voice grew smaller and smaller. We'll have to declare bankruptcy by year's end. Nobody said anything more. Business was like that. Ups and downs were normal. Even if they went bankrupt, their foundation was still better than ordinary people. By a lot. I spoke up to ease the tension. Don't worry about it. Besides, I said I'm treating today. No way I'd let that happen. I worked hard to get that culinary cashback card. How could I let her pay? Did she have a system to earn it back? A moment later, she hesitantly asked, "So, have you forgiven me?" Even she didn't understand why she cared so much about what I thought. Maybe it was because during military training, I'd acted so differently from everyone else. Or maybe it was because what I said last time made her see herself clearly. Looking into her sincere eyes, I nodded slightly. There's nothing to forgive. I spoke too harshly last time too. My biggest strength is not holding grudges. The atmosphere in the car quieted again. The car had arrived at the Golden Phoenix district. "Miss Williams, want to come in and eat with us?" Marcus asked the driver. "No need, young master." Mr. Williams smiled and shook his head. "You kids go eat." Being a driver for the boss meant knowing your place. Marcus didn't push further. He knew Mr. Williams wouldn't accept. "It was just a courtesy, Mr. Williams. Sorry to trouble you to wait here." "No problem, young master." After getting out of the car, a hostess in a kipao approached. "Hello, do you have a reservation?" "We reserved the Celestial Room an hour ago." The hostess immediately led the way. This restaurant felt more like a private estate, a classical garden spanning thousands of square feet. Having a place like this in the city center took more than just money. It required connections. Entering the private room, a woman in a sexy business dress walked in. Her attire didn't look like a server's, more like the owner of this place. "What would you distinguished guests like to order?" she asked in a flirtatious voice. I was still wondering why a server would be so casual retry, when Sophie suddenly spoke up. "Amber, why are you here?" The woman looked at the two siblings and smiled. "Heard you kids were coming to eat. As the hostess, I naturally had to serve you personally." "Oh please, don't joke around. How am I anything close to a CEO? Amber laughed. "You're not a CEO, but your dad sure is. What good deed did you do today? That your dad's rewarding you with a meal here?" She smiled slyly like a fox. "My dad's not that generous. My brother's friend is treating." She looked in the direction Sophie pointed. When she saw my face clearly, her eyes lit up. Marcus immediately introduced. "Amber, this is my roommate, Callum Jensen, and Sophie's roommate, Serafina Hayes, and this is Ryan. And Tyler." Then he turned to us. "This is Amber Liu, daughter of the Golden Phoenix owner. To Scholar Amber." We stood up to greet her. Amber waved back with a charming gesture. In my eyes, Amber was at least a 9 out of 10. Even the campus queen Serafina standing beside her paled slightly in comparison. Amber exuded the aura of a mature woman. Especially her stunning figure and long legs made it impossible to look away. Sophie hooked her arm and asked, "Amber, why'd you suddenly come back?" Amber frowned and sighed. "My dad wants to open a branch in New York, so he called me back to learn management. Didn't expect to run into you guys right when I got back." She smiled and asked, "What do you want to eat? Let me arrange it." All eyes turned to me since I was the one treating today. I waved my hand. "You guys order. I'm not familiar with this place. I'm just here to pay the bill." I helplessly spread my hands. There wasn't even a menu. Was I supposed to order randomly? Amber saw my confusion and smiled as she explained, "Our Golden Phoenix is rather special. Each room has a fixed menu. The Celestial Room specializes in the Dragon's Ascent style. You can mix and match dishes." She thought for a moment. "Since it's your first time, how about I put together a selection for you? It'll suit your palates better." I nodded in agreement. That sounded reasonable. I cheerfully nodded. "Works for me, as long as it tastes good and hits around 50 grand. Amber smiled seductively. "Don't worry," swaying her slender waist as she headed to the kitchen. The moment she left, Marcus immediately became animated. Elbowing me, "So? Amber's pretty gorgeous, right?" I answered honestly, "She really is beautiful." This type of mature beauty is devastating to college guys. Marcus lowered his voice and shared a secret. Amber's not much older than us. Still single too. Her family's restaurant makes hundreds of millions a year. Marry her and you'd save decades of hustling. I just smiled. Now that I had the system, making money was no longer a problem. If I were to pursue someone, it'd be because I liked them, not for money. Half an hour later, Amber and the staff wheeled in a serving cart. On the cart were over a dozen exquisite dishes covered with white lids. "This is our state banquet menu." Amber lifted the lids as she introduced each dish. "Buddha jumps over the wall. Squirrel mandarin fish. Triple treasure duck. plus shark fin with red flowers and Wenzi tofu. After introducing the dishes, Amber led the staff out of the private room. On the table were also 2 bottles of 82 vintage wine. One look, and you knew they were expensive. I picked up a piece of fish to try. My eyes immediately lit up. Truly worthy of imperial chef craftsmanship. This flavor was far superior to the Sichuan food I'd eaten at the cafeteria recently. Just thinking about the cafeteria, I couldn't help but chuckle. Comparing cafeteria food to imperial cuisine was ridiculous. This single dish alone was worth thousands. Enough to cover a month of cafeteria meals for me. Ding, the system notification sounded. Congratulations, host, for experiencing a new flavor. Reward, 1 culinary cashback card. Side quest unlocked, Imperial Cuisine Review. Each satisfying dish will earn you 1 cashback card. Maximum of 10 cards. Complete all to gain enhanced culinary assessment ability. I set down my chopsticks in surprise. Eating could actually trigger system rewards. 1 cashback card could return up to 250,000. 10 cards meant 25 million. Even with bad luck, I'd still profit over $1 million. This system was truly incredible. I'd have to make an effort to eat out more often. I picked up a piece of triple treasure duck. Even better than last time. Marcus couldn't resist grabbing a piece either, eating while marveling, just like a rich young master. Sophie shot him a look, but didn't say anything, apparently used to Marcus caring about his image. Save some for us. Ryan and Tyler joined the battle. The 4 of us fought over the food, having a great time. Sophie and Serafina exchanged glances, could only smile helplessly, although they were hungry too. They still maintained their elegant demeanor in the upscale restaurant. The 82 vintage wine in this set was truly exquisite. Even the 2 girls who rarely drank couldn't resist trying some. After finishing both bottles, everyone was a bit tipsy. That was satisfying. Marcus leaned back in his chair and sighed. This is the life of a rich young master. I smiled and stood up. Daddy did this for your own good. You guys clean up. I'll go pay the bill. The meal came to $51,800. Amber rounded down, charging exactly $50,000. I paid with a culinary cashback card. Ding. The system notification sounded. Processing verification. Highly satisfied. Congratulations on receiving 4x cashback. Amount returned, $200,000. Not bad, not bad. Looks like this money was well spent. Everyone had eaten very satisfactorily. I carefully put away the receipt and prepared to head back to the private room. When I saw Sophie, supporting a completely drunk Serafina walking out, Marcus beside them was flustered and helpless. Cal, get over here. Marcus looked like he'd found his savior. Sarah's wasted. I hurried over to help. How'd she get this drunk? We were going to finish the leftover wine. Marcus scratched his head. Who knew her tolerance was this bad? I'll call a car. With that, he ran straight to the parking lot. Serafina was so drunk. Her whole body had gone limp and she couldn't stand. I had no choice but to wrap my arm around her waist. Draping her arm over my shoulder, today she was wearing a fitted t-shirt. Her full chest kept brushing against my arm, making me somewhat distracted. Didn't expect that normally wearing baggy clothes. I hadn't noticed her figure was this curvy. Serafina groggily opened her eyes. Seeing it was me. She relaxed and leaned against my shoulder, like a docile little kitten. After 2 burly idiots helped get Serafina into the car, I finally breathed a sigh of relief and plopped down onto the seat. Cal, heading straight back to campus? Marcus turned around from the passenger seat to ask. Where else? I asked back. Dorms are locked. Derek and the guys went to the internet cafe to game. Marcus pointed around the car. Now there was just me, him, and the 2 completely drunk girls, Sophie and Serafina. I frowned and asked, so what's your plan? Marcus scratched his head. How about this? Sophie and I will just go home. You take Miss Campus Queen to a hotel. Then come find us at the internet cafe to game. I looked at Serafina sleeping soundly against my shoulder, then glanced at Sophie, who had also passed out. I could only nod. Fine, Mr. Williams, take them to the Sheraton first, Marcus told the driver. On the way, Serafina's head unconsciously leaned against my shoulder. I was about to ask Sophie for help, only to discover she'd fallen asleep too. These 2 girls really couldn't hold their liquor. A few glasses of wine, and they ended up like this. A gentle fragrance emanated from Serafina. It wasn't like perfume, more like a girl's natural scent. It smelled really nice. I secretly tilted my head. From this angle, I could clearly see her perfect profile. Her fair, delicate skin seemed to glow. Her eyelashes were long and beautifully curved. No wonder she became campus queen right after enrollment. This face truly was breathtaking. The Rolls-Royce quickly pulled up to the Sheraton Hotel entrance. Cal, we're here. Carry the campus queen out. I'm taking my sister home first. Come find us at the cafe later. Make sure you come early tonight. We won't leave Summoner's Rift until you show. Marcus finished and even winked teasingly at me. I ignored him, got out of the car, and carried Seraphina out. Cal, I'm heading out. Marcus closed the car door. The Rolls-Royce slowly drove away. I held the completely drunk Seraphina, standing in front of the hotel, mixed emotions swirling inside me. First time ever taking a girl to get a hotel room. And the girl was Campus Queen Seraphina. This first time wasn't too shabby. But looking at her unconscious in my arms, my feet felt like they were filled with lead. No matter what, I couldn't take a step forward. It wasn't because I was embarrassed. It was because I couldn't cross that line in my heart, even though she was this drunk. Even if I did something, she wouldn't know. Even if she found out, she probably couldn't do anything about it. But I wasn't that despicable. If I wanted to pursue someone, I'd do it honorably. I let out a sigh, steadied my hold on Seraphina, and slowly walked into the Sheraton. At the street corner, 2 male students suddenly stopped. Kyle, look over there at the hotel entrance. David grabbed his friend's arm. Isn't that Seraphina from your class? Kyle looked in the direction he pointed. His pupils immediately contracted. A girl was being carried in a guy's arms. Walking into the hotel, it was the campus queen he'd secretly admired for so long, Seraphina. Holy shit, it really is her. Kyle's voice trembled. David squinted at his reaction. She looks drunk. Going into a hotel, what else would they be doing? Kyle gritted his teeth. Maybe she was drugged. The two exchanged looks, and simultaneously rushed toward the hotel. At this moment, I'd just finished checking in at the front desk. Seraphina in my arms was breathing steadily, her long hair cascading down. Suddenly a shout rang out, "Stop right there!" I turned around, saw 2 male students holding up their phones, recording me. I immediately set Seraphina down. Kyle's face twisted as he waved his phone. Put her down, or we're calling the cops right now. He was trembling, acting like some knight who'd come to rescue a princess. I narrowed my eyes. Who are you? The 2 kept shouting from behind. I couldn't be bothered. 2 idiots with something wrong in their heads. I turned and stepped into the elevator. Stop. Kyle held up his phone and tried to follow, but was blocked by hotel security. Sir, recording is prohibited here. Please leave immediately. Otherwise, we'll call the police. Kyle could only stare helplessly as I carried Seraphina into the elevator and disappeared from sight. After leaving the hotel, Kyle felt more frustrated the more he thought about it. David, maybe we should call the cops. The longer this drags on, the more that bastard benefits. David quickly stopped him. Are you stupid? What if they're actually dating? Besides, we don't even know who he is. But Seraphina right now. Kyle stomped his feet anxiously. David flashed a sinister smile. Don't rush. That guy looked like a student from our school. Post the video on the campus forum. Someone's bound to recognize him. Then let's see how he explains himself. Westbrook University was a prestigious school, with strict management. If a student really was taking advantage of a drunk girl to get a hotel room, once the school found out, expulsion was certain, plus legal consequences. Kyle's eyes lit up. He immediately pulled out his phone and posted on the campus forum. Meanwhile, inside the hotel, I was carrying Seraphina down the hallway looking for the room. So hot, Seraphina started tugging at her clothes. I quickly grabbed her hands. Stop that! And hurried toward the room. Inside the room, I laid her on the bed. Her clothes were already disheveled, exposing a patch of skin. Under the lights, even more alluring. Water! Seraphina suddenly grabbed me. I'm so thirsty! I pushed her away and grabbed a bottle of water. But she couldn't drink any of it. Water dribbled down the corner of her mouth, soaking the sheets. Seriously, I quickly grabbed tissues to wipe it up, but the water stain had already set. Probably going to have to pay for damages. Looking at Seraphina lying on the bed, still fumbling to take off her clothes, with absolutely no intention of sleeping. Seeing this gave me a headache. Originally I'd planned to drop Seraphina at the hotel, then head to the internet cafe to find Derek and the others. But given Seraphina's current state, it was really hard to feel comfortable leaving her alone, especially since she still hadn't thrown up yet. Many people who get drunk without someone taking care of them can easily choke on their own vomit, leading to asphyxiation and death. If she died here, I'd definitely be implicated. So I pulled out my phone and called Sophie. Hello, Callum, what's up? Sophie's voice came through from the other end. She sounded like she'd already sobered up. Are you free right now? Could you come to the hotel and watch Sarah for me? Looking at her like this. Leaving her alone in a hotel is really dangerous. I didn't beat around the bush. Just said it straight. Okay. I just showered. Let me change and I'll come right over. Sophie hung up after saying that. I went to the bathroom to wash my face, to calm myself down, then returned to the room to wait. Before long, Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came from outside. I hurried to open the door, saw Sophie standing outside. I couldn't help but freeze. She was wearing an oversized t-shirt, her hair still slightly damp. Below were short denim shorts, revealing her fair, sexy legs, looking incredibly alluring. Why'd you come so fast? Seeing Sophie's hair still wet, I couldn't help but ask, didn't you say it was urgent? It's fine, Mr. Williams drove me. Sophie tucked her hair back, then looked inside and asked, how's Sarah? See for yourself. I stepped aside to let her in, seeing the scene before her. Sophie's eyes went wide, didn't even know what to say. All she saw was Serafina lying on the bed, clothes disheveled, several wet spots on the sheets, used tissues on the nightstand. Clearly wiped up something. Callum, am I interrupting something good? Sophie's face flushed slightly, not sure what she was thinking. She asked unconsciously. Hearing this, I was speechless. Everyone really did misunderstand. Heaven as my witness. I really didn't do anything to Serafina. Sophie stood awkwardly at the door. I quickly explained, don't get the wrong idea. I didn't do anything. Watch her for me tonight. I'm going to find your brother. After saying that, I stuffed the room key in her hand, then turned and left. Originally planned to go to the internet cafe, but I was too tired, so I took a cab back to campus. At 1 a.m, I bribed the security guard with 2 cigarettes. Finally got into the dorm. I collapsed and fell asleep immediately, completely unaware that the campus forum had exploded. Waking up the next morning, I found several missed calls from Marcus. I called him back. The other end came through with a tired voice and keyboard clicking sounds. Hey Cal, why didn't you come last night? Weren't you going to talk to the campus queen? Ryan suddenly yelled, holy crap! Cal's trending again? My jaw dropped. What? It's only been half a month. How am I trending again? Marcus, something happened. What happened? Why is Derek yelling like that? Marcus didn't answer. Put down the phone and leaned over to Ryan. Through the phone came Ryan's whispered voice. Half a month ago, he fought the campus queen for water. Now he's trying to pull something on Serafina. My heart immediately clenched, remembering when I took Serafina to the hotel last night, running into those 2 bastards, who recorded a video. Did they actually post it online? What exactly happened? I was so worried I was pacing. Marcus sighed and said, Cal, check the campus forum yourself. If this gets serious, you could get expelled. Sure enough, those 2 pulled something. Cal, don't panic. Let me check with Sophie on the situation. We'll head back to find you right away. Marcus hung up after saying that. I quickly opened the campus forum. Public opinion had completely turned one-sided. Even if I explained now, no one would listen. Meanwhile, at the Sheraton Hotel, Sophie had just woken up when she got a call. Hello, Marcus. Sophie, are you at the hotel? Is Serafina awake yet? Marcus's voice was very urgent. I'm here. What's wrong? Is Sarah awake yet? Sophie rubbed her eyes, glanced at Sarah still sleeping on the bed, said lazily, not yet. She threw up all night last night. She's catching up on sleep now. Marcus, what's going on exactly? Marcus stammered. When she wakes up, tell her to get back to campus quick. Can't explain now. Gotta call Cal. He hung up after saying that. What's with all the mystery? Sophie muttered. Casually opened the campus forum. The pinned video at the top made her eyes go wide. Oh my God, what is this? Now she understood why her brother was freaking out. If this blew up, she could get expelled, even attacked by internet mobs. Though not to the point of going to jail since she was there last night, and I really didn't touch Serafina. But internet users wouldn't think that way. Comments were all curses demanding expulsion and police reports, demanding justice for Serafina. Sophie was genuinely panicking, looking at Sarah still sleeping, unsure whether to wake her up. In the end, she called me. I'd just hung up on Marcus. When Sophie called, hello, Sophie, I've already figured out a solution. So my voice was very calm. Callum, what's with that video on the forum? Should I wake Sarah? If she testifies, she can help clear your name. No need. Let her rest. I've got a way to handle this. Honestly, at this moment, I really felt it wasn't a waste being friends with these people. At least they genuinely cared about me. Just wait. You'll all see. I'm not someone who gets pushed around easily. Posting the video online was clearly meant to weaponize public opinion, to get internet users to dox me. Those 2 really played dirty. If Serafina and I weren't friends, if nothing had happened last night, I might already be in custody right now. We're in college now. Time to take responsibility for your actions? Half an hour later, Marcus and the others rushed back to the dorm. Cal, you saw the video, right? I nodded. What now? Marcus scratched his head. Not sure, but if we don't clear this up, your reputation is done. What matters is the school's attitude. If you get expelled, that's it. I remained very calm. Cal, how are you so calm? Ryan was so worried he was pulling his hair. Once this spreads, it'll be hard to contain. The school will have to investigate first before taking action. I smirked. I didn't touch Serafina. On what grounds would they expel me? I've already thought of a solution. All three of them turned to look at me. I was about to speak. When my phone suddenly rang, it was the homeroom teacher. Hello, Professor Rogers. I signaled them to be quiet. What's this post on the campus forum about? Professor Rogers' voice was calm. The administration called me too. Truly a veteran homeroom teacher. Before the truth was clear. He absolutely wouldn't jump to conclusions, Professor Rogers. Last night I went to dinner with my roommates. I explained the whole situation to him. Also made clear I was currently in the dorm. Last night, Marcus Lawson and his sister Sophie took care of Serafina together, who's also Serafina's roommate. After Professor Rogers listened, he just gave a soft, I understand now. I'll explain to the administration. The post on the forum will be deleted. Don't show your face on this for now. I knew Professor Rogers was protecting me. I smiled in thanks. Thank you, Professor Rogers. After hanging up, Marcus and the others immediately crowded around. So what happened? I didn't answer directly. Instead asked back, Marcus, does your family know any lawyers? Marcus immediately understood what I meant. Smiled and said, relax. My dad's company has a legal department. Perfect timing to use them. I'll call right now. An hour later, Marcus and I met a middle-aged lawyer, dressed sharply with gold-rimmed glasses at a cafe near campus. Cal, let me introduce you. This is Attorney Victor Sun from my dad's company. Attorney Sun, this is my roommate. I stepped forward to shake hands. With Attorney Sun, hello, Attorney Sun. Hello, Mr. Jensen. Victor Sun was still young, but had a very steady demeanor. Being friends with a wealthy young master like this, he definitely wouldn't be ordinary in the future. As the head of the company's legal department, he was very good at reading people. He immediately struck up a friendly conversation, Mr. Jensen. Young Mr. Lawson has briefed me on the situation, but I still need the details from you. That way I can protect your rights and avoid unnecessary trouble. We will definitely find whoever spread the rumors and restore your reputation. These words from Victor Sun both guaranteed rights and protected my personal information. Truly a professional lawyer, very thorough in his thinking. I began recounting. Last night I went to dinner with Marcus and two roommates. Meanwhile, at the Sheraton Hotel, after sleeping a full 10 hours, Serafina finally woke up. Realizing she was lying in a hotel room, she jolted in shock, hurriedly checked her clothes, found everything still intact. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Why am I here? She muttered. Sophie burst into the room. Sarah, get up quick. Something big happened at school. She grabbed the still groggy Serafina. The campus forum is blowing up. Serafina rubbed her eyes. What's so urgent? No time to explain. Hurry up and put on your shoes. Sophie immediately sat down to help her with her shoes. In the taxi, Sophie finally let out a breath. You got drunk last night. I'm the one who brought you to the hotel. What? Serafina shot up in shock. Someone recorded it and posted it online. I told them to delete it. Sophie bit her lip. Now the whole school is talking about it. Serafina's face went pale. Is Callum getting dragged into this? What's the school saying? Sophie was so anxious she kept stomping her feet. I'm most worried about my brother. The school might not be able to handle the pressure. She pulled out her phone. Damn, neither of them is answering. Serafina watched the scenery flash by outside the window, her heart beating faster and faster. Both of them had their phones on silent, completely missed Sophie's calls. So, this is all my fault. You're the one getting attacked by people. Serafina lowered her head, her voice full of guilt. You could say that, but we can't entirely blame you, Sophie comforted her. Who would have thought someone was secretly recording and posted it on the campus forum as a roommate? Sophie didn't want to think she was too selfish. Even though everything originated from her, Serafina didn't do it on purpose. Serafina took a deep breath, suddenly looked up and asked, if I come forward to explain, can this be resolved? Sophie smiled bitterly. Everyone's already talking up a storm. Even if you explain, people might not believe it. They might even think the school forced you to say it. She didn't know I'd already prepared to sue. Could only comfort Serafina like this. So just explaining isn't enough, Serafina murmured. What did you say? Sophie turned to ask. Nothing. Serafina shook her head, but her eyes suddenly became resolute. She quietly took out her phone and posted something on the campus forum at the cafe near Westbrook University. Attorney Sun and I had finally finished discussing. Mr. Jensen, rest assured, although this happened on campus, posting fabricated content has seriously damaged your reputation, and people are still posting attacks. Clearly, someone is pulling strings behind the scenes. This has already constituted a criminal case. Attorney Sun pushed up his glasses. Shortly, I'll use my capacity as your personal attorney to file a report with the police. and send a legal letter. If the other side continues to defame you, I have the ability to put them behind bars. Marcus nodded after hearing this, patted Attorney Sun on the shoulder. I'm counting on you for this. Attorney Sun said confidently, Don't worry, young master. At minimum, we'll get them locked up for a few days. Before leaving, I shook hands with Attorney Sun, watched him leave the cafe. I was just about to stand up and head back to campus when I found over a dozen missed calls, all from Sophie. Marcus, your sister called me this many times. Marcus also held up his phone. I have several missed calls too. He immediately called back. Sophie's urgent voice came through. Marcus. Finally, you answered. Don't worry, Sarah already handled it. The school won't give Callum trouble anymore. Marcus had just hung up with Attorney Sun, and Sophie was already calling to say everything was resolved. Sophie's voice came through the phone. Marcus froze. They'd just seen the lawyer off. How could it be resolved that fast? Even stranger was. Sophie said Serafina handled it herself. Marcus asked further, Sophie, what exactly happened? I don't even know how to explain. Just check the forum yourselves. Sophie hung up after saying that. Marcus muttered in confusion. I asked, what's going on? Sophie says Serafina already handled it, but won't say how. Told us to check the forum ourselves. Marcus said while opening the campus forum. A post that had been up for only 10 minutes had already climbed to the #1 trending spot. Hey, even hotter than the post smearing me earlier. The title clearly read, Hello everyone, I'm Serafina Hayes. Regarding my boyfriend Callum Jensen, I'd like to say a few words. Marcus and I looked at each other in shock. Since when did I become Serafina's boyfriend? Clicking into the post. The content read, Hello everyone, I'm Serafina Hayes from Business Class 8. Last night I had dinner and drinks with friends. I slept until just now before waking up. I didn't expect there to be so many posts about me online. First of all, Callum Jensen did absolutely nothing inappropriate to me. He simply took me to a hotel to rest. Second, Callum and I are boyfriend and girlfriend. He had no reason to take advantage of me while I was drunk. Lastly, to the person who secretly recorded and posted the video, I reserve the right to pursue legal action. I hope everyone will be rational when following this story. Please stop slandering my boyfriend. We just want to be together in peace. Thank you. This post was only about 200 words, but it left me stunned and speechless. This move by Serafina was too powerful. She publicly announced a relationship, clearing me of all the rumors. Now the whole school was buzzing. Less than a month into the semester, the new campus queen had already been won over, and that person was none other than the one who drank over a dozen bottles of water in front of everyone. The comments were all cries of disbelief. If I'd known the campus queen was into that type, I would have chugged a few bottles too. Looking at those comments, I finally confirmed that the crisis had passed. Marcus's face was full of disbelief. Callum, you're really dating Serafina? I shook my head helplessly. Haven't you figured it out yet? She's using her reputation to save me. Stepping out of the cafe, I carried a complicated mood. Didn't expect Serafina would go this far. Now the whole school thought we were really a couple. I turned to leave. Marcus hurried to catch up. So what now? Feeling a headache, right? Indeed. I smiled bitterly and shook my head, suddenly having a girlfriend who wouldn't feel confused. What about the lawyer? Marcus hesitated. Asked as we walked toward the lecture hall. We don't need him anymore, now that everything's resolved. Let's have Attorney Victor's son stand down. Actually, Serafina's approach was most beneficial for me, but I never thought she'd sacrifice her reputation to help me, even though everything originated from her. She was unconscious at the time. Getting secretly recorded was my oversight. That's exactly why I wanted to use the law to protect myself. Now that it's resolved, I didn't want to pursue it further. The school definitely wanted this to end here too. Marcus pulled out his phone. I'll make the call. I'll contact Attorney Victor's son right away, in the girls' dorm. Sophie looked at Serafina, who was spacing out. Sarah, you really don't regret this? Serafina turned around blankly. Regret? Why would I regret it? But doing this means your relationship is public now. Aren't you worried about your reputation? Serafina smiled softly. Of course I care about my reputation, but it was the right thing to do. He got criticized by everyone because of me. I had to clear his name, even if it meant sacrificing my reputation. Sophie stood frozen. The Serafina before her was completely different from before. Looks like Callum really had changed her a lot. In the guys' dorm, Kyle and David were glued to their computer screens, their expressions growing uglier by the second. Damn it. All our posts got deleted. Kyle slammed his fist on the desk. Serafina's post actually got pinned to the top. David was also stunned. The smear campaign we carefully planned got destroyed by one public post from Serafina, and she actually dared to say Callum is her boyfriend. Kyle was shaking with anger. Everything I did was to protect her. And this is how she repays me. David sighed. Kyle, just let it go. She's publicly taken his side. What more do you want? Kyle suddenly shot to his feet. Why though? Where am I worse than him? Why would she rather go to a hotel with him, then drink the water I offered her? David pointed at the computer. Did you see the photo from last night? They stepped out of a Rolls Royce. That car is worth at least $2 million. Kyle asked with bloodshot eyes. So what? David patted his shoulder. Wake up, bro. You could work 10 years after graduation and still not afford that car. Maybe she was pretending to be drunk. Kyle shoved David hard. Bullshit. Sarah isn't that kind of girl. David shook his head. Since ancient times, beauties have always loved luxury cars. Think about it yourself. With that, he grabbed his bag and headed to the internet cafe. The dorm door slammed shut, leaving Kyle alone, staring blankly at the computer screen. Kyle had been completely brainwashed. He was convinced Serafina was a gold digger. She did all this just to latch on to me. A rich kid. Not hesitating to go to a hotel, he scrolled through Serafina's post, getting angrier the more he read. Suddenly, he started furiously typing a new post. If you want to be a gold digger, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Very quickly, the campus forum exploded again with a new post shooting to the top, exposing the true face of the new campus queen, pretending to be drunk to go to a hotel with a rich kid for money, with a clear note claiming to be an eyewitness. The post immediately shook the entire school. Comments flooded in. So the campus queen is really that kind of girl. Wouldn't drink water during military training when people offered? Turns out she thought I was too poor. When we saw the post, Marcus immediately exploded. This bastard wants to die? It's already over, and he's still making up lies. I stared at those malicious comments, my brows furrowing tighter and tighter. Kyle's words completely labeled Serafina as a gold digger. Kyle was clearly determined to cause trouble to the very end. Before long, Kyle had just opened his dorm door and froze completely in place. 3 police officers stood at the door, along with a man in gold-rimmed glasses wearing a sharp suit. You're Kyle? The bespectacled man said coldly. What do you want? Kyle's voice trembled, cold sweat already soaking his back. You've been spreading defamatory rumors about someone online. My client is now formally pressing charges against you. The man pushed up his glasses. I don't have any evidence. Everything I said was true. Kyle jumped up in panic. The police said nothing, just cuffed him with a click. A case like yours with serious impact. At minimum, you're looking at half a month in jail. The officer's words made Kyle's legs go weak. He nearly collapsed to the ground as he was being led away. To get a lighter sentence, Kyle didn't hesitate to rat out David, who was gaming at the internet cafe. Half a month later, the two of them stumbled out of detention, only to receive even worse news. The school had decided to expel them both. It's over. It's really all over. Kyle slumped to the ground, finally understanding what it meant that disaster comes from the mouth. News that Kyle and David had been taken by police immediately shook the entire campus. One moment they were making up lies and slandering Serafina online. The next, they were being escorted away by police. Though no one knew the exact details yet, anyone smart enough to get into Westbrook University wasn't stupid. Everyone figured out I was behind it. Well, this was interesting now. Kyle's post calling me a rich kid was now being used to clear my name. The campus forum was flooded with speculation. Everyone was discussing what kind of person I really was, to go that far for Serafina. Cal, look at this. Marcus was lying in bed scrolling his phone when he suddenly burst out laughing. Someone posted trying to expose your mysterious identity. A week passed. The Kyle situation gradually died down, but discussions about me only grew more heated. All sorts of ridiculous rumors kept popping up. Everyone said I was a hidden, ultra-wealthy heir. Marcus suddenly jumped off his bed, face serious as he approached. Come on, confess. Are you really a rich heir or not? I didn't look up, continuing to read. You think if I were a rich heir, I would have had to go back to the dorm for water during military training? Actually, my family wasn't poor. Just a regular Sichuan restaurant, making about $100,000 or so a year, but supporting both me and my sister through college, plus rent going up every year. There wasn't much left over. My dad always wanted to expand the restaurant to earn more, but real estate prices were too high, so it never happened. I laughed and waved my hand. Marcus, stop joking. My family really doesn't have money. Marcus was full of doubt. Cal, still trying to hide it from me? I said helplessly, believe what you want. My family is just ordinary. Marcus paused. Fine, let me rephrase the question. How much money do you actually have? I silently calculated in my head. After spending at the Golden Phoenix last time, the card had over $500,000 left. This week, thanks to the fortune blessing, I made another $200,000 or so. Now the total was over 800,000. Right now the card probably has over 800,000. As I spoke, I withdrew today's fortune blessing. Ding! The phone notification sounded. Your bank account has just received 28,000. Current balance, 882,000 tuan ruz. Holy crap! Marcus's eyes went wide. Didn't you just spend all your money on that Patek Philippe? Can't I make more after running out? I flashed a mysterious smile. That smile hit Marcus hard. As a fake rich kid with only 2,000 monthly allowance. Seeing me make money so easily, he felt truly pathetic, damn it. I really shouldn't have asked. Marcus climbed dejectedly back onto his bed, internally debating whether to ask his dad to increase his allowance. Being a rich kid like this just wasn't cutting it. I laughed and pulled Marcus back. Don't be sad. Tonight's Golden Phoenix dinner is on me. Let's swing by Westfield Mall this afternoon first. With the national holiday coming up, I calculated I'd use up my remaining cashback cards, and the culinary cashback card too. Try to push my savings to $1 million. So I'd feel more confident when I went home to see my parents. Really? Marcus heard Golden Phoenix, and immediately brightened up. Cal, from now on, you're my sugar daddy. I pushed him away in disgust. Who'd want to be your sugar daddy? Oh, remember to invite Sophie and Sarah too? I need their help with something. Marcus didn't say a word, immediately grabbed his phone and called Sophie. Hello, Sophie, get ready. Tonight Master Jensen is treating. Remember to bring Serafina. On the other end, Sophie was a bit surprised. She wasn't as thick-skinned as Marcus. After all this time together, we'd become good friends. She always felt bad having me treat all the time. Sarah. Sophie walked over to Serafina's bed. Callum's inviting us to dinner. Didn't he run out of money? Serafina was stunned hearing Golden Phoenix again. Didn't my brother say anything? He didn't say anything, but it's probably that, Sophie asked while changing clothes. So, you coming? Serafina answered seriously. Yes, but this time let me treat. Sophie grinned mischievously. Not even officially together yet. Already heartbroken over his wallet. Serafina's face immediately flushed. What are you talking about? Called out on the spot by Sophie. Serafina's face instantly turned bright red. That's not it, she argued stubbornly. The two of them started getting changed. The four of us met up smoothly at the school gate. Sophie smiled and asked, Callum, what's the plan today? Shopping, eating, whatever you want. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Let's go shopping first. I want to buy gifts for my parents before heading home for the holidays. Help me pick some things out. Tonight I'll treat everyone to Golden Phoenix. Hearing Golden Phoenix, the two girls exchanged glances. He really did go all out. They were secretly glad they'd already prepared to treat him back. Perfect timing to repay that favor. If I'd known what they were thinking, I definitely would have said don't make things complicated. Not fighting to pay was already helping me out. Callum, if you want to buy gifts for your parents, I know a great place. I used to go shopping there with my mom. Everything there makes great gifts, Sophie said proudly. We took a taxi to the biggest mall in Westbrook City. Callum, what are you thinking of buying? Sophie asked, arm linked with Serafina's. I thought for a moment. Probably a watch for my dad. And a necklace for my mom. Rolex and Tiffany are the standard, but together that's going to be tens of thousands, Sophie reminded me. I answered generously, just a few tens of thousands. I'm not leaving until I spend at least 200 grand today. Sophie and the others were all stunned. Didn't expect me to be so generous. Actually, it was to activate my cashback cards. That way my savings could finally hit 1 million. Oh right, I need to go to Taiku Plaza to get some recovery serum for my sister. After military training, her skin's definitely tanned. If I don't bring her a gift, she'll definitely nag me about it. That skincare set from last time really worked. All four of us in the dorm got noticeably lighter. Sophie patted her chest confidently. Callum, leave it to me. I have the sales lady's Instagram from last time. What about me then? Marcus, who'd been silent, suddenly spoke up. You just need to carry bags. I'll treat you to dinner tonight, I replied with a smile. Sophie immediately cooperated by stuffing 2 bags full of skincare products into Marcus's hands. Finally found a job for you. Marcus grinned happily, a bag in each hand, following us to the Rolex counter. Half an hour later, I'd spent 100,000, bought a mid-range Rolex, and picked up 2 Tiffany necklaces while I was at it, one for my sister. Today was her 18th birthday. Had to get her something proper. After scanning to pay, I used a cashback card. Luck was pretty good. Triple cashback netted me 200,000 profit. Plus I got the watch and necklaces for free. So my savings finally crossed the 1 million mark. Suddenly, the system notification sounded in my head. Ding. Congratulations, host. Assets have exceeded 1 million. First stage of the perfect life completed. Reward, 90% off real estate voucher. Maximum savings of 9 million. 90% off vehicle voucher. Maximum savings of 2.7 million. I froze completely. This meant a 10 million house would only cost me 1 million. A 3 million luxury car would only cost me 300,000. If I used these two vouchers. That was directly saving over $10 million. This feeling was absolutely incredible. The system popped up another notification. Stage 2 reward, entry-level stock investment company. Requires host to register company and build operational framework. Upon completion, system will enhance employee skills. Guaranteed minimum 10% per plus annual profit on 100 million capital. Special reminder, if employee loyalty is not 100%, absolutely do not let them become core personnel. This reward wasn't as direct as the discount vouchers. But the advantage was steady, long-term returns. As long as I could run the company, I could make money consistently. Later, when I had time, I'd invest and let money make money. Perfect. Before I could even digest all this, the third wave of rewards arrived. Virtual data glasses. Wearing them allows you to see all data about others. Affection, loyalty, weaknesses, all at your fingertips. Social interactions are basically like having cheats enabled. I tried putting on the glasses and looked at Marcus beside me. Name, Marcus Lawson. Affection, 85. Relationship, close friend. Background, he's the son of the Lawson family, Lawson Group. I turned to look at Sophie, unexpectedly. Her affection toward me was 86, just 4 points away from winning her over, looking at her petite figure, but curvy in all the right places. I shook my head helplessly. An 85 in looks was already top tier in college. Plus her family had $1 billion fortune. Anyone else would have gone for it immediately. But I didn't want to become my best friend's brother-in-law. Out of curiosity, I looked at Serafina. The system displayed, name, Serafina Hayes. Affection, 89. Relationship, not yet official lover. Background, mother passed away early. Father is chairman of Pinnacle Real Estate, but the company will go bankrupt by year's end. Looks, 95 points. Totally worthy of being campus queen. But that 89 affection really surprised me, even though we'd had 2 unpleasant encounters before. I didn't expect her to like me this much. Just 1 step away from intimacy. I secretly glanced at her and happened to catch her eyes. Our gazes met. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. Serafina's face flushed red as she quickly turned away. Marcus grinned wickedly. Callum got caught peeking. And she caught you red-handed? Your skills are slipping, man. I rolled my eyes, too lazy to argue. Not bothering with him? Honestly, even though Marcus joked around all day, living with him was actually really comfortable, fun, and reliable. After shopping, we grabbed our bags and prepared to go eat. Suddenly, a ringtone came from Serafina's purse. She pulled out her phone, saw who was calling, and hesitated. Seeing us all looking at her, she gritted her teeth and answered the video call. A heavily made-up woman appeared on screen. Serafina, I heard you're dating someone at school. Didn't I already find you someone for a matchmaking meeting? Are you treating my words like wind passing by your ears? The woman pointed at the screen, scolding relentlessly. Serafina lowered her head and said nothing. Why is there a man next to you? Don't tell me he's your boy toy. I'm warning you. Before she could finish, Serafina immediately ended the video call. Afraid the woman would say even nastier things, I frowned. Didn't the system say Serafina's mother had passed away? Could this be her stepmother? I asked quietly. Are you okay? She shook her head. I'm fine. Clearly not wanting to discuss family matters. We understood and didn't ask more. It's past 6 now. Let's head to Golden Phoenix. I made a reservation for 7. Marcus immediately changed the subject, hurrying to link arms with Serafina. Don't mind that woman. Once you're full, you'll feel better. Seeing our concerned looks, Serafina forced a smile. Let's go. I'm hungry too. This shopping trip had a few hiccups, but overall, it was very satisfying. Not only did I buy all the gifts for my family, I also used cashback cards to gather 1 million in my account, plus those 2 90% off vouchers. An hour later, we arrived at Golden Phoenix restaurant. The room this time was a bit smaller, but the new dishes were quite varied with this restaurant's caliber. The taste was definitely not bad. Marcus had barely sat down before asking me, Callum, want some wine? I glanced at Serafina. She immediately lowered her head. Go ahead, I won't be drinking. Sophie laughed and chimed in. If Sarah won't drink, I'll drink with you guys. Marcus called the server to bring 2 bottles of wine. The moment the server left, Sophie was already signaling her brother with her eyes. Marcus got the hint and stood up. I'm going to the restroom. Then snuck out. What's with him being so mysterious today? I was just muttering. When Marcus came back holding his phone, don't tell me you went to pay the bill. He smiled without denying it. Serafina got anxious. Sophie made it clear. This meal is on me. Sophie quickly mediated. You can treat next time. There are so many good dishes here. Serafina was about to argue when her phone suddenly rang. Seeing Mom on the screen, her expression immediately tensed up. Serafina hesitated for a moment, but still answered. You little bitch, how dare you hang up on me? I'm asking you, where are you right now? Who's that man next to you? I already found someone for your matchmaking. And you dare mess around outside? The woman's furious scolding came through the phone. Who that person is has nothing to do with you. And this matchmaking thing. This time. Which rich family's son are you trying to sell me to? Claiming it's for my own good? Clearly you just want to trade me for money. Stop pretending to be kind. After saying that, Serafina decisively hung up and switched to airplane mode. The three of us watched Serafina lose control of her emotions, all frozen in place. From what she said, I could somewhat piece together what was happening. Her stepmother treated her poorly. Now, with the family company's finances falling apart, she wanted to marry Serafina off in exchange for investment. Thinking about this, I couldn't help feeling sorry for Serafina. No wonder she always seemed melancholy. So she'd been carrying this kind of pressure, Sophie asked gently. Sarah, are you okay? Serafina forced out a smile. I'm fine. Everyone, don't worry. But the sadness in her eyes couldn't be hidden. Good that you're okay. Though we knew she was hurting, we didn't know how to comfort her. So we just changed the subject. At this moment, the server brought in 2 bottles of wine, poured one into a decanter. Sir, should we start bringing out the dishes now? Marcus nodded. Yeah, bring everything out. I chimed in. That's right. Eating something will help your mood. Serafina's eyes remained fixed on the wine decanter. Let's drink. She seemed to have forgotten she'd said she wouldn't drink. We didn't say anything more, silently drinking with her. Thank you, everyone. Serafina took a small sip of wine, then suddenly said, I lived this long, and you're the only ones who'll genuinely drink with me. Sarah, don't be like that. We're all friends here. Come on, let's finish our glasses. Sophie raised her wine glass and said generously. All 4 of us clinked glasses together. Serafina tilted her head back and drained it. The wine's flavor spread to her mouth. Her cheeks quickly flushed pink. You know what? Serafina said hazily. That woman named Rebecca. Ever since she married my dad, she's always looked at me with contempt. Now she wants to sell me off for money. She gestured emotionally, nearly falling off her chair. I quickly caught her. You've had too much. I urged her. Stop drinking, Sophie agreed. Yeah, Sarah, the food isn't even all here yet, and you're already almost drunk. Serafina stubbornly said, I'm not drunk. I'd rather die than marry that guy. If it weren't for Rebecca, then my mom wouldn't have. Those words made all of us freeze. Sophie gripped her hand tightly. Marcus said calmly, if you died, wouldn't that be exactly what she wants? The company would completely belong to her too. Serafina suddenly looked up, seeming to sober up somewhat. She choked out, then what am I supposed to do? For the company's sake, my dad will definitely agree. Marcus pushed up his glasses. Actually, it's quite simple. As long as before the wedding, you find a boyfriend who can stand up to them. Problem solved. Of course, it has to be someone you actually like. Marcus winked, then said, half serious, half joking, find a boyfriend who can face them down. Hearing this, Serafina's gaze unconsciously landed on me. Among everyone she knew, it seemed only I met both of those conditions. After everything that had happened between us, her feelings for me had become very complicated. She herself wasn't sure if it was love, and from my everyday behavior, it also seemed like I had money. Both of these perfectly matched what Marcus had just said. Emboldened by the wine, Serafina looked at me with hazy eyes. I turned to look at her, confused. What is it? Our eyes met. This time, Serafina didn't look away. She bit her lip, then suddenly gathered her courage. Can I be your girlfriend? I froze completely. Never expected Serafina to suddenly confess. This was way too unexpected. Sophie and Marcus were also stunned. Though Marcus's earlier words had hinted at this, but he thought if things developed between us, it would still take time. He never expected Serafina to be so straightforward. Ping. System detected Serafina Hayes' affection has reached 90. Relationship has reached intimate lover level. Option 1. Reject the confession. Reward, 5 million. Option 2. Accept the confession. Reward, stock trend prediction card plus maximum affection boost. I fell into deep thought. Both rewards were very tempting. $5 million in cash, or a magical card that could predict the stock market. The system's voice sounded again in my head. Opposite gender affection reaching 100 means never leaving, never abandoning. Same gender affection reaching 100 means ride or die friendship. I stared at Serafina before me. The title of freshman campus queen wasn't just for show. To say I wasn't moved would be a lie. But agreeing now felt like taking advantage of her vulnerability. While I was still hesitating, Serafina had already lunged forward. She'd had a bit too much to drink. Her steps unsteady, she fell into my arms. Our lips accidentally touched. Her lips were so soft, carrying a faint hint of wine. Just like that, my first kiss became something beautiful. Serafina went limp in my arms, not resisting at all. Looks like the affection score the system mentioned was real. Beside us, Marcus's eyes went wide. So she's my sister-in-law now? Sophie stood frozen in place, her expression somewhat complicated. She also had feelings for me, but now it seemed her chance was gone. I glanced at Sophie, found that her affection for me had risen from 86 to 90, becoming my close friend. But I wasn't in the mood to think about that right now. Ding! The system suddenly popped up a notification. Passive choice detected. Rewards have been transferred to your account. Stock market prediction card. Can view trends of any stock within 1 month. Serafina Hayes has reached maximum affection of 100. Unwavering love until death. I dismissed the system notification, right now holding a beauty in my arms. Who had time to listen to the system ramble? But I could clearly feel Serafina's body getting warmer, as if ready to respond to me at any moment. 100 points of affection meant she had given me her whole heart, unchanging until death. Marcus suddenly spoke up, breaking the ambiguous atmosphere in the room. Hey, didn't we come here to eat? Want me to call a driver to take you two back first? He sounded both helpless and exasperated, like a single dog being force-fed dog food. Only then did Serafina and I slowly separate. She looked at me with intoxicated eyes, full of love. I cleared my throat. Serafina was about to return to her seat, but I pulled her back. Sit here. She obediently hummed in agreement, sitting close beside me. Sophie teased. That's it. Sarah, you've fallen into the trap of love. If I'd known, I would have let Callum pay for dinner, treated everyone to a meal, and got fed dog food in return. Today was really a loss for me. She adjusted her mood very quickly, knowing her chance was gone but still able to joke about it. Marcus continued teasing. Callum, how about you pay me back? I spent the money and still had to eat dog food. My heart can't take it anymore. Sophie chimed in. I was fine with it, but Serafina's face turned even redder, head lowered, not daring to look at the other two. All right, I'll treat everyone to 3 meals at Golden Phoenix as compensation. After all, I had cashback cards. I could still profit. Only then was Marcus satisfied, raising his glass. Cheers to you two becoming a couple. I shook my head. Glasses are too boring. Let's drink straight from the bottle. We're not leaving until we're drunk. Marcus burst out laughing. We ordered a case of beer, eating and drinking. After 3 rounds, Marcus asked, Callum, what's the plan now? I looked at Serafina. My girlfriend decides. Serafina's family was in real estate. Logically, they shouldn't be short on capital. They probably got played somehow and the bank cut off their loans. But Serafina shook her head. Ever since my dad cheated, that house has nothing to do with me anymore. Mentioning her mother. Her voice dropped. After hearing this, I understood. There was definitely more to the story, but seeing Serafina's mood wasn't good. I didn't ask further, since she'd said as much. I naturally wouldn't interfere on my own. Even if I wanted to help later, I'd have to wait for her to bring it up. Besides, the system said her dad's company wouldn't go bankrupt until year's end. What was the rush now? Any suggestions for a car around $3 million? I planned to use part of that real estate voucher to buy a storefront back home for my parents. Marcus couldn't help with that, but asking him about cars was definitely right. Even though Marcus only got $20,000 monthly allowance, he was still a genuine rich kid. His vision and knowledge were quite impressive. Marcus froze. A $3 million car? Callum, you really want to buy a car? Damn, how rich is your family exactly? Not just him. Sophie and Serafina were also stunned. Before, they thought me buying a Patek Philippe was already impressive, only later learning. That was money I made from stocks. Now with over $800,000 in my bank account, and wanting to buy a $3 million car. What kind of family was this exactly? Same rich kids? How could the gap be this big? Especially seeing me still holding Serafina. Marcus felt even more dejected. Money and a girlfriend. A true winner at life. Compared to him, he felt like a total loser. Sad as he was, he still had to answer the question. Callum, do you have a specific type of car in mind? Like a sports car or something? I thought about it. Actually didn't have any particular preference. Only one requirement. It couldn't be anything ordinary. Marcus said seriously, if you want a sports car, I wouldn't really recommend it. Not that sports cars aren't good, but sports cars around $3 million aren't worth buying. Sports cars under $10 million are all stripped down versions. All show, no substance, if you're driving yourself. I'd suggest a luxury SUV or coupe instead, like a Mercedes G-Class, Audi A8 or BMW M8, that sort of thing. I listened to Marcus go on, and felt quite impressed. Clearly couldn't afford one himself, but knew everything about cars. But I still found it a bit odd. Why did he keep circling back to German luxury brands? Actually, the German big three aren't just about the 300-400K models. In the million-dollar luxury segment, those three brands are also considered entry-level. There's a reason they sell well domestically, but talking about all this now is still premature. Even if I wanted to buy a car, I'd have to wait until after the holidays to buy it in Westbrook, to avoid freaking out my parents. When's the next auto show in Westbrook? Let's check it out after the holiday. Sitting here talking theory won't help. Got a test drive to know what you like? Marcus nodded eagerly. Exactly. I'll keep an eye out these days. I'll let you know as soon as I hear anything. Even though he wasn't the one buying, just getting to tag along for a new car was exciting enough. Sophie curiously asked, Callum, your family's really generous. Just started college and already getting a $3 million car. After all, $3 million wasn't a small number. How could an ordinary family just buy one on a whim? It's not entirely from my family, I explained. I've made some money myself. Family's just chipping in the rest. Marcus immediately got interested. How much are they chipping in? Not much, just about 2.7 million. I'm putting in 1/10. I burst out laughing as soon as I said it. That sounded kind of off. Damn it, Callum, that's enough. You call that chipping in? Marcus looked defeated. But thinking about it, he'd seen my account balance was over 800,000. Having me contribute was really just a formality. With my money-making ability, buying a $3 million car myself was just a matter of time. Marcus was completely convinced. Callum, let me ride your coattails. At least right now, he admired me completely. Marcus let out a long sigh. Only spending $20,000 a month. I really can't take it anymore. Before, it was manageable. But now, hanging out with me every day, watching me casually drop over 100 grand on shopping, and now planning to buy a $3 million car. In comparison, he felt absolutely broke. Wait a minute, Marcus suddenly remembered. This afternoon, his dad Richard had given him a card with 1 million in it. He could now be considered a small-time rich second generation, but he hadn't adjusted yet, still feeling like a broke nobody. You'll take over the company after graduation anyway. I took a sip of tea that Serafina handed me. By then, the whole group will be yours. Why would you need to ride anyone's coattails? But I have to wait until graduation. Marcus sighed. 4 years is too long. Actually, he wouldn't have to wait that long. By junior year, Richard would probably let him get involved with the company, give him some capital to get familiar with things. But for now, freshman and sophomore years should focus on learning theory. If you really want my help, it's not impossible. I set down my teacup. But my stock investment company will take at least 2 more weeks to establish, I said with a frown. You also know, all my spending money comes from the stock market. But the capital I'm managing has hit its limit, so I have to withdraw profits every day. This wasn't wrong. In the stock market, the more money you have, the harder it is to operate. With large capital, trading becomes unwieldy, like a dragon stranded in shallow water, unable to turn around. One small mistake, and profits become losses. Marcus studied finance. He naturally understood this principle. Plus, he'd seen me withdrawing profits every day with his own eyes. I said seriously to Marcus, I need you to help me establish a company, a stock investment firm. Honestly, just relying on myself, starting an investment company would be very difficult. Just the personnel alone, I have no connections, even though the system guaranteed that after establishment, it could upgrade the skills of core personnel, guaranteeing the rate of return. But a company wasn't that simple. You needed managers, administrative staff, accountants were essential. Only with a complete organizational structure could it truly be called establishing a company. Just registering and renting an office didn't count. Hearing this, Marcus finally understood my intentions. After the company is established, I'll train the core personnel. I won't promise too much, but I guarantee, as long as the capital doesn't exceed 100 million, annual returns will be above 10%, I said directly. With Marcus, I didn't need to hide anything. We were already close friends. He wouldn't harm me. Of course, I still kept the system's existence secret, but a 10% return seemed pretty normal to me. I'd forgotten that Marcus was stunned after hearing this. After training, being able to manage 100 million and guaranteeing 10% annual profit. This sounded absolutely ridiculous. Marcus couldn't believe it. Callum, you're not joking, are you? Not just him. Even Sophie and Serafina, who was leaning on my shoulder, showed shocked expressions. Sophie hesitantly said, Callum, we believe in your abilities, but training someone else to reach that level. Though Serafina was initially surprised, she quickly trusted me. I believe you. I can be your first client, she said, leaning tipsily against my shoulder. My mom left me over 30 million. Now there's 27 million left. Give it all to you. That statement stunned all three of us. Never expected Serafina, usually so quiet, to be the richest among the four of us. I only had 1.2 million in hand, less than half of hers. But with my money-making speed, surpassing her was just a matter of time. That's the money your mom left you. I pulled her into my arms, pretending to be worried. What if I lose it all? Not scared. Serafina nuzzled into my chest like a little cat. If you lose it, you'll have to take care of me for life. I looked smugly at Marcus. See that? My girlfriend's even brought out her dowry. And you still don't trust me? Marcus glared at me. I can help you find the people, even though my dad is strict. But within the company, I can find people from various departments for you. Working with Marcus really was convenient. Saved a lot of effort. Then it's decided. Find the people first. After the holiday, we'll pick an office location. Before Marcus could even respond, I'd already decided for him. This meal lasted 2 hours. By the time we left Golden Phoenix, it was already pitch dark. In the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, Sophie and Serafina had fallen asleep. Marcus and I were still awake, talking about making money. Marcus was especially enthusiastic. I held Serafina, letting her lean against my shoulder. Callum, will 20 people be enough? Every department needs staff, but the salaries are pretty high. 7,000 per person. That's 130,000 in salaries per month. Plus rent for a 2,000 square foot office, another 50 or 60,000. Total monthly expenses around 200,000, not counting utilities. Running a company isn't easy, Marcus muttered from the front seat. I held Serafina and gazed out the window. Starting a company is definitely not easy, I said with a smile. Running a company requires connecting all the pieces well. What Marcus mentioned was just the basics. The truly complex stuff was even more. But I didn't need to worry about that. Just hire an administrative director. Calculating it, monthly company expenses would be around 250,000. That's 3 million a year. But if we could attract net capital, we'd profit at least 10 million annually. Split half with clients. The company would still be profitable, though not by much. But it could break even. The Rolls-Royce kept rolling. Marcus was still rambling. I was about to fall asleep. We got back to campus at 11. On weekends, students were still energetic. Nobody seemed ready for bed. The school gate was bustling with people coming and going. I woke up Serafina and Sophie, who were sleeping. Serafina had slept for over an hour, though still drowsy and unsteady on her feet. She could walk while leaning on me. Marcus followed behind, carrying several big and small shopping bags. Sophie was much more alert. The cool breeze woke her right up. After all, she wasn't like Serafina, who got drunk after just one glass, yet still insisted on drinking a whole bottle more. Now she was clinging to me entirely. The four of us walked slowly, along the small path on campus. The feeling was strangely peaceful. Serafina suddenly called my name softly. Callum? I looked down. At some point, she had lifted her head, gazing at me intently. I stroked her head. What is it? Promise me you won't leave me. No matter what happens, don't leave me. After reaching full affection points, Serafina had given me her whole heart, and developed deep attachment, becoming afraid of losing me since becoming her boyfriend. I suddenly felt a strong urge to protect her, wanting to protect her well. Perhaps it was the system's influence. When I chose to accept her, the system reminded me to take good care of her. I'm really scared you'll leave. Serafina's eyes turned red, obviously about to cry. Don't worry, I won't leave you for the rest of my life. I wasn't one for empty promises. I preferred proving things through actions. Serafina was willing to use all the money her mother left to support me. A girl like that, what reason did I have to let her down? Under the dim streetlight, Serafina stood on her tiptoes, gently closing her eyes. I naturally leaned down to kiss her. Walking behind us were Sophie and Marcus, both frozen in place, staring blankly for 3 seconds. Sophie quietly walked around us and continued on. Marcus sighed helplessly. You two will have plenty of private time later. Stop force-feeding me dog food in the middle of the night. I'm heading back to the dorm first. Callum, if you're not coming back, remember to text me. He carried the shopping bags while muttering. Young people these days. No consideration for us single folks at all. Serafina and I continued strolling slowly. A few hundred meters took us half an hour. Near her dorm, I saw Sophie sitting on a bench outside waiting. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow I'll take you shopping. I cut off what Serafina was about to say. No refusing. This is what a boyfriend like me should do. If you don't need me to do anything, Then what's the point of having me as a boyfriend? Serafina nodded obediently. I'll listen to you. Then she stood on tiptoe and kissed my cheek. I'm going up now. She kept looking back at me as she walked. I stood there watching them go upstairs before turning to leave. As soon as I got back to the dorm, Tyler and Ryan rushed over. Callum, Marcus said you scored the campus queen. Quick, tell us what it feels like to date the campus queen. Marcus was sitting at his desk writing something. Without looking up, he just smiled lightly, seeing how curious those two were. Marcus couldn't help but speak up. Love is all sour jealousy. I advise you both to stay away from Callum and Serafina from now on. Otherwise you won't even need to eat. I immediately counterattacked. Then next time we go to Golden Phoenix, we won't invite you, since you can't eat anything around us anyway. Marcus instantly surrendered. Come on, Callum. I was just joking. You still have to invite me next time. Knock knock. A knock on the office door sounded. A middle-aged man in a suit walked in. Looking up, it was Richard Lawson, Mr. Lawson. The kids are still the same today, but Marcus mentioned wanting to start a company and is planning to recruit people from you. Richard immediately grew interested. He stood up and walked to the sofa. Tell me more about what kind of company he wants to start. A stock investment company. This time it's serious? He's even planning to invest $1 million into it. Richard couldn't help but laugh. This kid's changed. Usually he'd agonize over spending $2,000. Now he dares to invest $1 million. Richard realized that since his son and daughter started college, they'd become more distant. Marcus suddenly wanting to start a company, and Sophie not even trying to stop him. Uncle Wang took the cup of water Richard offered, then continued. Young Master said it's to help his roommate Callum Jensen. Callum promised he can train employees, guaranteeing at least 10% annual returns. Richard frowned. Even seasoned veterans in finance wouldn't dare guarantee 10% annual returns, yet Callum had boldly declared it. Uncle Wang continued his report. They plan to raise $9 million in investment capital. Plus their own capital, it'll be exactly $10 million. Richard laughed after hearing this. This kid, starting off with such a modest goal. Uncle Wang was puzzled. Mr. Lawson, you're not going to stop him? This will obviously fail. Richard walked to the window. Looking at the night view, he said, I originally planned to let him get involved with the company in junior year and do an internship in senior year. Now, thanks to Callum, the plans moved up. Marcus has clearly matured, not only wanting to start a company, but planning to recruit for my company. Richard decided not only not to stop him, but to support him, give him $2 million in client funds to play with. Uncle Wang sat on the sofa, shocked. Mr. Lawson, you know, Marcus's company will definitely go bankrupt. A bunch of inexperienced college students. Richard cut him off. First-time entrepreneurship deserves support. Lose money, then lose money. Just don't reveal the source of the funds. So after it fails, he can reflect on his own. $2 million for growth is worth it. Uncle Wang fell silent. $2 million to train someone. Most people would think that's crazy. But for Richard, Marcus was his successor. Better to lose $2 million now than $100 million later. Uncle Wang nodded. I understand, Mr. Lawson. The people didn't matter. The money didn't matter. What mattered was that Marcus could grow. Richard waved his hand. Don't tell Marcus. Uncle Wang left the office. Richard stood by the window and murmured, Don't disappoint me. Back in the dorm, I knew nothing about this. Even if I did, I wouldn't care. The system guaranteed it couldn't lose money. Even with a few more million, I could handle it. I had just finished showering in the dorm, lying comfortably on my bed. The quiet night was perfect for taking stock of my achievements. I opened the system control panel, finally seeing that super stock card. This was the reward from when I accepted. Serafina's confession. It could predict market trends for 1 month. Used well, it could make a fortune. Theoretically, with stocks rising strongly. 22 trading sessions could double your assets. But in reality, it was very difficult. Because stocks go up and down, stable stocks usually only fluctuate under 3% to maximize profits. You need enough capital. Must choose the right volatile stocks. Could also invest in foreign markets. Long and short positions are more flexible. It could also be converted into 10 questions. But my capital was still too little. Using it for stocks would waste this card. I planned to go back to Westbrook to buy property. Then use that asset as collateral for a loan. Wait until I had enough capital before using this card. After summarizing my achievements, I exited the system. Looked at the clock, already nearly 3 a.m. Thinking about going out with Serafina tomorrow. I quickly closed my eyes to sleep. Woke up at 10 the next morning. Found no one in the room. Called Marcus. That guy had already started moving, busy recruiting people from his dad's company. On Instagram, Serafina had sent a good morning message. Plus, a love you emoji. I smiled and sent back the exact same emoji. This simple sweetness warmed my heart. Half an hour later, I went downstairs from the dorm. Saw Serafina dressed up nicely standing there. I walked over and asked, "Have you eaten breakfast?" She answered softly, "Not yet. Actually, Sophie had invited her to eat. She deliberately waited for me to go together." We held hands and walked to the cafeteria, drawing quite a few jealous stares. Simple breakfast of soy milk and buns. The meal only took about 10 minutes. Today's goal was to spend $400,000. But if I only relied on buying clothes and cosmetics, that would be difficult. If that didn't work, I'd have to buy some expensive jewelry. We wandered aimlessly through the mall. Every time I asked if she wanted to buy something, Serafina would shake her head and refuse. Clothes, cosmetics, shoes. She said she didn't need any of it. I asked helplessly, "Sarah, is there nothing you want to buy?" She held my arm, occasionally brushing against the softness at her chest. Though I really liked that feeling. I came here today to spend money. Having such a frugal girlfriend was sweet to the point of being troublesome. Serafina shook her head. Her mother had left her enough for living expenses. She could buy whatever she wanted herself. I was starting to get a headache, didn't know how to spend $400,000. Seeing me frown, she thought I was upset. She hurriedly said, "Actually, there is something I want to buy. I'm just afraid. You wouldn't want to go with me." My eyes lit up. "I came here today to buy things for you. Tell me, what do you want to buy?" Hoping she'd name something really expensive. Best if it could use up all $400,000 at once. Serafina blushed and pointed somewhere not far away. I followed her gaze and immediately froze. "So it was that place," Serafina explained softly. "I'm still developing. Everything I bought before is too tight now. Very uncomfortable to wear. Want to get new ones?" Seeing me hesitating, she quickly said, "If you don't want to go, I can buy them myself." I was still wavering when the system suddenly chimed. Ding, random mission activated. Option 1, refuse to enter that store. Reward, cashback card. When maintaining restraint, money will double. Option 2, go shopping with girlfriend. Reward, good boyfriend card. Random rewards when fulfilling girlfriend's wishes. Both cards were permanent. Which one should I choose? Hearing the system's mission, I began to hesitate. If possible, I wanted both, but the system clearly stated I could only choose one. I stopped walking. Serafina turned to look at me. "What's wrong, Sarah? Do you really want me to go with you?" A hint of expectation appeared in Serafina's eyes, but she quickly shook her head. "It's fine, I can go buy them myself. You're not used to places like that anyway." Before she could finish, I grabbed her hand and walked toward the store. "Let's go." Taking my girlfriend shopping is perfectly normal. Serafina froze for a moment, then immediately smiled happily. She actually really wanted me to go with her, even if it was just to look around, like how a guy wants his girlfriend to watch him play basketball. But if I really didn't want to, she wouldn't force me either, still muttering to herself. As soon as we stepped into the store, the system chimed. Completed mission option 2. Received 1 permanent good boyfriend card. Ding, random mission activated. Help Serafina Hayes choose lingerie. Cashback from 0 to 100 times, depending on satisfaction level. Before I could think it through, a long row of colorful lingerie appeared before my eyes. A sales associate approached. "Hello, you two. Need any help?" Lingerie stores like this usually hire older women as consultants, because they really do have more experience with this. Young girls buying lingerie for the first time usually feel very embarrassed, but when facing consultants in their late 20s, they tend to relax much more easily. I awkwardly explained. My girlfriend says her size is a bit small, so I brought her to buy a size up." Serafina held my arm, just smiling without saying anything. "You don't need to be shy." The consultant skillfully dissolved the awkwardness. "Boyfriends like you are rare. Your girlfriend is really lucky." She complimented naturally, then asked, "So, do you know your girlfriend's exact measurements?" At this point, I completely froze. I had no idea. Serafina had never told me. I'd never measured with my hands either. But I really should find an opportunity to measure carefully. After all, a proper boyfriend should know these measurements. Serafina leaned close to my ear and whispered, 34C. I blushed and repeated it to the consultant. She says she's currently 34C, but it feels a bit tight, though I didn't have a clear concept of that number. Just hearing it sounded impressive. I glanced at Serafina. Her figure really did match that number. The consultant looked Serafina over. She was wearing a loose sundress. Without looking closely, you couldn't tell she had such a nice figure. "Your girlfriend has a great figure. Please come this way to browse." Looking at the wall full of various lingerie, my hands and feet felt clumsy. I finally just pointed at a basic pink style, the truly eye-catching styles. I didn't dare look at for long. Felt like looking more would be sinful. Besides, stores like this sell in sets. Some special styles. Were probably only worn on special occasions. At my age, I'd better not look too much. The consultant saw the set I chose and got a slightly larger size. Miss, please follow me to the fitting room. Before leaving, Serafina playfully winked at me. Be good, okay? I stood there awkwardly, feeling the gazes of women all around like needles pricking me. I didn't even dare breathe too hard. Fortunately, Serafina came out very quickly. She stretched, showing me the effect of the new lingerie. That perfect curve made me immediately understand what 95 points meant. The consultant smiled and asked, Miss, does it fit? Serafina nodded with satisfaction. Much more comfortable. She was very happy that I chose a modest style. Made her feel respected, though she didn't know it was just because this was my first time. I was overly nervous. Once I got used to it later, I told the consultant, get a few more sets of this style. This system mission was very special. As long as Serafina was satisfied, spending could be refunded up to 100 times, 100,000 becoming 10 million. How could I pass up something this good? Still this style? The consultant packaged them skillfully. For them, big customers buying a lot was normal. Sarah, pick a few more sets. I said to her with a smile. Serafina nodded and began choosing seriously. Finally picked 6 sets, plus the 3 sets I chose. A total of 9 sets. Enough for her to use for a while. Sir, that's 10 sets total. 32,700 under 80, the cashier announced. I asked in surprise, wait, wasn't it 9 sets? The receipt clearly showed 10 sets. The cashier handed over the receipt. I was about to check when Serafina walked over with the bags. It's 10 sets, she whispered in my ear. I immediately burst out laughing. I happily swiped my card to pay. The cashier and consultant exchanged knowing smiles. They both understood. What was this extra set about, I wonder? Here's your receipt and membership card. Though there was no discount, it was exactly what I wanted. $1 less might mean missing out on 100,000, carrying 5 or 6 bags of lingerie. When I walked out of the store, men passing by all looked at me with admiring eyes. The system signaled mission complete. This purchase, 32,700. Serafina Hayes' satisfaction level, 97 points. Cashback rate, 97%. Cashback received, 3,179,660. Funds will be transferred through the futures market, expected to arrive within 3 days. Over 3 million in cashback far exceeded my expectations, making my assets triple instantly. Sarah, I suddenly turned and called her. What? Before she could react, I'd already pulled her into a tight embrace, right in the middle of the mall, in front of everyone watching. We shared a passionate kiss like something out of a movie. Serafina resisted at first, then took the initiative to wrap her arms around my neck. When we separated, her face was red as a ripe apple. You're not planning to, right now, she said shyly in a small voice. I immediately remembered what she'd just whispered in my ear. Already bought 10 sets, and deliberately picked a special one. Don't you want to see it? Actually, I brought my ID with me. I was about to continue, when she pulled her hand back and said teasingly, she winked meaningfully, if you want to see me wear it, you'll have to work harder. After saying that, she skipped away, leaving me standing there feeling all worked up. Serafina turned back with a mischievous smile. I laughed and chased after her. You dare tease me? Though the system said she'd be devoted to me. But clearly I was lying to myself. I wasn't really in a hurry. If I forced it, she wouldn't refuse. But that would take away the fun. Your bubble tea is ready, sir. The server set down the tray and left. I put in a straw and handed it to Serafina. The taro milk tea you ordered. No taro and no milk. Serafina blinked. Where are the boba pearls? This little girl was getting bolder by the day, teasing me in broad daylight. I gently kissed her forehead, making her face flush. She hugged her bubble tea and sipped eagerly. You just made over 3 million, she said while glancing at the Patek Philippe store. If there's a style you like, I'll buy you one. My account balance was 4 million. The money for buying the house and car had also come back. Startup capital was also enough. Serafina shook her head repeatedly. I don't need it. Wearing a watch worth over 100,000 makes me nervous. Besides, I don't really like those things. She had no idea that money was earned with her help. I took a sip of bubble tea. Then, let's go pick some jewelry. After all, we're not short on money now. Got to have some presents on the outside. I don't really like jewelry. There's no occasion to wear it at school anyway. Serafina was about to refuse again, but seeing I'd already pulled out my phone, then let's buy a watch. I'll make a call to ask about styles. Last time I bought a watch at Patek Philippe, I'd gotten the sales manager's number. Might as well ask if they had stock. If not, they would save the trip. Just as I dialed, the system announced a new mission. Mission 41. Buy a watch for Serafina Hayes. Reward. Patek Philippe Women's Watch 604-2001. Hello, Mr. Jensen. On the other end was the familiar voice of sales manager Lucy Zhang. The store just received a new batch of women's watches. If you have time, please come take a look. I happen to be free right now. We'll head over right away. I hung up, turned to Serafina. Let's go. If you like something, we'll buy it. If not, we'll just consider it window shopping. Leaving the mall, I called a taxi, heading straight to the official Patek Philippe store. Calling a ride in Westbrook was very convenient. No need to worry about parking, though having my own car would be more convenient, but I didn't have time to buy one yet. Would figure it out after the holiday. In front of Patek Philippe, luxury cars were still gathered. Everyone who came here had assets worth hundreds of millions. Luxury cars were a given. As soon as we stepped through the door, Lucy was already there to greet us. Mr. Jensen, good afternoon. She was the one I'd just called. She wore a professional suit with a standard smile. Hello, Manager Zhang. I politely extended my hand for a handshake. We'd be interacting frequently in the future. No need for pretense. Is this Mr. Jensen's girlfriend? Very beautiful. Lucy really knew how to talk. Complimenting the girlfriend always leaves a good impression on both parties. Sure enough, Serafina smiled. I also smiled and nodded. Manager Zhang, this time I'm here to choose a suitable watch for my girlfriend. I heard you just got a new shipment. Before I could finish, Lucy already understood. I understand. All the models I recommend are in stock. You can take them home as soon as payment is complete. Patek Philippe's high-end watches require special ordering, but regular models can be purchased directly, as long as you have a membership card. Last time, through Richard Lawson's introduction, I got one. Please follow me, you two. Lucy led the way, then instructed the staff beside her. Lily, bring out all the new watches. It was the same VIP room as last time, but this time I didn't need Richard Lawson's name to get in. I wonder what price range Mr. Jensen is looking for, Lucy asked softly. Do you two have a budget limit? I took the cup of tea and said directly, thank you. Mainly whatever my girlfriend likes, but preferably over 400,000. Serafina quickly shook her head. No need to spend that much. I don't know much about watches. I smiled and patted her hand. It's fine. Whatever style you like, we'll get it. Hearing this, Lucy suddenly remembered Richard Lawson's comment about me, saying I was very likely to become a VIP customer. Just 2 weeks, and he's back to buy watches, opening with wanting to spend $400,000. She silently felt lucky she hadn't looked down on me. At this moment, a staff member knocked and entered, carrying a wooden tray, with 8 women's watch models on it. Patek Philippe's women's watches had very special designs, small watch faces with exquisite bird patterns, elegant yet understated. I turned to ask Serafina, Sarah, which style do you like? Serafina frowned. These don't really suit me. She hesitated, finally spoke honestly. Actually, I don't like such colorful designs. Lucy understood immediately, signaled the staff to bring out the newest models. Half an hour later, Serafina picked out a pair of couples' watches. A girl in love cared most about symbols of love. This Patek Philippe couples watch set was priced at $580,000. Over budget, but higher experience points. Manager Zhang, please swipe my card. I handed over my bank card. Mr. Jensen, the member price is $550,000. Lucy operated skillfully. This small discount was her workplace savvy. The payment success notification sounded. This pair of watches officially belong to us. Congratulations on spending over 1 million. Membership tier upgraded. You can now pre-order Patek Philippe $1 million watches. Patek Philippe's membership system was very strict, though I hadn't actually spent $1 million, but the market value of the 3 watches had exceeded it. So, I qualified for the upgrade. I was immersed in the system notification. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Buy a watch for Serafina Hayes. Reward, 1 Patek Philippe, 6104-2201. Expected delivery in 2 weeks. The system chimed again, reminding that experience points exceeded 1 million. System level upgraded to LV3. Fortune blessing increased to 40 per minute. Rough calculation. Now daily income was 57,000, monthly was 1.71 million, annual was 2052 million, and no taxes. This income was equivalent to a small company. Just then Lucy's phone rang. Excuse me. Mr. Jensen, let me take this call. She looked at the caller ID. I nodded. Please go ahead. Yes, you're at the entrance. I'll be right out. Lucy hung up. Mr. Jensen, Mr. Lawson is here. I need to go greet him for a moment. I immediately guessed it was Uncle Richard. Let's go together then, as a junior. Knowing an elder had arrived and still sitting would be rude, Lucy led the way. All right. This way, please. Serafina naturally followed behind. The 3 of us had just stepped out the door. When we saw Richard Lawson stepping out of a Rolls-Royce, seeing me and Serafina, he froze for a moment, clearly not expecting to run into me here. but he quickly adjusted his expression and walked over with a smile. Callum, Serafina, we meet again. Richard had a strong impression of these two kids who were close to his children, especially since I could make Marcus want to start a company in his freshman year. Serafina and I greeted him in unison. Hello, Uncle Lawson. Richard noticed the couple's watches on our wrists. A glint flashed in his eyes. He became even more interested in me. In the VIP lounge, Richard got straight to the point. I heard you're planning to start a company. I admitted frankly, yes. After all, I couldn't hide anything from a seasoned businessman like him. Operating alone limits my capital. So I want to build a professional team. Through my training, the team can manage billions in capital, with annual profits of at least 10%. Marcus thought the scale was too small, so he suggested starting a company. That way we can also attract outside capital. I chose to be honest, rather than have misunderstandings later. Better to be straightforward from the start. After hearing me out, Richard nodded. The situation was as he understood it, but he still had one question. How could I guarantee that after training, they could actually achieve high profits? But he didn't ask. Everyone has their own secrets. This idea is very good, whether it succeeds or fails. At least it's a first step. Richard said seriously, if possible. I hope you can bring Marcus in. Best to give him some shares. He added, the shares won't be free. Mainly so, Marcus takes it seriously. See this as a training opportunity. I understood his intention, using the company as a whetstone to let Marcus practice first. I said honestly, shares aren't a problem. I was already planning to give Marcus some anyway. Marcus is contributing both effort and capital. 10 to 20% shares is reasonable. But clearly Richard felt that ratio wasn't friendly enough. Brothers should be clear about money matters. Being clear makes things last. No matter how good the relationship, accounts must be settled clearly. Richard shook his head. How about this? Transfer 30% shares as a gesture of goodwill. I'll send $3 million in client funds. This condition was indeed very attractive for a securities company. The hardest part is the early stage without client money. I'd originally planned to use my own capital for the first 6 months. Now, with this $3 million, the initial capital problem was solved. But I just smiled and waved my hand. Uncle Lawson, you're being too generous. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have given Marcus 10% shares anyway. As for the initial capital, we want to figure it out ourselves. That way we'll truly experience the startup process. On the surface, I was refusing help, but in reality, I was rejecting the price he offered. With the system backing the company, $3 million for 30% shares was worth considering, but wanting shares in exchange for client funds? That was a joke. The old fox, Richard Lawson, naturally heard the subtext in my words. He just didn't expect me to refuse so directly. Then how do you think I should support you? How about this, Uncle Lawson? I've already prepared. You invest as a client first. Give me 2 months. After 2 months, we'll discuss further. Discussing price now is meaningless. Better to wait until I've made some money from the stock market. I still had the market direction card in hand. When the time came, I'd definitely surprise him. Richard evaluated me very carefully. All right, 2 months. I'll help with the company preparations. After completion, I'll inject $5 million in client funds, he added. But if after 2 months the profit hasn't reached 2%, then you'll have to transfer 30% shares. This condition was equivalent to 12% annual returns. For ordinary people, that's very difficult. But for me, it was easy as pie. I quickly calculated. Already had a decision in mind. Richard really was a shrewd businessman. If I made more than 2% in 2 months, he could net a profit of $1 million. That return rate was already very high. But if I didn't meet it, I'd have to give up 30% shares. I agree, but with one condition. Your investment will be calculated at 8% annual interest. 8% interest was significantly higher than banks, close to the inflation rate, a standard profit margin for securities companies. Richard nodded readily. When do we sign the contract? I smiled and asked him back. On the surface, Richard was getting the better deal, but I was holding the market direction card. Doubling $5 million wouldn't be hard. In the end, I'd only need to pay him $400,000. The rest would be mine. No need to sign a contract. Consider it a promise between us. Just don't let Marcus know. When the company is established, we'll sign an investment agreement. Richard seemed not too concerned about the money. After all, the company's people were all his. It'd be hard for me to run off with the money. But I believed the system wouldn't let me lose out. Thank you for the reminder, Uncle Lawson. I smiled and poured him a cup of tea. Richard let out a long sigh. When all's said and done, you're just too exceptional. He lowered his voice and added, I hope this experience will help Marcus grow. He'd been training Marcus for over a decade, yet still couldn't compare to me, though he knew I wasn't simple either. That sense of disparity still bothered him. Don't worry, Uncle Lawson. Before we graduate from college, I'll definitely help Marcus reach the level you expect. Clearly the same age, but my words sounded like an adult lecturing. Yet Richard didn't feel anything was wrong. I'll remember that. Even though it was just a verbal promise. Richard still smiled and nodded in acceptance. Leaving the Patek Philippe store, Serafina and I held hands and strolled around. She still wanted to go somewhere fun. It was only past 5 p.m., too early for dinner. Going out then coming back would be a bit late. Didn't know what to do. Serafina smiled sweetly. Just walking around with you makes me very happy. The lack of affection in her original family made her treasure moments together like this even more. Let me ask Marcus. See if there's anywhere interesting in Westbrook. The first call went unanswered. The second call connected. Fierce arguing came from the other end. What did you say? You want to eat? Fine. But why so arrogant? Come on then, you scared? Ryan's voice was extremely grating. Finally, Marcus's voice came through. I frowned and asked what happened. Want to fight? Marcus said angrily. Forget it, not worth explaining. Ran into two jerks at the cafeteria. Ordered Sichuan food, complained it was too spicy, demanded a refund. Melody Song firmly refused to refund. Both sides immediately started arguing. Me. Tyler had just walked into the cafeteria and heard the arguing. Marcus quickly recounted the situation. Stay at the cafeteria? Don't get physical. I'll be right back. I hung up and looked at Serafina. Let's head back to school first. We'll go out another day. We immediately called a taxi back to campus. Luckily, there was no traffic. Half an hour and we were at the school gate. Sarah, go back to the dorm first, I said hurriedly, but she insisted on going with me. Serafina held my hand and wouldn't let go. If you come, I'll have to worry about taking care of you. I said firmly, don't worry. I promise not to get physical. She finally nodded. Then be careful. Remember to call me. After saying that, she turned and walked away, looking back every few steps. I ran straight to the cafeteria. While calling Marcus, still no answer. The cafeteria was crowded with students watching, but everyone kept a safe distance. There was an empty circle around Marcus, arguing red-faced, but no physical contact. Marcus, what's the situation? I walked over quickly. Marcus and his group turned to look at me. Complex emotions flashed in several people's eyes. No one said anything. I glanced at the people on the other side. Several plates on the table were flipped over. Sauce splattered everywhere. 2 plates were shattered to pieces. Beside Ryan was Melody Song. She looked a bit fierce. Who are you calling names, kid? A male student opposite pointed at Marcus and shouted. Shut up, I said coldly with a snort. At over 6 feet tall, I looked intimidating. The other side immediately went quiet. Can't even eat in peace. Sichuan food not spicy wouldn't be Sichuan. I turned to ask Marcus, everything okay? Marcus shook his head and pointed at Melody. She got shoved. Melody quickly said, I'm fine. You guys go ahead. I still need to clean up. Otherwise, the owner will yell at me. She didn't want things to escalate, especially now that I'd arrived. I said to the other group, pay for the damages. Then apologize. How is this food so spicy? Don't you know I can't eat spicy? 4 freshmen with dark skin. Obviously roommates. If they were reasonable, they wouldn't be saying Sichuan food. Why is it so spicy? I only get $2,000 a month for spending. Can you even afford to pay? Why should we apologize? I frowned and stepped forward. Marcus and the other 2 immediately followed. Strangely enough, as soon as I appeared, the 3 of them gained confidence. Earlier they were hesitant. Now they dared to follow me. You want to do something? Let's fight then. Try touching me. The group opposite reflexively stepped back, but then felt embarrassed. The leader puffed himself up, trying to look tough. Who said anything about fighting? I couldn't help but laugh. You're college students now. Stop acting like elementary schoolers. Aren't you embarrassed? I glanced around. The crowd was getting bigger. I lowered my voice. See all these people watching you? Feel proud? Or do you want your names on the school's justice board tomorrow? I spoke calmly, but with undeniable pressure. Of course, you can also choose not to apologize, but whether you'll continue studying at Westbrook University, that's uncertain. I smiled meaningfully. The 3 facing us immediately panicked, except for the leader, Guolwei. The other 2 were scared stiff. They'd only come to eat. Didn't expect to encounter this. Now they couldn't leave, even if they wanted to. Guolwei, just apologize. It's just some food. We just won't come to this cafeteria next time. Don't make a big deal out of this. The 3 roommates whispered their advice, eyes constantly glancing toward me. The 2 guys who spread rumors about Serafina last time were still famous online. They didn't want to follow in those footsteps. Guolwei's group was clearly scared. Just a few words from me had terrified them. One male student stepped forward, bowed his head and said to Melody, "Sorry," then turned and left immediately. Didn't even look at Guowei. The other two also hurriedly apologized. One even pulled out $200, stiffly stuffed it into Melody's hand, then disappeared without a trace. Not 2 minutes ago, 4 of them were acting arrogant. Now only Guowei was stubbornly resisting. Suddenly a roar rang out. "What are you doing?" A middle-aged man with a beer belly walked over, his suit jacket about to burst. Melody's face immediately went pale. "This is our boss. You guys go quickly." But it was too late. The owner, reeking of alcohol, pointed at Melody and started yelling, "I pay you to cause trouble? If you can do the job, do it. If not, get lost." His scolding got uglier and uglier, spit flying onto Melody's face. She kept her head down, not daring to speak. Ryan couldn't take it, clenched his fists, looking like he was about to charge in. "What's with that attitude?" Ryan suddenly cut in. "They clearly started it. Why are you taking it out on Melody?" I could tell at a glance something was about to happen. Sure enough, the beer-bellied owner immediately redirected his scolding. "Who the hell are you?" "I pay Melody's salary. What's wrong with yelling at her?" "Do you know how much this is costing me?" He pointed at Ryan's nose and cursed. "Look at the time. This is prime lunch hour. Customers are all scared off. Can you afford to pay for this loss?" Ryan stuck his neck out. "I'll pay." "How much do I owe?" Standing in front of the girl he liked, how could he back down? The owner sneered. "You'll pay? Don't use your parents' living expenses to act like a big shot. My business makes over 10,000 a day. Missing this rush hour costs me several thousand. Your living allowance, is that even enough?" Those words made Ryan choke up, really. It was the end of the month, and he was broker than broke. He could only stand there red-faced, rooted to the spot. "No money, don't act tough, go back to your dorm." The owner turned around, about to yell at Melody again. I sighed. Reality really was cruel. Just noticed that Guowei kid had slipped away at some point. "Marcus, you carrying cash?" I asked Marcus. He was used to using cash. Said paying by phone didn't feel real. "Let's go, find somewhere else to drink." I patted his shoulder. Marcus said nothing, just nodded. Making a scene here was pointless. I pulled out a stack of bills from my wallet, about 6 or 7,000, patted the fat owner's shoulder. The fat owner turned around and snapped, "What do you want?" "This should be enough." I frowned and said, "Taking out your drinking on a young girl. I'll cover the losses. Consider this settled." I stuffed the money into his pocket. The fat owner was about to say something, but feeling the thickness of the cash, his expression immediately softened. "Giving you some face." He turned and yelled at Melody, "Clean up quick." When he turned back, the 4 of us were already gone, leaving the cafeteria. I called Serafina, summarized the situation, told them to eat first. I was going to have a few drinks with Ryan and the guys. Serafina was very understanding. Didn't ask much, just reminded me to drink less. After hanging up, it wasn't that I didn't want to bring her, but this occasion wasn't appropriate. There'd be plenty of other opportunities. "Serafina," Ryan suddenly spoke up, voice hoarse. "Am I a coward?" "Coward?" I laughed. "That owner only has a vocational school diploma. Makes 30,000 a month. I can't even scrape together 5,000. He smiled bitterly. "You know how much he pays, Melody? $10 an hour. For a Westbrook University student." I looked at him. $10 an hour? You think that's low?" "But that's the going rate for cafeteria workers." I turned to ask Marcus. "Marcus, how much does your company pay fresh graduates?" "How much a month?" "Fresh grads get 5,000–6,000. Work a full year and you basically get promoted. More value, monthly salary around 10,000. Good performance gets you into management. With year-end bonuses, average monthly is 30,000. Hear that? That's the standard salary for Westbrook University graduates." Mid-sentence, I suddenly stopped. Turned to Marcus. "Damn. Your family pays that well? Might as well go work for you." The atmosphere was too heavy. I joked. Everyone knew a big shot like me would definitely start my own business after graduation. How could I work for someone else? What's 30,000 a month? I could easily make $1 million a month. Marcus gave me a helpless look. Said nothing. I didn't mind either. I smiled and turned to Ryan. "Get it now? That's normal salary level." He felt insulted for being honest. "Because what you did was only worth that much. You go work in a cafeteria, want to be honest for 100? See who'll pay you that?" You look down on vocational school graduates. But that guy's 30,000 monthly income took decades of hard work. Going to college only proves your starting point is high. But starting point doesn't equal finish line. At this point, I got serious. Ryan had psychological issues. If he didn't fix them, in the future he'd definitely suffer for it. People like Marcus, whose starting point is other people's finish line. That's a different story. Finally, I used Marcus as an example again. Marcus looked at me with resentment. Callum, that's meaningless when you say it. Your starting point is even higher than mine. Made me think of Richard Lawson, a father willing to spend $5 million to let his son make mistakes. But it was to benefit Marcus. Alright, no more talking. Let's go drink. I put my arms around Marcus and Ryan and walked out of campus. Just the right height. The kid who'd been silent the whole time, Tyler, also spoke up. That's right. Let's go drink. Nothing. A round of drinks can't fix for men. 20 minutes later, the four of us arrived at the food street behind the school gate. Found a newly opened BBQ place. Tyler ordered 2 whole cases of beer, plus 200 skewers. What surprised me was he also ordered some grilled kidneys. After you eat something good, try these, he said to us. Boost your stamina. Tyler forced 1 skewer on each of us. I glanced at the kidney skewer already cut into pieces. Really couldn't bring myself to eat it. Let me ask the owner to add more chili. I took the skewer to find the owner. The owner worked on it, added a thick layer of minced chili on top. Choice mission activated. Option 1, eat the grilled kidney. Reward, inexhaustible skill. Permanently increases stamina. Option 2, don't eat. Reward, 100,000 cashback card. I held the skewer, thinking. The cashback card could earn up to $1 million at most, but compared to a permanent skill, $1 million was nothing. I took a bite. The grilled kidney was surprisingly delicious. Received inexhaustible skill. Felt warmth in my stomach. Body surging with energy. I finished the whole skewer in just a few bites. Marcus and Ryan looked at me like they'd turned to stone. Callum, you actually ate it? I laughed heartily. Marcus, you try too. The effect is especially good. This was a system reward. How could the effect not be good? Marcus hesitantly took a bite. But after just 2 chews, he spat it out. Forget it. Can't handle it. As long as he took 1 bite, that was enough. After a few kidney skewers went down, the gloomy atmosphere from before dissipated. Ryan also relaxed. This kid even got addicted to eating them. The remaining kidneys were basically all claimed by him and Tyler. Drinking, eating skewers, shooting the breeze. This was the proper nightlife for men. While we were having fun, Ryan's phone suddenly rang. He answered, immediately sobering up, stammered for half a day before hanging up. Who's being so mysterious? Marcus asked while eating. Who else? Definitely texting the group. No doubt. Tyler laughed. Order more kidney skewers. Stop ordering. If Melody sees, it'll be embarrassing. I could clearly see Ryan's face turning red. Probably embarrassed being caught by his crush, eating grilled kidneys. I was curious. What's Melody coming here for? She said to apologize to you guys. I almost burst out laughing. If they hadn't gotten involved today, it probably wouldn't have blown up this much, but I couldn't say that. Too much of a shock. Just a few minutes later, Ryan suddenly sat up straight and pushed Tyler. Stop eating. She's here. Tyler was eating happily, kept his head down and replied, so what if she's here? I don't like her. Really, whether she comes or not? While talking, he pushed the kidney toward Ryan. Not eating. Finish it yourself. Ryan pushed away Tyler's hand with one hand, stood up to greet Melody who just arrived. I looked up, found that beside Melody, there was also a girl wearing jean shorts, looking through my data glasses. This girl's look scored 85 points. You should know, over 80 points was a heaven-chosen beauty. Completely met the standard for Class Belle. Ryan proactively stepped forward. Melody, Chloe Jo, classmate. They obviously knew this girl. I was puzzled. When did they secretly get to know such a pretty girl without telling me? Ryan had no reaction to Chloe Jo. But looking at Melody, he showed embarrassment. Truly, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I smiled in greeting. Hey, Youth League rep. Melody politely replied, hey classmate, boss. Add 2 more chairs. I just called out. When Ryan rushed to say, I'll get them, quickly brought 2 plastic chairs and placed them between us. Melody thanked him and pulled Chloe to sit down. Only then did I understand why I hadn't noticed this pretty girl before. She always kept her head down. Long hair covering her peach blossom eyes. Couldn't see her real face clearly. Youth League rep, done with work? Marcus took a sip of beer and asked, yeah, it's already 8 o'clock now. The cafeteria closed early. Indeed, the school cafeteria was only busy for a bit. Calculated, they only earned $60 a day. After she finished speaking, everyone fell silent. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. Only Tyler was still busy chewing kidneys, eating with relish. I spoke up to break the silence. We didn't know you were coming. Only ordered beer. What do you want to drink? I'll go get it. No need. We'll drink beer too. Chloe, can you drink? Lice. Chloe answered softly with her head down. Her soft voice startled me. I looked up and happened to catch her gaze. But the next second, she shyly lowered her head again. Melody suddenly said, Callum, you still don't know? Recently. The food you guys have been eating was all made by Chloe. This is actually your first time officially meeting. I looked at Chloe Joe in surprise. Didn't expect this shy girl could cook so well. Chloe's cooking is truly amazing. Not any worse than professional chefs. Chloe flustered, shook her head. No. My cooking is just average. Not as good as my grandma. Her voice got quieter as she spoke. Besides, if my cooking wasn't bad, today's incident wouldn't have happened. Melody immediately countered. How could it be your fault? They clearly can't handle spicy food, but still ordered Sichuan cuisine. Seeing Chloe with her head down, Melody helplessly raised her glass. Callum, Marcus, Tyler, Ryan, raising a glass to you all. Thanks for standing up for me today. Chloe also quietly picked up her glass, but still kept her head down. Ryan hurriedly explained, Don't be so polite. Anyone would have helped. We just happened to be there. Marcus laughed and cut in, Callum! That's not what you said earlier. While speaking, he looked at Ryan meaningfully. Seeing Melody getting yelled at, his eyes went red. Was about to rush in and fight them. Ryan got even more flustered hearing this. Melody glanced at him, smiled and said, Either way, you helped me, I have to thank you. We're all classmates anyway. Helping each other is normal. Seeing Ryan too embarrassed to speak, I picked up a bottle. First clinked with Melody and Chloe, seeing me take the lead. The others also clinked glasses with them one by one. Melody shook her head, no longer dwelling on this. Consider this matter closed. Tonight we won't leave until we're drunk. Just forget about it. I raised my bottle again to toast everyone. Marcus and the others didn't refuse. Neither did Melody and Chloe. But I noticed Chloe seemed to have alcohol flush. One drink and her face was already red. Chloe had extremely fair skin, especially those long legs in the summer heat. So white you could see her veins. No idea how she stayed so pale after military training. A few glasses of beer down, her face showed a hint of pink, like she'd applied blush. Melody drank 2 glasses and wanted to make conversation. The welcome party for freshmen is next week. The homeroom teacher might not come. We need to lead everyone to find a venue. Marcus and I exchanged looks, neither wanting to deal with this. You guys handle it. Us idle committee members will just relax and collect the credit. Don't make trouble for ourselves. Seeing us like this, Melody wanted to say something but stopped. I called the owner and ordered more skewers. 6 people drinking and eating. Melody had an outgoing personality. 1 meal and she'd integrated with us. Only Chloe sat silently, not eating anything, only raising her glass when we toasted. I was about to ask Chloe why she wasn't eating, but ultimately couldn't say it. It was already past 9 o'clock. Everyone helped each other, paid the bill, and left. Ryan was already passed out drunk, to show off in front of Melody. Every toast, he drained his glass completely. Looking at him like that, I could only sigh. Young people care too much about face. Adults know when enough is enough. Getting drunk isn't just troublesome. It's exhausting. I always knew my limits. But today was strange. Drank a lot, but didn't feel drunk at all. Just went to the bathroom a bit more. Could it be the inexhaustible skill? Came with improved alcohol tolerance. If that was true, it was an unexpected bonus. The next few days were peaceful. The freshman welcome party was set for Saturday. After the party was the National Day holiday, like a celebration before the break. Most performances were by sophomores and juniors. Worth mentioning, Marcus was courting a girl who was performing, had been acting mysterious for days. Every night he'd smile like an idiot. Asked him and he wouldn't say. Later, I stopped bothering to ask. Outside of class. I also downloaded stock trading software to keep records. The stock trend prediction card in my hand was the key to making my first pot of gold. Had to use it carefully. Now wasn't the time to enter the market. Had to wait until all capital was ready. After a week of accumulation, cash in hand had returned to 4.3 million. Going home, I planned to first use the 90% off property voucher to buy a large storefront. Then use that property as collateral for a bank loan. That way I could add another 10 million in capital, the 3 million car, and the 3 million shipment arriving soon. I was also prepared to put up as collateral. That way capital could reach 20 million, plus the money from Serafina and the Lawson siblings. That's another nearly 4 million. But all of this was just preparation. What truly excited me was the 5 million in client funds Richard Lawson had agreed to. 2 months of use, only needed to pay 100,000 in interest. This deal was definitely profitable. By then, with 75 million in capital, just pick the right stocks. Making 10 million in a month wouldn't be a problem. Saturday evening, I took Serafina to eat at the cafeteria. This National Day coincided with Mid-Autumn Festival. School was off for 10 days. Serafina couldn't bear to leave me. While eating, she kept holding my arm, making the Lawson siblings roll their eyes. I fed Serafina some eggs while asking Marcus, "How's the company preparation going?" People are basically selected. Been discussing compensation packages these past few days. They know my identity, so negotiations went smoothly. Push a bit harder during National Day. Try to finish after the holiday. Marcus's face was full of pride, as if finding people was a huge achievement. Actually, it was all thanks to Richard secretly helping. Otherwise, who would leave a listed company to join this newly started small company? But I didn't expose him. Didn't want to crush his confidence. "Oh, right. Callum, I'll introduce you to some childhood friends when there's a chance," Marcus said while eating noodles. "What kind of friends?" "All rich kids. Families with money and connections. Not like me, poor. They all have money on hand. More friends means more opportunities." I ate noodles while listening to Marcus talk, calculating in my head. Richard Lawson, in Westbrook, wasn't the top tycoon, but was still a notable figure. All kinds of connections could be made. If these few friends also had similar family backgrounds, then they were indeed worth getting to know. Right now, I'd already considered Westbrook as my main base. New York, Chicago waters too deep to fathom. Someone without a foundation like me was safer developing in Westbrook. Wait until I had capital. Then think about entering New York. Not too late. "Are those friends reliable?" I confirmed once more. Marcus patted his chest, guaranteeing, "Absolutely reliable. All friends since childhood. When I was down, they never looked down on me. Heard I wanted to start a company. They were very interested." He lowered his voice and added, "Besides, they all have idle money. If, Callum, you're confident, I can persuade them to let the company manage their money. That way our startup capital will have backing." Hearing him say this, I felt moved inside. Marcus had helped me so much, but never asked for anything in return. I'd remember this friendship. Marcus suddenly changed the subject. "Oh, right. Callum, you're not taking Serafina home for National Day? Meet your parents while you're at it." I turned to look at Serafina, found her face red as an apple. Serafina said nervously, "It's too soon," though she really liked me. But we'd only known each other for less than a month, and meeting the family was indeed a bit fast. Seeing her embarrassed, I couldn't help but smile. "Winter break next year then. Come home with me then." While speaking, I gently stroked her hair. Serafina said softly, "Callum." "Thank you." Serafina, seeing me respect her choice, showed a sweet smile on her face. During this time, our relationship had progressed very quickly. She'd started calling me Callum naturally. "Why are you talking about all this?" Sophie watched us being sweet and sighed sourly. Marcus helplessly raised his hand. "I was just joking." Who knew they'd take it seriously? These two are really feeding us dog food all the time. All right, eat quickly. After eating, let's go watch the freshman welcome party together. I hurriedly changed the subject. Marcus suddenly got excited. "Oh, right. I want to go give flowers to the goddess." His face showed a slightly smug smile. I silently admired typical Marcus. Just met and already wanting to give flowers. Fast moves. Sophie suddenly got angry. "Marcus, you've never given flowers to me or Mom. Now you want to give them to some strange girl?" She reached out to grab the bank card from Marcus's pocket. "Give back my savings." Marcus quickly dodged. "Don't grab it. I already bought some for you. This money is to help Callum handle business." I helplessly said, "Just give the money back to her. I'll give you another amount." Marcus firmly refused help. Bank cards can't be the same. I can still tell the difference between 500,000 and a million. Sophie was half skeptical. "You really bought some for me?" Marcus swore. "More accurate than pearls. Wait until the flowers arrive and you'll know." Only then did Sophie stop. "If you're lying to me, you know the consequences." Sophie glared at Marcus, then continued eating with her head down. Marcus was anxious, wanted to get his phone, but didn't dare. Like a kid who did something wrong. I understood his meaning. Proactively helped him out. "Marcus, come to the bathroom with me." Marcus was like he'd been pardoned. Immediately stood up. Let's go, let's go." I left a word with Serafina, told her to eat with Sophie first. Actually, everyone understood. Marcus was going to give flowers to the goddess. Sophie, though angry, didn't really want to take the money back. As long as Marcus bet on it, the flower-giving thing would pass. In the bathroom, Marcus anxiously made a call. Marcus had ordered flowers at noon. The flower delivery person had arrived. He hung up looking dejected. I held back laughter and asked, "What's wrong? Problem with Sophie's flowers?" Marcus went crazy. "I didn't order flowers for her at all." I gloated. "Then you can't keep that bank card." Want to hear my suggestion? I'll take a bouquet from the ones for the senior and give it to Sophie. Will she let me off? Depends on how many you're giving the senior. Only 99 roses, Marcus said quietly. I gave him a thumbs up in praise. Impressive. 99 roses for the senior. Just one for your sister. You're really some brother. Marcus wanted to cry but had no tears. Then I'll just play with the bank card. Marcus anxiously wrung his hands. Callum, help me think of something. I really don't want to lose this million. I crossed my legs and said leisurely, actually, there is a way. What way? Quick, tell me. Marcus's eyes lit up. Give Sophie and the senior 1 rose each. I'll keep the rest for next time. I looked at him with a mischievous smile. After all, 1 bouquet couldn't be split in 2. Just give half. Marcus was about to refuse. I immediately added, think carefully, or I'll go tell Sophie the truth right now. Mentioning Sophie, Marcus immediately grabbed my hand. Deal, but you have to pay me back for the flowers. Just $10 per rose. Taking advantage of me and still being stingy, you're worse than me. When we reached the school gate, I was holding a huge bouquet of flowers. My whole body was almost swallowed by the flowers. Marcus looked pitiful, clutching 2 roses. Like a tag-along follower, Serafina smiled sweetly, receiving the flowers. This was also my first time giving her flowers. Sophie wasn't angry. Smugly waved the bouquet in her hand, looking at Marcus teasingly, after they took the flowers back to the dorm. It was already pitch dark. Marcus was still muttering about my million reward. I patted his shoulder. Be satisfied. Not getting exposed is good enough. It's 7:30 in the evening. The freshman welcome party started on time. I led Serafina and the others rushing to the auditorium. Westbrook University was a key institution. The freshman welcome party was very grand. The main auditorium could hold over 2,000 people, usually used for prestigious lectures. To get good seats, many classes gathered early. Our class president Melody also urged us in the group chat, but we were eating at that time. By now, we could only sit in slightly angled seats. Callum, what should I do? Marcus held his lone bouquet, smiling bitterly. I said casually, go give it. Sincerity is enough. But I told the senior I was a rich kid. That's the only reason she gave me a chance. This is really too lame now. I frowned. She only agreed because of that? Though I didn't oppose girls being practical, but Marcus acting like this was a bit not really liking her, just unwilling to accept rejection. Marcus scratched his head. Seems like after getting rejected, my rich kid pride kicked in. I patted his shoulder. Getting rejected is fine, but I pointed at the bouquet in his hand. Go give it, see how she reacts. You'll understand. Marcus looked at the bouquet, seemed to understand something. My phone rang. It was Melody calling. Hello, what's up, Youth League rep? The other end was very noisy. Melody was also in the auditorium. Callum, where are you? Come quick, there's trouble. Because it was too noisy. I only caught a few words, but it was enough to make me frown. What's wrong, Callum? Marcus asked. Melody seems to be arguing with someone. I scanned the surroundings. In the 2,000-person auditorium. I couldn't find the conflict point yet. Marcus suddenly pointed to the middle. There really was a group of people there. Looked like they were arguing. Let's go check it out. We walked along the aisle. Though we'd only known our classmates for a month, we couldn't just stand by and watch. Getting closer, the situation was more serious than expected. 2 groups were arguing red-faced, almost coming to blows. Our class was standing in front of our seats. Facing them was a group of unfamiliar freshmen. Melody was leading Ryan and them in an argument. We clearly got here first. Why should we give up our seats? Can't find seats, so you fight for ours? That's ridiculous. Melody's and Ryan's voices kept ringing out. I walked down the steps. Ryan and them saw me. Immediately called out, Callum's here. Melody visibly relaxed, nodded at me. I'm here, I answered, frowned looking at the group opposite. What's going on? Melody helplessly explained. We came early to save seats. They insist these are seats they reserved, demanding we give them up. Where else is there to sit now? I looked around. The party was about to start. Good seats were almost all taken. The seats Melody chose really weren't bad. No wonder someone came to fight for them. I directly asked the other side, did you guys reserve these seats? A male student with bangs covering his eyes stepped forward. Who are you? That's right. We reserved them. You guys hurry and give them up. Or wait until the student council comes. Things won't be this simple. Both sides immediately started arguing loudly. You say one thing, I say another. Quiet down. I raised my voice. Who's your class president? Come out and talk. The bangs guy stepped forward again. That's me. You're the class president? What about Sao Young? Where'd that guy go? From his tone, he was quite close with Sao Young. I was also wondering where Sao Young was right now. Melody helplessly said, I can't reach him. Called this afternoon, no answer. Now his phone's off. Even Professor Rogers' number isn't going through. She also didn't want to bother me. But this group suddenly came causing trouble, even with many male students around. The first person she thought of was still me. I was speechless. Class president unreachable, disappears at critical moments. Too unreliable. I waved my hand, forget it. Stopped looking for Sao Young, turned to that group and said, "Everyone, the party hasn't started yet. Hurry and go find seats. Forget about the reservation thing. School isn't a hotel." I still needed to go find Serafina. This kind of freshman welcome party was always free seating. There were no seat reservation rules. The class president on the other side said disdainfully, "Who are you? Can you represent your class? Just some random guys daring to yell here?" I was startled. From all the things that happened at school until now, this was the first time being looked down on like this. Usually walking on campus, people would point and whisper. This guy didn't even know who I was. Callum Jensen can of course represent our class. Before I could say anything, Ryan and them stepped forward. "We trust Callum." Callum's also a class officer. Hearing the continuous support from behind, I was a bit surprised. What was with this unexpected class unity? But I didn't have time to think about that now. Hear that? If you want to watch the party, hurry and find seats. I shouted at the group in front. The other side was clearly here to cause trouble. I originally didn't want to cause trouble, but since they'd brought it to my doorstep, I'd see it through to the end. "So you're Callum Jensen?" The other side looked me up and down. Suddenly asked, "You're the one who stole Serafina Hayes?" Now I understood. Turned out he was one of Serafina's pursuers. With Serafina's looks, having admirers at Westbrook University was normal. Just didn't expect to run into this type. "Don't know what's so great about you. Why would Serafina like you?" The other guy muttered to himself. I cut him off. "Stop talking nonsense. Our class got here first. Hurry and take your people away." The other side sneered, pulling out his phone. "Won't cry until you see the coffin, huh?" "Hello, President Niu. I've got a little problem here." After hanging up, he looked at me smugly. "President Niu is coming, along with your class president, Sao Young. Let me give you some advice. No matter how rich your family is, at Westbrook University, you still have to follow school rules." Though he was talking big, I actually agreed with this statement. At school, you really did have to follow regulations. Westbrook University had produced quite a few tycoons. The network of connections accumulated over the years couldn't be underestimated. Many were notable figures in their local areas. I originally didn't plan to cause trouble at school, but hearing his tone, it was like Westbrook University was run by his family. Unbelievable. Thinking that knowing a student council president meant he could do whatever he wanted at school. The student council really was important. To a certain extent. The council president's power was even greater than regular teachers. But when all was said and done, the student council was ultimately just an appendage of the school. You could use it to accumulate connections. But outside the school gates, that title was worthless. Marcus and I exchanged a smile. "Callum, what do we do now?" I shrugged. "Wait and see. Maybe these really are seats they reserved." Actually, I knew this was just an excuse. The person who called earlier didn't mention this at all. Clearly just an excuse to fight for seats. Finding a reason that sounded legitimate. Just watching a freshman welcome party and running into this kind of thing. Truly speechless. 5 minutes later, a shout came from the back entrance. "What are you all doing?" "I leave for a bit and there's trouble." "Just over some seats?" "Is it necessary?" Everyone turned around. Saw Sao Yong approaching with a flushed face, even burping while talking. Reeking of alcohol. Looking at this drunk class president, I couldn't help but frown. As class president, he should be serving the class. But Sao Yong basically didn't care. Everything was handled by Melody. Today, organizing an event, and he was nowhere to be seen. When something happened, couldn't even be reached. Now showing up reeking of alcohol. Scolding us without asking what happened. Like a feudal emperor. At this point, the whole class was staring at Sao Yong in shock. "What are you looking at? It's just a freshman welcome party. Sit anywhere." Sao Yong seemed really impatient. Turned to an older male student beside him. "All right, President Niu, wait a moment. I'll have them switch seats." President Niu just snorted slightly. Clearly had also drunk quite a bit. Sao Yong turned to me. Usually when seeing me, he was always polite. Knew he didn't dare mess with me, young Master Jiang. But today, emboldened by alcohol, he was much braver. Maybe also wanting to show off in front of President Niu. "You're just the health committee member. Stop meddling in class affairs. Worried about not doing well in your classes?" Tao Yong squinted at me drowsily. I frowned. "Sao Yong, if you're drunk, go sleep it off. When you were needed, you weren't there. When you're not needed, you make a mess." My words weren't loud, but everyone heard clearly. Cao Yong was about to get angry. Marcus already cut in. What's with you? Understand the situation before putting on an act. Really think you're something. Ryan and Tyler also agreed. Couldn't find you anywhere before. Now you jump out pretending. If you're drunk, go sleep it off obediently. Insisting on coming out to step on your own classmates? What's that about? The male students were angry. The female students were also frowning and whispering. Cao Yong hit a wall, was already frustrated. Now being opposed by the whole class made him even angrier. Can't be bothered to talk to you anymore. Melody, 3 minutes to handle this. Cao Yong immediately redirected his attack toward the seemingly weak, easy-to-bully Melody. Melody silently looked at Cao Yong, completely unwilling to cooperate. President Niu mocked, "Little Joe, looks like you have no authority in your class at all. Can't even order around your own classmates. How can I trust you to be department head?" Cao Yong's expression changed, hurriedly patted his chest to assure President Niu, "Give me 3 minutes. I guarantee they'll give up the seats." Only then did I understand. Turns out Cao Yong was sucking up to get the student council department head position, wanting to be department head as a freshman. Ambitious indeed, but stepping on classmates to get promoted? That was too much. Cao Yong, emboldened by alcohol, yelled at the female student, "Melody, didn't you hear me? Hurry and get everyone to give up the seats." Melody bit her lip, flustered. I patted Ryan's shoulder. "Sit down. The party's about to start." Ryan signaled the classmates to sit down, completely ignoring Cao Yong's yelling. I didn't even bother looking up. Enough. If you don't have the ability, don't try to force it. Too embarrassing. I looked directly at President Niu. My meaning was clear. Want seats, find them yourself. What was this Cao Yong anyway? President Niu narrowed his eyes. Cao Yong still wanted to speak. President Niu held him back with one hand. "Don't embarrass yourself." President Niu sneered. "Your classmates don't care about you." He walked up to me, standing on the steps, looking at me at eye level. "Bro?" I directly cut him off. "Who's your bro?" President Niu was startled. Since becoming president, no one had ever dared talk to him like this. He suppressed his anger. "Heard you've got a temper." "Seeing it firsthand today." "I've got a temper?" I laughed. "Student council people really are domineering." President Niu narrowed his eyes. "Fellow student, this is a school. You'd better keep a low profile." I raised my hand. "President Niu wants to teach me a lesson." "Fine. I've been a bit wild lately. Need some lessons?" Seeing me being this stubborn, President Niu completely lost his temper. 3 years on the student council. First time meeting someone as obstinate as me. What gave him an even bigger headache? He realized he couldn't do anything to me at all. Looking at the strength I displayed, family assets were at least 100 million. Definitely had connections in Westbrook. Last time, being able to call a lawyer directly to school was the best proof. Why didn't school leadership intervene? The council president could usually bully ordinary students, but meeting someone tough like me, he was completely helpless. "Fellow student, let's talk privately outside." President Niu felt he was losing too much face confronting me. Wanted to change venues to talk, but I couldn't even be bothered. "Stop rambling. Hurry and take your people away. Just watching a freshman welcome party and this much trouble. Talking to me about school regulations?" I turned to look at that class president. "You tell me, which regulation says that?" Even President Niu couldn't do anything to me. That class president even less dared to speak. All his confidence came from President Niu. Usually having the council president backing him really was effective. But today that trick didn't work. The class president stood there looking uncomfortable. Couldn't say a single word. This was the outcome of riding on someone else's coattails. I sneered, then looked at President Niu. "Anything else? If not, hurry back and sober up." That was clear enough. President Niu finally couldn't take it. "Don't push it. Really think I can't deal with you?" After all, he was the student council president. Putting me in my place at school wouldn't be easy. Just then, a middle-aged voice rang out. "Who do you want to deal with?" President Niu's expression changed. Everyone turned to look, saw a beer-bellied man, wearing a dress shirt and slacks approaching. Dean Zhao, just now still arrogant. President Niu immediately bowed and nodded, like an eager little puppy rushing forward. "You still want to be president?" Dean Zhao immediately sensed something was off when he arrived. His gaze locked directly onto President Niu. President Niu immediately lost face. Could still pretend in front of me, but didn't dare play games in front of the dean. I secretly laughed. Sure enough, everything has something that can control it. But I didn't care either, just needed to settle this quickly. As President Niu was led away, the curious crowd also dispersed. Dean Zhao suddenly noticed Marcus. Marcus awkwardly greeted, "Hello, Dean Zhao." This dean wasn't just department leadership. but also the university's vice president, position second only to the president. Dean Zhao asked kindly, "Here to watch the freshman welcome party?" Marcus was even more embarrassed. "Came with Callum. Your father said you should live low-key." Now the whole class probably knows about Callum. Dean Zhao's gaze shifted to me. Clearly recognized me, an influential figure. I politely greeted, "Hello, Dean Zhao." Dean Zhao smiled. "Indeed, young and talented. One day have Marcus bring you to my office for tea? It's been so long since school started. Haven't had a chance to chat with you young people." This dean really knew how to talk. Took care of all of us. "Take care, Dean." Dean Zhao slowly walked away. We watched him leave. Before leaving, Dean Zhao glanced at President Niu. "Still standing there dazed? Don't you know what day it is to go drinking? I think you really don't want to be president anymore." Dean Zhao was very polite to me and Marcus. But when leaving, he scolded President Niu harshly. Everyone was shocked. President Niu was usually so arrogant. Now like an elementary student who made a mistake. Head down, obediently following along, looking at President Niu's pitiful retreating figure. I almost burst out laughing. Turned to Sao Yong and said, "Class president, go sleep it off." Sao Yong's face was full of disbelief. In his eyes, President Niu had always been on a pedestal. Yet now he'd retreated with his tail between his legs. What could he do? Lost face in front of so many people. Could only retreat pitifully. The people are gone. You still want to fight for seats? I looked at them exactly like the troublemakers from before. Just now yelling about school regulations. Now, all silent. Situation stronger than people. President Niu had been taken away. They didn't dare fight anymore. Besides, I hadn't given President Niu any face at all. Continuing to hold on was pointless. Don't get too cocky. The opposing class president still wanted to say something harsh. I directly cut him off. Don't wait for next time. If you've got guts, call people right now. Or call 2 more council presidents while you're at it. His face immediately went pale. Even if the council president came, it'd be useless. President Niu was the school student council vice president. Even he couldn't handle it, unless they invited the university president, but the president wouldn't bother with trivial matters like this. In the end, he could only sigh. Leading his people in a pitiful retreat. After this incident, they probably had no mood to watch the party anymore. As the group retreated, Melody visibly relaxed. "Thanks so much this time," she said to me, somewhat embarrassed. After all, she was the one who called me over. I waved my hand, "No problem. We're leaving first. Friends are still waiting." Just said goodbye to Ryan. "And Tyler?" "Tyler, if Sao Yong and that group come back, come find me." Ryan and Tyler nodded. All the classmates were wide-eyed. This was the benefit of having a big shot as a roommate. Vice president and deans all accommodating. The student council president was just a nobody. Everyone have fun. Happy holidays in advance. After saying that, I walked straight off, leaving the shocked classmates behind. Didn't expect him to be so capable. Duh, he's a second-generation rich kid. The key is you normally can't tell at all. Not like that show-off Sao Yong. The more everyone talked, the angrier they got. Today completely exposed Sao Yong's true colors. Usually not doing any work was one thing, but at a critical moment, actually helped outsiders bully his own classmates. Heard he wants to be student council president. Completely shameless. Melody suddenly said, "I'll call the homeroom teacher. Let's sign a petition together to replace Sao Yong." I agree. Someone like that doesn't deserve to be class president. Everyone responded in unison. If I hadn't been there today, they probably really would have had to give up the seats, but precisely because I showed up, everyone saw Sao Yong's true colors. Sao Yong's 3 roommates didn't say anything, but their expressions were very complicated. When voting, they chose him as class president just for convenience. Who knew it would turn out like this? To say they didn't feel guilty today would be impossible. Melody was silent for a moment after hearing everyone's opinions. She really did want to change the class president, even if the new class president didn't usually manage things. As long as they could handle things when needed, that was enough, letting Sao Yong continue as class president. Not only would she have to do all the work, but when problems arose, she'd get scolded by both sides. Just thinking about it was exhausting. Melody decided to contact the homeroom teacher. She made up her mind, took out her phone, and started composing a message. She really couldn't stand working with Sao Yong for another day. Meanwhile, I had no idea that I had suddenly been promoted. The auditorium was too noisy. Basically couldn't hear phone notifications. Besides, Serafina was sitting next to me. How would I have time to play with my phone? Playing with my girlfriend was more enjoyable. Maybe because we'd be separated soon, but we're still in the honeymoon phase. Our intimacy made Marcus and Sophie decide to ignore us. Pay attention, lots of people are watching. Of course I didn't dare do anything crazy. In case it ended up trending on the school forum again, that would be embarrassing. Had to leave tomorrow. Plane tickets were already booked. Would board at 2 p.m. Took the slow train when school started. Now with money, of course, had to enjoy. First class it was. The party started at 8 p.m. and went until 11. We didn't have the patience to watch it all, considering they only had 2 weeks to rehearse. The program quality was just so-so. The main purpose of coming to watch the party wasn't it to see the pretty senior girls, but sitting too far back, couldn't see clearly anyway. After persisting for an hour and a half, our group stood up and left the auditorium, just stepped out the main door, when my phone suddenly buzzed. Saw the message from homeroom teacher Professor Rogers. I was completely stunned. Your classmates unanimously voted for you as class president. What do you think? This message was sent an hour ago. Everyone is very dissatisfied with Sao Young. They all want you to take over as class president. Half an hour ago, another new message came, saying Tao Yong had been removed from office. After reading the messages, I immediately reacted. I was completely awake now. I hadn't done anything. How did I suddenly become class president? What's wrong? Serafina pulled my hand. Noticing something was off with me, I showed her my phone. Marcus leaned over to look. His expression was strange, wanting to laugh, but holding it in. I narrowed my eyes. Marcus, do you know something? Marcus hurriedly waved his hands. No. Definitely don't know. But finally, couldn't help bursting out laughing. Next time, remember to check your phone. Isn't being class president good? I shook my head. Too troublesome. I don't want to deal with trivial matters. Honestly, I was now making tens of millions a year. Didn't need the class president position to build connections at all. Who knew in a few months how far I'd develop? Suddenly thought about his company being established soon. Wouldn't having those classmates do internships be making use of resources? This thought once sparked couldn't be suppressed. Freshmen had limited abilities, but after learning their majors, weren't they ready-made human resources? Other companies wanting to recruit Westbrook University students was so hard. I just needed to give them practice opportunities in junior and senior year. Surely some would be willing to follow me. Living together for 4 years, I'd know best who had ability. Wasn't this a ready-made opportunity? Leaving the school, the 4 of us found a bubble tea shop. Serafina and Sophie went to order. I scrolled through the class group chat records. From the collective opposition to Sao Yong as class president, to Professor Rogers removing him, then the whole class voting for me. I read line by line, looked up and asked Marcus, you were in the group the whole time. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Marcus felt like a stepping stone. I could climb higher relying on him, but also had to be careful not to fall. Marcus smiled and said, tell you early so you could refuse? Now the whole class supports you. If we switched to someone else, would they agree? I looked at him in surprise. When did you become this savvy? Before, Marcus was just an ordinary rich second generation, now like a hidden master, even analyzing situations so clearly. The class was clearly supporting me now. Tao Yong was isolated. Me becoming class president was basically certain, Marcus suddenly said, which surprised me a bit. Even though my dad manages several hundred people, I usually hear him talk about management stuff, but didn't expect Marcus to understand this too. Heh, Marcus laughed. I immediately realized, Uncle Lawson must have told you. He probably told you to actively compete for class president, but you were too lazy to act. Marcus froze. Turns out, before school started, his father Richard Lawson had told him to compete for class president, even analyzed many benefits, but this guy was lazy and never acted on it. Today, seeing everyone supporting me, he took the opportunity to help me out. Don't worry, Marcus, I won't let you down, Marcus said with a smile. Your company just started. Needs connections and talent. Being class president lets you meet more people. If you could become student council president, that'd be even better. Could connect with even more talent. Didn't expect he'd think the same as me. This idea really wasn't bad. The system's salary seemed like a lot now. But later, when rewards were hundreds of millions or tens of millions, without a company as cover, it'd be too troublesome. Had to hurry and develop the company big. Early stage rely on money from the system. Later stage let the company be the front. This was the long-term plan. Thinking of this, I directly took out my phone to message Professor Rogers. A few minutes later, an announcement suddenly appeared in the class group. According to student reports, Sao Yong during his term harmed collective interests. His position as class president is hereby removed. Student Callum Jensen will take over. Professor Rogers tagged everyone in the group, then tagged me specifically. The originally quiet class group suddenly exploded. Congrats to our classmate on becoming class president. Finally took down Sao Yong. Today was so satisfying. Good thing Professor Rogers understands. With our classmate as class president, we can finally relax. I looked at the messages in the group and casually replied, "Thanks everyone for the trust. I'll do my best." I was still pretty good at these kinds of diplomatic words. The group erupted in another round of flattery. Then Professor Rogers sent another message. Considering this incident, decided to add a vice class president position. Students interested can find me after National Day. This news didn't attract much attention, but this was actually a result I specifically discussed with Professor Rogers. I didn't want to manage trivial daily matters. Leave small things to the vice president. Big things come to me. That was most reasonable. Watching the group still celebrating, I directly sent out 50 red packets, totaling 5,000. On average, each person could get about $100. For me now, this amount of money was nothing. In just one day, the fortune blessing alone was over 50,000. Just watching the welcome party and already made it back. But for ordinary students, it was truly generous. Usually grabbing a few bucks was considered a big red packet. Now directly 100 per person, enough to eat for 3 or 4 days. Just took office and already giving benefits. The students felt even more that choosing me as class president was so right. Young Master Jiang is amazing. Thanks, class president. Got money for the trip home? Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, class president. The red packets were sent out and gone in less than a minute. The group was full of joy. Things settled. I put away my phone, looked up at Marcus, who was still exclaiming, "Struck it rich. Callum, your red packets are huge. I got 137. He made a show of standing up. Today's bubble tea is on me. The three of us silently watched his performance. Sure enough, he stood up and suddenly realized, oh no, Callum already paid. Heh, then I won't be polite. I helplessly shook my head. Laughed and scolded him. Marcus was really putting on an act. But having a friend like this was good too. At least college life wouldn't be boring. Many people, when they graduate, can't even remember what happened. Let's go. Seeing Marcus stand up. We also got up. Serafina still held my arm. During the honeymoon phase, she wanted to be together 24/7. Earlier, Sophie and Marcus kept walking back and forth. Serafina suddenly spoke. Callum? I already bought gifts for your parents and sister. Remember to bring them later. She lowered her head, a bit shy, though she couldn't go home with me tomorrow. She still paid attention to this. What are these for? I've already prepared plenty. I frowned. Not that I was being stingy, just felt it was troublesome. This is our first holiday together. Serafina gently shook my hand. Even though your parents don't know me yet, but proper etiquette can't be lacking. Don't be mad at me. All right, I gave in again. Every time she acted cute, I was helpless. Bring them down later. I'll take them home tomorrow. Serafina smiled happily. The gifts she bought weren't too expensive. A jacket for Dad, bracelets for Mom and my sister, a few $1,000s total. Nothing to me. But some things had to be seen relatively. These were more gifts I couldn't let my parents know the price of. Not because I was afraid they'd know I had money, but because knowing too much would be hard to explain. How would I explain suddenly giving my parents tens of thousands at once? As a college student, who'd only ever received allowance from parents. How could I have earned tens of thousands? To others, I could say I played stocks. But to my own family, parents' sixth sense would tell me not to do that. They'd definitely keep asking. Better to be troublesome than wait until the company was established and explain slowly. A well-intentioned lie, even if it's a lie, is still good, but at least it's well-intentioned. Besides, I wasn't lying. Just hadn't been completely open. Not being open doesn't mean lying. I saw Serafina off to her flight home. Then waited with Marcus for my flight over 2 hours later. Reminded Marcus of a few things. I boarded the plane with 2 suitcases. The flight process was tedious, but the most annoying part was still the waiting. Luckily, it was first class. Much more convenient. Some things really were. You get what you pay for. Though I'd never experienced economy class. But the first class experience was great. The only regret was missing the flight attendant girls. On the flight, I used the data glasses to scan the flight attendants. The system scored them quite high. All beauties who'd passed multiple rounds of selection. Covered with a blanket, I slept all the way to my hometown. Though boring, but this was the real flight experience. Waking up and already there felt very comfortable. Especially with a flight attendant gently waking me. Dragging 2 suitcases. Finally felt the inconvenience. All gifts for the family. Most were clothes for Mom and Chloe. 1 suitcase wasn't even enough. If I'd known, I wouldn't have bought so much. Leaving the airport, took a taxi straight home. It was already dark. By now, Mom and Dad were probably busy. Looking at the familiar scenery outside the window. Suddenly felt like returning home in glory. When I left, I was just an ordinary freshman. Now my assets were over $1 million. In the system were still two 90% off vouchers. Use them all and assets would exceed 10 million. 1 month at college, worth millions. Wasn't this returning home in glory? Took a deep breath, suppressed the nervousness inside. Next was the moment to test my acting skills. Absolutely couldn't give myself away. Got the 2 suitcases from the taxi, walked slowly along the tree-lined road in the neighborhood. Occasionally ran into the neighbor Grandma Jung. Oh my, little Jung is back. School holiday, came back to see mom and dad. Hurry home. When you're free, come to my place for dinner. This conversation repeated a dozen times. Almost everyone in the neighborhood knew I was back. A kid who grew up here, dragging suitcases up to the 6th floor. The walls still had drawings from when I was little. Luckily, the suitcases were all clothes, not too heavy. Knocked on the door, no one answered. As expected, lifted the doormat. Got the spare key, pushed open the door, light flooded in. The TV was playing a show. On the sofa, a girl wearing a loose, short-sleeve shirt, swinging her fair legs, looking quite graceful. You annoying brat, when did you get back? Knocked, and didn't even open the door. I dragged both suitcases inside. Saw my sister Chloe curled up on the sofa. Just got here yesterday. She didn't even look up. Knew it was me knocking. Mom and Dad weren't home. Between the two of us, who cares? She casually flicked her long hair behind her ear. Chloe Jensen was my twin sister, born just a few minutes after me. Though we were fraternal twins, we didn't look that alike. I'd say I was an 8 out of 10 in looks. She was a 9 out of 10 beauty. But in my eyes, she was forever that stinky-footed brat in front of me. Fine, no gift then. I dragged the suitcase toward my room. Our home was a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. When we were little, we shared a bunk bed. When we grew up, Mom and Dad made a small room with plywood. Soundproofing? What soundproofing? Basically the same as no soundproofing. I'd just stepped in. Chloe bounced off the sofa. Didn't even put on her slippers. Jumped over to grab the suitcase. Let me help you. Go rest. Her eyes were fixed on my suitcase. Didn't need to guess to know the gifts were inside. I handed her one suitcase. This one's yours. The other one's for Mom and Dad, don't go rummaging. Chloe smiled with her eyes squinted as she took the suitcase. I was used to this habit of hers. If she'd enthusiastically come to greet me, I'd suspect she'd taken the wrong medicine. Though we grew up together, from elementary to high school, always side by side, we understood each other too well. She knew I wouldn't really get mad. I didn't care about her little tricks either. Chloe dragged the suitcase into my room. You did military training for so long and didn't even get tan? Looking at her fair face and long legs, I was a bit surprised. Of course, Chloe smiled smugly. As long as I'm wrapped up tight, even the sun can't catch me. She put the suitcase on the ground, not waiting for me. Want to open it? I'll sit right on it. Slow down. What's the rush? Hurry up. Don't ruin my gifts. She tried to push me. I held the suitcase tight. I rode the plane for so long, haven't eaten. You're not even going to ask? Chloe rolled her eyes. What's with the big brother act? You're only a few minutes older than me. A few minutes is still older? Are you making this meal or not? I still didn't budge. You're trying to trick me again. She stared at the suitcase. You've done this plenty of times before. I said indifferently. Believe it or not, either way, can't eat what you cook. Don't expect gifts today then. Chloe glared angrily, but finally gave in. I'm warning you, if you're tricking me, I'll tell Mom and Dad. Hearing the clattering from the kitchen, I smiled and closed the door. Texted Serafina that I'd made it home. I deliberately didn't open the suitcase. This surprise was better left for Chloe to discover herself, though we both knew how to cook, since both parents were good chefs. But with her current state, I was genuinely worried she'd destroy the kitchen. Quietly opened the door. Saw Chloe busy in the kitchen. The brat was actually cooking. Made me a bit surprised. Just 1 month at college, and her personality had changed. But seeing her like this, I was still happy. But the very next second, I saw her grab a handful of Sichuan peppercorns and throw them straight into the pot. Vegetable dishes need to be both spicy and numbing. Numbing first, then spicy. That's the right flavor. I couldn't help but yell out. Chloe was startled, turned around and saw me. A hint of embarrassment on her face. Bro, why'd you come over? Food's almost ready. Wait a moment. I helplessly walked over. What are you doing? Stir-frying vegetables. Go away. She reached out to push me out of the kitchen, but I wouldn't leave. If I let her finish cooking, we'd probably get food poisoning. Looking at the pot with chili and peppercorns being fried, with washed potatoes on the side, I had no choice but to roll up my sleeves. All right, get out. Knew I couldn't count on you. Chloe smiled awkwardly. Being caught red-handed was a bit embarrassing. Gifts are in the suitcase. Stop getting in the way. I scooped out half the chili and peppercorns from the pot. cut the potatoes, and put them in. Chloe saw I wouldn't let her help. Went to my room to find the gifts. She still preferred opening presents. A few minutes later, I was stir-frying potatoes, when suddenly I heard Chloe scream. She came running over in slippers. "Bro, you're my fairy godbrother. How did you know? I've always wanted this Tiffany necklace." She'd opened the suitcase I brought, saw the gifts inside, eyes lighting up. Had to admit, this brat had good taste. Knew the name of every gift. She hugged my arm tightly, shaking it. "With gifts, you're my fairy godbrother. Without gifts, you're just that guy." This sister was too practical. Out, I'm cooking here," I said with annoyance, but actually felt pretty happy inside. Chloe snatched the pan from me. "Don't touch." "I'm cooking today," I asked with a smile. "You think I'm going to poison it?" "Oh, this time, it'll definitely be delicious," she promised, embarrassed. I handed her the pan. "Fair warning, if it's bad, return the gifts." Sounds naive, but 4 dishes and a soup were soon served. The taste was unexpectedly good. I ate 2 big bowls. Chloe sat beside me, playing with the necklace, couldn't put it down. "Bro, how did you suddenly get so rich?" she asked curiously. I knew she liked light luxury items. Before, the family was struggling. Wanted to buy a $3,000 bracelet. Worked as a waitress for 2 months the summer before senior year. That persistence was just like me. Chloe, though she liked beauty, liked luxury. Still had her own principles. In the provincial capital, she had many rich suitors, had a bunch in high school, but never dated any of them. According to her, those guys weren't as good looking as me. Really couldn't stand to look at them. Sounded like a compliment, but also like an insult. At least it proved. She wasn't the type who'd abandon her principles for luxury goods. The 3,000 bracelet on her neck now. "Help me put it on." She'd played with it enough. Suddenly took off the necklace and handed it to me. I put down my chopsticks and put it on for her. "Does it look good?" She struck a few graceful poses. I said flatly, "It's alright. At least it makes me temporarily forget the image of you picking your feet." She pouted, but was in a good mood today, didn't bother with me. Ran to the mirror to admire herself for half a day. Took a few photos, then reluctantly put it back in the box. "You still haven't said. Where'd you get the money to buy all this?" She suddenly got serious. I continued eating. "Just be happy with it. Why ask so many questions?" She raised her voice a few notches. "This necklace is tens of thousands. Plus all those clothes. And the gifts for Mom and Dad. Total price is probably over 100,000. Mom and Dad couldn't have given you this much. Indeed, the allowance from parents was very little. She got $2,000 a month. I only got $800. That was all the family could afford. The family's small restaurant had average business. After expenses, only made a few thousand a month. Giving us siblings 1/3 was already quite generous. Giving me 100,000 at once was absolutely impossible. So this money could only have been earned by me. I knew I couldn't fool Chloe. Too lazy to make up lies either. Had already thought of an explanation before coming. Besides, fooling Mom and Dad would need her cooperation. I couldn't put on the act alone. I earned it myself. Chloe looked skeptical. After graduating high school, I taught myself stock investing. Used my allowance to test the waters. Didn't expect to actually make money. You can verify it. Plus, the system proves it. No need to hide. Hiding it from Mom and Dad is because I'm afraid they'll worry. Old people always think stocks are no different from gambling. Better to work hard. I thought Chloe would keep questioning. Didn't expect her to hold the necklace box and go back to her room. Came out wearing a dress. "Does it look good?" She twirled around. Honestly, Chloe was beautiful. Looked good in anything. But would I tell her the truth? Put down my chopsticks, walked up to her, looked carefully, then sighed. "What's wrong? Doesn't look good?" "Everything else is fine." I pretended to be helpless. Just the figure's lacking a bit. "How is it that you tried so hard and stopped developing after elementary school?" Chloe was beautiful, but her figure had a small flaw. Chest was a bit flat, but those long legs, combined with her 5'8" height, would definitely make most girls jealous. I deliberately teased her about her figure. Chloe glared, used to my sharp tongue, went to the mirror and twirled, nodded with satisfaction. Then went back to her room to change into another outfit. "Chloe, when Mom and Dad get back, you need to cooperate with me a bit," I said while scooping rice. She looked puzzled. "Cooperate how?" "Don't let Mom and Dad know I made this much money. Otherwise, Mom will definitely put it all in savings. Save it for my wedding." I helplessly raised my hand. Chloe nodded with understanding. Our family wasn't actually poor. Mom and Dad ran an electronics store. Income was quite stable, but Mom really loved saving. According to her, afraid the poor days would come back. Had to prepare for the future. Dad Jung agreed. I'd advised them many times. but couldn't convince them at all. As their child, I could only listen. I can help keep the secret, but you have to honestly tell me how much you made. Chloe squinted and asked me. I quickly calculated in my head, excluding the two 90% off vouchers. Currently, I had over 4 million, I said casually, just 400,000. Chloe froze. 400,000? School just started. How could you make that much? She was full of disbelief when he thought about it. Without capital. Making 400,000 in a month was really fantasy. Is that important? Of course it is. You bought me tens of thousands in gifts, and you're asking? I didn't explain. Wasn't planning to tell Chloe the truth either. You made that much money. Chloe held my arm and whined. There's another necklace style I like. How much? It's the Little Swan from Swarovski. I knew that brand wasn't high-end. The Little Swan style was only about 1,000. Nothing to me. I agreed right away. But, Chloe hesitated. The Swan has a 1-carat diamond chip. Price is over 10,000. My feet walking to the kitchen suddenly stopped. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Chloe grabbed the plate from my hand. I know it's a bit expensive. These next few days I'll handle the cooking. I'll wash all the dishes too. Seeing I didn't respond, she started whining. Bro, you made so much, just buy me one. Please? Though she was a 9 out of 10 beauty, I knew her too well. The deepest image was still of that foot-picking brat. Let's see your performance first. I didn't agree right away. Make me happy and you can have anything. After all, she'd flip faces faster than flipping pages after getting stuff. Not the first time. Had to inspect before paying. Okay, Chloe immediately smiled brightly. Actually, she'd planned to work part-time on weekends to buy it, but calculated she'd have to save for a whole year. Too hard. Now, with a suddenly rich brother like me. Why suffer anymore? Chloe was cold just moments ago, now transformed into a hard-working, capable little sister. I crossed my legs on the sofa, watching her bustle around, washing dishes then mopping the floor. By the time she finished and went back to her room, I deliberately said loudly, Chloe, I'm thirsty. No movement from the room. I upped the stakes. Why did my account balance disappear? Looks like the necklace can't be bought anymore. Words just finished. Heard a bang. Chloe rushed out of her room. Soon brought over a glass of water, bro. Drink up, she smiled through gritted teeth. I smiled slyly. How about going downstairs to buy some snacks? Chloe's beautiful eyes went wide. Dream on. 6 floors. I took out $200 bills from my wallet. Slapped them on the table, errand fee, the rest is yours. Chloe stared at the money, struggling internally, wavering, finally grabbed the money and ran downstairs. As soon as she left, a message from Serafina arrived. Callum. I can't take it anymore. Rebecca brought some guy to the house. Keeps forcing me to meet him. I want to come find you. I immediately video called. Serafina answered right away. Seeing me, her eyes lit up. I frowned and asked what happened. Serafina lowered her voice. Rebecca knew I wouldn't go on blind dates. So, she brought the guy directly to the house. I can't stay in this house another day. Serafina was full of distress. Couldn't blame her. National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival were supposed to be reunion days. Yet Rebecca brought someone home for a blind date with her, clearly targeting him. Tomorrow, I'll fly over to meet her. Originally planned to deal with Rebecca after New Year's, but now she's gone too far. Enduring any more would just be cowardice. Hearing I was coming. Serafina's eyes lit up. No need, Callum. I've already booked a flight to Houston. Arriving tomorrow morning, having money really was great. Plane tickets others couldn't get. Just pay more and done. What time will you arrive so I can pick you up? Around 11. Might be a little late. We talked for over half an hour. A woman's voice came from her end, calling Serafina to come out, but she didn't react at all. Only when I heard the door opening did I hang up. Chloe was back, holding just a lollipop. Here's the snacks you wanted, bro. She handed me the lollipop. Gave you 200 and you only bought a lollipop? I looked at her, speechless. Having 200 and buying a lollipop is already generous. If you don't want it, I'll eat it myself. She stuffed the candy back in her pocket, changing the subject. Mom and Dad should be back soon, right? I wiped the potato chip crumbs from the corner of her mouth. Next time you sneak food, remember to wipe your mouth. What are you talking about? I already wiped clean. Chloe smiled cheekily and came closer, plopped down beside me to watch TV. I took out my phone to download real estate apps. Browsed briefly, average home prices in Houston were over $10,000 per square foot, but that included the suburban counties. Downtown alone was at least $30,000 to $40,000 and up. I thought about the 90% off voucher in my hand. The 10 million limit could buy a 3,000 square foot storefront. Chloe suddenly leaned over. Bro! Planning to buy a storefront to upgrade the shop for Mom and Dad? I kept my expression calm. How big? I'm thinking around 2 to 3,000 square feet. Too big, and Mom and Dad might not be able to handle it. Chloe got excited. Let me come with. Just as she finished speaking, footsteps came from the hallway. She and I exchanged looks. Both immediately fell silent. Though she didn't understand why I was hiding this from our parents. But for that necklace, she chose to stand on the side of justice. It was strange though. Other families' kids usually resembled either their father or mother. Our family was the opposite. I looked like Dad, David Jensen, while my sister Chloe inherited Mom's good looks because she was so pretty. Chloe had been adored since childhood. My father, David Jensen, was a former soldier. After discharge, he married Mom through a matchmaker, used his discharge pay to buy a house in Houston suburbs, opened a small shop, living a peaceful, simple life. Then came me and my sister. If things followed the normal course, my parents would be like other couples. Wait until we got married, then wait for grandchildren. But my transformation was destined to break that cycle. Seeing Mom and Dad come through the door, Chloe and I both stood up. A smile spread across Mom's tired face. Callum's back. Hungry? Let Mom cook something for you. I quickly waved my hand. No need, Mom. Chloe already cooked for me. Mom was like that. Big decisions at home followed Dad's lead. She only cared that we were well fed and warmly dressed. David Jensen joked, "That girl can actually cook? Let your mom make you another dish." Chloe pouted in protest, pulled Mom toward the room. "Mom, my brother has gifts for you and Dad. Come look quick." David Jensen took off his oil-stained jacket, sat down on the sofa. Been in college for a month now. How does it feel? I answered honestly, pretty much like high school. Just learning in a new environment. Dad started his usual lecture again. Don't slack off on your studies. Back in the day, I suffered for not having education. That's why I'm stuck running a small restaurant now. Don't follow in my footsteps. I'd heard this so much my ears were growing calluses. Said it before school started. Coming home, had to hear it again. Don't worry, Dad. I'll definitely study hard. In front of my parents, I was always a good son. Adults always liked using their own experiences to teach their children, afraid their kids would repeat their mistakes. I understood those principles, but most people end up just living another ordinary life anyway. But college isn't just about studying. Dad suddenly changed his tone. Dating a bit is fine too. Your mom and I both support it. I nearly choked on my saliva. Typical Chinese parents. Guarded like a fortress in high school. 1 month into college and already pushing for marriage. Thinking of Serafina. I gritted my teeth and nodded, "Dad, I'll try my best." Dad nodded contentedly and turned back to the TV. Suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. If you get a girlfriend, know your limits. Your mom and I haven't retired yet. Grandchildren can wait until after you graduate. I was speechless. What did one thing have to do with the other? Oh, Dad, I have a gift for you. I hurriedly changed the subject. Got the watch box I'd prepared for my room. Seeing the gleaming gold watch in the box, my father froze. Though he didn't say anything, his eyes flashed with fondness. Didn't escape my notice. This Rolex's design was specifically meant for middle-aged men. I chose a simple yet elegant style, perfect for Dad's current status. Dad didn't rush to accept it. Asked about the price first. "This isn't cheap, is it?" I smiled and explained, "Not expensive. Just $600. Happened to see a nice style. Thought you'd like it, so I bought it." Only then did Dad nod. "$600 is a bit pricey, but it's a gift from my son. Don't buy such expensive watches next time. I work at the restaurant. When would I have a chance to wear it?" That's what he said. But he still accepted the watch. If he knew it was worth $60,000, he'd refuse it even if it killed him. "Try it on, Dad. Let me adjust the strap for you." This time, I bought quite a lot of things. Our whole family probably hadn't bought this many clothes in a year. Though Mom and Dad kept complaining about my wasteful spending, but from their eyes, you could clearly see. They really liked these gifts. Of course, all this was based on the premise that they didn't know the real value. If they knew these things totaled over 100,000, tomorrow they'd definitely send me to the military or directly sell everything to keep these gifts. My sister and I had to play our parts perfectly, especially her necklace worth over 10,000. That was her treasure she guarded with her life. "Mom looks so beautiful in this outfit," my sister kept praising. It was true, Mom didn't usually dress up, but her foundation was still solid. Seeing his wife so happy, Dad suddenly felt he'd shortchanged Mom all these years. "How much did these clothes and necklace cost?" "Let Dad pay you back." My sister and I exchanged looks, quickly made up prices. "Not expensive. The clothes are just over 100 each. The necklace is 1,000, all bought with money I earned from my part-time job." This price should be acceptable, right? I counted the price again. Total was just over 2,000. David Jensen secretly transferred me 2,000 via Instagram Pay. This month's allowance isn't much. The rest you'll have to manage yourself. Not good. Dad Jensen thought the clothes weren't expensive, and the necklace was only a few hundred. Who knew I'd spent 2 months of his allowance in one go? In our family, David Jensen was in charge of housework and managing money. A typical American family. I smiled slightly without saying anything, casually accepted the money. Though 2,000 to me now was nothing, but accepting that money would make my parents believe everything was priced that way. At least the result was good. They accepted the gifts. Didn't suspect the real prices. First hurdle cleared. Tomorrow had to go look at properties. Get the storefront quickly. That way, before leaving, I could convince Mom and Dad to upgrade the shop. After a busy day, Mom and Dad went to bed at 11. I went to my room to browse real estate listings. While chatting with Serafina, at midnight, told her to sleep early. Had to catch an early flight tomorrow. From home to the airport took 2 hours. Woke up past 9 the next morning. Got a message from Serafina saying she'd boarded the plane. I got up, washed my face, changed clothes, shaved. Chloe rubbed her eyes in her pajamas. Bro, where are you going? Got something to do? I said while shaving, didn't turn around. Chloe immediately became alert. You mean taking me to look at properties? Not going to look at properties. Go back to sleep. I'll take you later. Chloe's face was full of confusion, watching me dress up so neatly, as if she'd guessed something. She quietly went back to her room. I opened the door and left. Chloe unexpectedly ran after me. From afar, saw me get into a taxi. She hurriedly hailed one to follow without me knowing, looking at my watch. Leaving for the airport now was just in time. I'd booked a 5-star hotel, booked for a whole week straight. During Mid-Autumn and National Day, hotels were scarce. Except for the 5-star hotels, nearly $2,000 a night, a cost most people couldn't afford. 5-star customers usually weren't ordinary folks. They avoided peak travel times. Whether to see people or scenery, they knew best. I booked a luxury suite for a week. The hotel immediately classified me as VIP, automatically called asking if I needed private car service. That service usually costs extra. But who said I was a big customer? They even offered me a free Mercedes C-Class rental for a few days. I declined. Have urgent plans next. Renting my own car is more convenient. Hung up, I headed straight to the airport car rental counter. Half an hour later, I had a BMW 7 Series. Money really made everything easier. After parking, I waited at the arrival's exit. After more than 10 minutes, Serafina emerged, truly stunning. White dress, sunglasses, she sparkled among the crowd. Callum! She exclaimed the moment she saw me. An excited cry. I smiled and walked over. She kept staring at me. One call, and everyone turned around. Her voice really stood out. I didn't know how many guys secretly watching her had their hearts shattered. I smiled and opened my arms wide. She jogged over and threw herself into my embrace. This intimate moment made Chloe, hiding in the distance, freeze completely. She never expected. Her brother had such a beautiful girlfriend. Why didn't you bring any luggage? Only after I finished speaking did I notice she'd come almost empty-handed. Don't even mention it. Serafina held onto my arm. She said helplessly. Rebecca was watching me closely. Knew I wanted to come find you. So, she kept all my stuff. If I hadn't made an excuse to go downstairs to buy something, I wouldn't have even made the flight. For her, this was routine. Clothes, cosmetics, and everything else. At worst, she could just buy new ones when she arrived. I fell silent. Serafina could tell my mood wasn't good. She took the initiative to comfort me. Callum, don't worry, though I didn't bring luggage. All my documents are on me. Most importantly, she broke into a radiant smile. I got back my mom's SIM card. From Rebecca. From now on, I don't have to answer her calls anymore. I looked at her with heartache. Knew what that SIM card meant to her. Since her mother passed away, the SIM card had always been in Rebecca's possession. Every time she couldn't reach Serafina, Rebecca would use that number to call. Over time, it became her biggest nightmare. I stroked her head. You must be hungry. Such a long flight. Serafina rubbed her stomach. I didn't eat anything this morning, leaving that suffocating house to be with the one she loved. She felt so much lighter. After we eat, I'll take you to buy clothes and cosmetics. Okay, Serafina answered sweetly. No luggage is actually more convenient. We held hands walking toward the parking lot. But as we neared the car, I suddenly felt something was off, like someone was watching us. Turned around several times but saw no one. Serafina asked, What's wrong, Callum? I shook my head. Nothing. Maybe I was just imagining things. Right now there wasn't much worth anyone following me for. At most, I had some money. But the feeling of being followed grew stronger. I suddenly whipped around. Finally spotted a familiar figure not far away. Standing there, one glance, and I immediately recognized the figure trying to hide. Sarah, let me introduce you to someone later. I turned to Serafina. Introduce who? Serafina looked confused. You'll find out soon. I smiled mysteriously. Hold her into the car. Engine started, but I didn't buckle up to drive yet. Serafina asked, why aren't you going? Waiting for a little someone? I smiled, looking straight ahead. Right then, Chloe had just lost track of us. Spinning around in a panic. Turned around only to find we'd disappeared. The crowd at the airport flowed like water. She completely lost her bearings. Looking at her flustered appearance, I couldn't help but laugh. Right then, my phone rang. Bro, where are you? Chloe's panicked voice came through. I said, I'm at a restaurant eating. I deliberately teased her. BMW soundproofing was excellent. She had no idea we were right nearby. What? You're on Spring Avenue? Chloe was stunned. I told you. How could you possibly get a girlfriend? That comment made both Serafina and me burst out laughing in the car. That's right. Indeed. I used to be famous for being as romantically clueless as a steel beam. Hearing that, I immediately hung up, then suddenly honked loudly. Chloe wasn't far ahead. Startled by the sudden honk, saw it was me and came running over with a smile. I rolled down the window. Get in. You were following someone and still lost them? Chloe stuck out her tongue sheepishly. She opened the back door and got in, bro. Aren't you going to introduce your sister-in-law? You two were even being intimate in public. She winked at us. Serafina and I immediately blushed with embarrassment. Serafina's face turned even redder. She hadn't mentally prepared to meet my family yet. I cleared my throat. This is Serafina. Sarah, this is my sister Chloe. Say hi. Serafina blushed and waved. Hi there. Chloe grinned happily and grabbed her hand. I turned off the engine and stared at Chloe. Now tell me why you're here. Chloe smiled awkwardly. I came to pick up a classmate. I looked at her with a keep making stuff up expression. Oh, come on. Chloe lowered her head, not daring to meet my eyes, as her little sister. I didn't do well today. Lunch is on your own. I silently started the car and left the airport. From the airport to downtown took nearly an hour. The atmosphere in the car immediately became tense. Everyone could tell I was angry. Chloe following me wasn't something that could be brushed off with a few words. Serafina sat in the passenger seat, clearly sensing the tension between us siblings. She was a bit worried. After all, the whole thing started because of her. She wanted to say something in Chloe's defense, but I just focused on driving without a word. Chloe was also too angry to speak. After leaving the airport, I only talked to Serafina about our itinerary. Completely ignored Chloe, drove straight to the restaurant I'd booked. Though 5-star hotels all had fancy restaurants, I knew many local hidden gems, with flavors far better. What's the point of traveling without trying local specialties? After parking, I helped Serafina out of the car. Chloe thought I'd call for her, but saw us walk straight into the elevator. Seeing I really wasn't paying attention to her, Chloe panicked and hurried after us. The car beeped and auto-locked. Callum, Serafina whispered to remind me. I lowered my voice. It's fine. That girl will follow. I'll order in a bit. I'll play bad cop, you play good cop. Understand? Serafina paused for a moment, then immediately understood. So from the airport until now, I was creating an opportunity for the two of them to get close faster. Watching Chloe chase after us, Serafina smiled softly. This silly girl, being completely played by her brother. But of course she'd seize this opportunity. The two of us entered the elevator. I pressed the floor button. Serafina reached out to hold the door. Waited for Chloe to get in before letting go. Chloe said sweetly, Thanks, Sarah. Called her directly by name, not sister-in-law, clearly refusing to acknowledge me as her brother anymore. But that suited my plan perfectly. Turning around, I smirked slightly. I'd booked a high-end southern restaurant. Average price $800 per person. Nothing to me now. The tricky part was, I'd booked a table for two. Didn't expect Chloe to follow. This way, wouldn't it? Looked like I was bullying my sister. I handed the menu to Serafina. Sarah, order whatever you want. She glanced at Chloe, looking somewhat helpless. Chloe stood beside us, puffing her cheeks and glaring at me. Serafina called the waiter over. Could you please add a chair next to her? This is my first time in Houston. Chloe, you order. Chloe took the menu, deliberately chose the most expensive dishes, even ordered shark fin at the end, clearly trying to make me pay. The waiter hesitated, wanting to say something but held back. Serafina said, just bring what was ordered. I deliberately didn't talk to Chloe, so she chatted with Serafina instead, constantly bad-mouthing me, talking about how I bullied her growing up. If it were before, I would have definitely argued back, but this time I just ate in silence, because the two of them had become allies. Serafina even brought up me stealing her drink. Chloe got more fired up as she talked, occasionally shooting me a glance. I just kept my head down eating, didn't say a word. The meal passed. Chloe and Serafina were already calling each other sisters. The two walked arm in arm intimately. Chloe even deliberately stood between us to separate me from Serafina. Stay away from him. He's not a good person. When getting in the car, Chloe pulled Serafina to sit in the back row, through the rearview mirror. Chloe and I stared at each other. What are you looking at? Am I wrong? I shook my head helplessly and asked, where to next? Chloe didn't say another word. Serafina suggested, how about the mall? I want to buy some things. And pick out a gift for meeting Chloe. I deliberately teased, a gift for that girl? A stalker doesn't deserve any gifts. Chloe immediately exploded. I told you it wasn't on purpose. Sarah doesn't mind. Why do you care so much? But Sarah, really no need for a gift. I don't need anything. That was true. I'd already prepared plenty of clothes and cosmetics for her. Now she was only missing one thing. Before I could finish, Chloe was already glaring at me. That little swan necklace she'd been wanting for ages, but having just met. How could she accept such an expensive gift? Serafina quickly changed the subject. Let's go to the mall first. I need to buy some outfits too. I nodded. Started the car toward the nearest mall, as the state capital, though not as bustling as New York. There was no shortage of large and small malls. For me, Houston was practically home turf, just that it was rush hour. Streets were packed solid. National Day holiday, the mall was crowded. Took us over an hour just to park. Walking around with Chloe and Serafina, the head turning rate was off the charts. Both were exceptional beauties. Either one alone could cause a scene in the whole mall. Though Houston had plenty of beautiful women, ones above 90 points were rare. Chloe deliberately kept a few steps away from me, but I still became the most envied guy there. Sarah, just tell me whichever outfit you like. This trip was mainly to shop for Serafina. She'd left in such a hurry without bringing anything. Chloe immediately got jealous, muttering under her breath, my biggest dream in life is to hear you say that to me. I glanced at her. Then no necklace. Chloe immediately shut up. A true gentleman can bend and stretch. Even though she was a girl, Serafina smiled and asked, which necklace do you like? I can buy it for you. How could Chloe dare accept? Though she'd already accepted her as sister-in-law in her heart. They'd only known each other for a month after all. No need, Sarah. My brother already promised to buy me a necklace. No way I'm letting this chance slip. After saying that, she even shot me a proud glance. Shopping for Serafina's clothes went smoothly. Her fashion sense was impeccable. Just like when she picked clothes for me before. Everything she liked looked beautiful when worn. Every time Serafina came out in a new outfit, Chloe and I were both dazzled. Even a beauty like Chloe couldn't help but compliment her. Girls sometimes enjoy admiring beautiful women even more than guys do, bro. Chloe sat beside me watching Serafina's elegant figure and said, I don't think you're worthy of Sarah. My face darkened. What do you mean? Am I really that bad in your eyes? Honestly, if judging purely on looks, I really couldn't match Serafina, but I knew how to make money. Making tens of thousands monthly was no joke. Chloe giggled. It's not that you're bad. It's just that Sarah deserves someone better. Not someone stiff like you. I was about to argue back, when the system suddenly chimed, ding, random quest activated. Prove you're the most suitable boyfriend for Serafina. Time limit, 1 week. Based on satisfaction scores from Chloe and Serafina. Reward, undetermined. I paused for a moment. Didn't expect Chloe could trigger a quest. This time, it was a practical quest. Reward, unclear, but usually very generous. Most importantly, had to score high. Just shopping with her would probably only get average points. To score high, needed to think of something else. Chloe saw I wasn't speaking, so she ran off to help Serafina pick clothes. I quietly stood up and left. Neither of them noticed. A good man shows care in the small details to get a high score. I walked into a women's lingerie store. Serafina had left in such a hurry without bringing anything, not even spare underwear. With Chloe around, she'd definitely be too embarrassed to buy them. Only I could handle this task. Consider it for the reward, I muttered as I pushed open the door. But the moment I stepped in, I froze. Countless styles of lingerie made my head spin. I had no choice but to call over a sales associate. Excuse me, what do you need, sir? A uniformed saleswoman came over and asked, please get me 2 sets in 34C. Simple styles are fine. I stood right by the entrance, not daring to go deeper. Bras and panties both? I nodded. Yes, all of it. 2 sets for a week should be enough to change. To ease my embarrassment, I lowered my head pretending to scroll through my phone. Right then I heard a familiar voice. Oh? Isn't this our class valedictorian? I looked up. It was my high school friend Ryan and his girlfriend. What a coincidence. I reluctantly greeted her. Dana said mockingly, "Running into you here. How interesting. Don't tell me you have a girlfriend now." I didn't respond. She continued to mock. "With your looks, getting a girlfriend?" I frowned. "We're all classmates. No need to be like this." Dana was still ridiculing me, when Serafina's voice suddenly came from behind. I turned around. Serafina and Chloe were walking this way. Serafina directly hooked her arm through mine. "Who did you just say doesn't have a girlfriend?" Chloe had been helping Serafina pick clothes. Turned around only to find I'd disappeared, Sarah. "Where did my brother go?" "He was just here." Serafina was equally confused. "He's probably tired of shopping with us, so he snuck off," Chloe guessed. "We have to drag him back." With that, she pulled Serafina out of the store. Actually, I was just standing at the shop next door. The moment they stepped out, they saw me, along with Dana and her friend beside her. Chloe frowned. "Dana, why is she here?" Serafina asked. "You know her?" "Back in high school, she used to chase my brother, got publicly rejected, then turned hostile toward him. Classic love turned to hate." Serafina looked at the store sign where I was standing, immediately understood why I was there. Her face flushed slightly as she approached. Dana's mocking words came through clearly. "Someone like you? Actually got a girlfriend. That girl must be crazy." Chloe heard her insulting me. Her expression immediately darkened. "I can trash talk my brother, but another girl doing it? That's not happening." Before Chloe could charge forward, Serafina had already stepped ahead. She walked straight to my side, hooked her arm tightly through mine, coldly glared at Dana. "Who did you just say doesn't have a girlfriend?" Ever since I'd known her, Serafina had always been soft and gentle. Whatever I said, she listened. But right now, she was completely different. Fierce. Serafina and I exchanged glances, understanding without words. "Dana, right?" Serafina's aura exploded. "I heard you got rejected by my boyfriend in high school, and you've been holding a grudge ever since." Though from an ordinary family background, Serafina was still a girl with millions in assets. Her presence completely overwhelmed the two girls. Her beauty went without saying, plus Chloe standing beside her for backup made the other side completely outmatched. Chloe wasn't as polite as Serafina. "Dana, it's been years. Still can't let it go? Blame yourself for being ugly. Though my brother isn't much better looking. At least he's way better than you." I thought to myself, am I really that ugly? 80 points in looks. Just a bit more, and I'd reach 1 in 1,000 level. Though standing next to Serafina and Chloe was a bit mismatched, compared to Dana, I was still far superior. Dana was rendered speechless. Wanted to retort, but didn't know where to start. In beauty or figure, Serafina beat her completely. In the end, she could only take jabs at me. You're really something now." Learned to hide behind women. Hearing her, I immediately felt this person was so boring. Everything she said was meaningless. Serafina turned to look at me, corner of her lips curving up. I hurriedly explained, "I really never did anything with her. I swear. Who knows why she hates me so much?" Serafina smiled. "I know. If you'd actually fallen for someone like her, I'd have to wonder if something's wrong with me." That comment made Dana's face turn green. She struggled to respond. "A man going to buy women's underwear. Good thing I didn't get with you back then." Serafina laughed. "Before saying that, you should find a boyfriend willing to buy underwear for you first." Chloe immediately added, "Why is it so sour in here? Isn't this just someone who can't get the grapes? So they say the grapes are sour?" The two of them coordinated perfectly. Dana was completely silenced. Her friend couldn't stand watching anymore, pulled her away immediately, dragged her right out. Dana left. Serafina had just been all fierce and imposing. Now her face was completely red. Just then the saleswoman came over. "Sir, here's what you ordered. Cash or card?" "Card." I took out my bank card. Chloe suddenly exclaimed, "You're too much. You've never bought these things for me. Yet you're buying them for my sister-in-law without even asking the size. Confess now." I sneaked a glance at Serafina. From this angle, I could just make out the faint curves. If there was a real chance, I should definitely try. Chloe immediately pulled Serafina away. "You really do have bad intentions." In such a crowded place, I had to rein in my wandering thoughts. Some things could only be said when it was just the two of us. Serafina took the shopping bag. Chloe started making trouble again. Insisted I buy her 2 sets of underwear too. In the end, I paid over 3,000, though it hurt a bit. But watching two beauties in the store picking this and that, and the jealous looks from men all around, the money was worth it. Walked around for 2 hours, 7 or 8 bags hanging from my hands. Most were Serafina's things. Of course, there were 2 items for Chloe too. After all, following me around for so long, she deserves some perks. "You two keep shopping. I'll go put the stuff away." Carrying all these bags was inconvenient. I decided to put the stuff in the car first. Just finished loading the trunk. My phone suddenly rang. It was Tyler, a high school friend I hadn't contacted in a while. Tyler, I answered. My lips unconsciously curved up. This buddy who used to be inseparable from me. Since we went to different colleges, we gradually lost touch. Callum, you're in Houston? Tyler's voice came through, full of energy. I said honestly, yeah, just got in last night. Such a long break and not coming home would be weird. Tyler continued. No wonder, Dana said in the class group, that you found an ugly girlfriend. True or false? I froze for a moment. Dana was spreading nonsense again. This girl was really something. Got completely wrecked by Serafina. Turn around and she's already making up stories. Tyler said helplessly, the class group is going crazy, but that's not why I'm calling. The high school class is having a reunion. You coming? Honestly, those 3 years of high school were beautiful. Everyone was young and carefree, though we rarely talked now. Meeting up would definitely give us lots to talk about. I felt a bit moved, but I had to take Serafina around soon. Also had to look at storefronts for my parents. So many things to handle. Really didn't have time. Been pretty busy lately. Let me treat you to a meal another time. Tyler wouldn't give up. Busy with what? Going out with your girlfriend? You got a girlfriend and didn't tell me? Was gonna introduce you to a cute dance major. You know what I mean. That flexibility. Guys talking always went off topic. Especially best bros like us. My school's full of beautiful women. Dance department, performance department, each one unique. It's an art school after all. Everyone lives off their looks, but Tyler lowered his voice. No matter how pretty, none compare to your girlfriend. When you're free, I'll come visit. I laughed and hung up. I pressed the elevator button, lips slightly curved. I knew this guy. The class reunion was set for 2 days later. I'll call you then. If you're free, come hang out. If not, no worries. But before the break ends, I definitely have to meet your sister-in-law. Got it? I immediately fired back. What sister-in-law? You should call her sis. Bros calling each other bro is normal. Alright, elevator's here. Hanging up. Without waiting for him to say more, I hung up. I opened the high school class group. Found everyone was still chatting animatedly. Guess who I ran into at the mall today? I saw Callum in a lingerie store. What? Callum? What was he doing in a lingerie store? What else? Obviously buying lingerie. He doesn't have some special fetish, does he? His girlfriend is super ugly. Her figure is nothing to look at. Dana was stirring things up in the group again. Really? Is my taste really that bad? The group immediately exploded. If Dana says so, it must be true. Drama lovers chimed in one after another. I scrolled through the chat. Never expected. I'd become the center of gossip for the whole group. Scrolling down, I saw Tyler defending me against Dana. Dana, everyone knows your petty thoughts. What does me having a girlfriend have to do with you? Ugly people sure love causing trouble. Dana immediately fired back. There was a gap in between, probably when he called me. I read through the whole chat, immediately understood what was happening. Dana was clearly embarrassed from losing face, so she ran to the class group to smear me. Everyone else was just here for the drama. Looking at the constantly updating messages, I directly dropped a wave of red packets into the group. 46 people in the class. I sent 44 packets of $200 each. Total, $8,800. Why too short? One was me. The other was obviously Dana. Each packet I labeled celebration candy. The group exploded again. Screen filled with notifications of people claiming red packets. Less than half a minute. 44 packets were all claimed. Damn, $200. Thanks, boss. The group chat was on fire. Then Dana messaged, why didn't I get a red packet? Everyone finally noticed. 44 packets meant one person was left out. All eyes turned to Dana. I directly tagged Dana. Sorry? Didn't prepare one for you. Mind giving what you took to Linda? The group went dead silent. Everyone understood what happened. You made up lies to trash talk me. And still want my red packet? The funniest part was, Dana actually did claim a packet. That level of shamelessness was truly rare. Sister-in-law wants to buy matching diamond rings, Chloe blurted out. Eyes full of jealousy, that pair costs at least $20,000. Next time when you say you'll buy something, actually do it. We're both girls. Why is the gap so big? Thinking about how she had to work as a servant for a week, just to get a necklace. Chloe was sour inside. Callum, do you think this ring is pretty? Serafina extended her slender finger. The diamond ring sparkled under the lights. It really was beautiful. Yeah, I also. Chloe was about to speak, but I cut her off. You don't even have a boyfriend. What's the point of couple rings? One devastating sentence left her speechless. Complete silence. Chloe lowered her head, feeling wronged. This diamond ring was really beautiful, but it still depended on whose hand it was on. Actually, I wasn't interested in diamonds. Knew it was all marketing tricks for merchants, but couldn't resist that girls loved them, whether Serafina or Chloe. Both stared at those rings without looking away. Random quest activated. Purchase couple rings with rarity above 80 points. Reward, a pair of 100-point rarity diamonds. Though I didn't know diamond grading, the system displayed data. Trading 80-point items for 100-point ones. This deal was too good. Do you have the men's version? Let me try it on, I said to the salesperson. Right here, sir. The salesperson took out a box. Inside was the men's ring design. Diamond slightly bigger. I picked up the ring. System chimed. Rarity 58. How much for the pair? I asked. Sir, these are platinum diamond rings. 18,500 for the pair? The salesperson explained that once diamonds were set, the price changed completely. This price was close to my estimate, but the problem was, both rings together cost nearly 20,000, and the system only rated them 58 points. Couldn't even reach average level. This was truly ridiculous. Do you have anything better? I frowned and put the ring back in the box. The salesperson was slightly stunned. What did you say, sir? I said. Bring out the best couple rings in the store. Diamond rings were usually sold as pairs. Ordinary people only bought them for weddings. Hearing me say that, the salesperson immediately nodded and went to get the premium items, being accompanied by Serafina and Chloe. Two beauties like this shopping for rings. People definitely thought I was some rich heir. Callum, I thought the rings just now were pretty. Serafina was a bit confused. Pretty, but not up to my standards. After all, this is our first time buying couple rings. Can't be careless about it. Chloe pouted. You're reaching too high. She knew I'd made money, but still felt my standards were too high. Only rich kids always bought the most expensive stuff. Serafina, on the other hand, was very happy. She thought my seriousness meant I cared about her. Girls really were hard to figure out. A few minutes later, the salesperson brought 2 boxes over. Sir, these are our store's best rings. Both are works by French designers. Each pair is over 2 carats. About 400,000 per pair. 400,000 a pair. For me and Serafina, it was nothing. Buying them wouldn't affect anything, but Chloe was stunned. That amount of money equaled her parents' salary for several years without spending a dime. Chloe stared at me with wide eyes. Are you crazy? I didn't pay attention. Opened the ring box to look. The system immediately chimed. Task item detected. Rarity 81. Over 400,000 and only 80 points. The system really was picky. I opened the other box. Rarity 80 points. How much for both pairs? I asked the salesperson directly. The salesperson was about to explain at length. I immediately cut in. Just the price. First one is 465,800. Second is 418,800. I was slightly surprised. Such a big difference. The salesperson explained the diamond purity was different. Actually, both were excellent. Both could complete the quest. I gave Serafina full authority to choose. Which one do you like? Sarah, which style do you prefer? I pushed both ring boxes in front of Serafina. She began comparing seriously. Chloe stood beside her, frowning, constantly signaling me with her eyes, but I pretended not to see. Sarah, you keep looking. Let me go buy bubble tea with my brother, Chloe suddenly said. Serafina smiled and nodded. Chloe immediately dragged me away. Can't you go by yourself? I'm busy here, I said reluctantly. I can't carry 3 cups alone. Come with me. Chloe dragged me straight out the door. We'd only walked a few steps when Chloe stopped. Are we getting bubble tea? I asked suspiciously. Are you actually stupid or just pretending? Chloe crossed her arms, looking at me like I was the idiot. What did I do? I was completely confused. Yesterday you said the money was for mom and dad's storefront. Today you're spending over 400,000 on diamond rings. Have you lost your mind? Chloe was so angry she stamped her feet. Her face flushed red. Actually, I had more than 400,000 on hand. Buying the rings was for the system quest, but I couldn't say that. Don't you like these things? I smiled and pinched her cheek. Why are you being stingy now? Chloe puffed up her cheeks and said, How is that the same? I like what I like, but I'd never spend money recklessly. I can work for months to buy a necklace, but I'd never drop tens of thousands on rings. Chloe was so mad her whole face turned red. I laughed. What matters isn't how much the rings cost. It's that I want to give one to Serafina, right? This pair of rings was over 400,000. Though the men's was bigger, the women's was still over 100,000 in Chloe's eyes. Serafina and I had known each other less than a month. Giving such an expensive gift was indeed a bit much. looking at her wanting to speak but holding back. I knew exactly what she was thinking. It did look kind of foolish on the surface, but she didn't know. Serafina's feelings for me had already reached the level of lifetime devotion. Besides, she wasn't short on money herself. I knew my limits. After saying that, I turned and walked away. Chloe still wanted to say something, but eventually followed silently. I bought 3 drinks. I chose fruit tea. Bubble tea was too sweet for my taste. The other 2 were for them. Carrying the drinks back to the jewelry store, I saw Serafina, chatting with an elegant middle-aged woman. Sarah, here's your drink. I handed her the bubble tea. This is Auntie Tang. Serafina took the drink and explained. She's here ordering wedding rings for her son. She happened to see our rings. So, she struck up a conversation. Hello, Auntie Tang. I greeted politely. This auntie looked very kind. About the same age as my parents. Calling her auntie was most appropriate. The salesperson came over with 2 exquisite jewelry boxes, handed them to Serafina and Auntie Tang respectively. Both of your rings are packaged, the salesperson said respectfully. Auntie Tang took the box, smiled and said to Serafina, Sarah, I have to go. I'll head out first. Thank you for letting me have this ring. You're too kind, Auntie, Serafina replied sweetly. After Auntie Tang left, I turned to ask Serafina, done choosing? All done. She held the jewelry box and naturally hooked her arm through mine. I took out my bank card to give to the salesperson, but saw him look somewhat embarrassed, sir. Ms. Hayes has already paid. When did you pay? I was slightly surprised. When you and Chloe went to buy bubble tea, Serafina blinked. Last time the watch was your treat. This time it's my turn. The salesperson sneaked a glance at the Patek Philippe on Serafina's wrist, secretly marveled. Gifts exchanged were all worth tens of thousands. Truly the world of the wealthy. I laughed helplessly. Originally I was planning to use these rings to complete the system quest. Didn't expect Serafina had already paid. Right at that moment, the system sound suddenly chimed. Ding, detected. Serafina's feelings for the host have reached the level of undying devotion. Quest determined complete. Reward, 1 pair of 100-point rarity diamonds. Sent to system space. Truly, a pleasant surprise. Though I couldn't use them yet. At least the quest was complete. Chloe's feelings right now were extremely complicated. She originally thought I was wasting money, spending over 100,000 on rings. Especially since Serafina and I weren't that deep in our relationship yet. Who would have thought? Serafina didn't say a word and just paid for the rings herself. When she saw me glance over, Chloe immediately felt her face burning. So her sister-in-law was this rich, spending tens of thousands on rings like buying a bottle of water. So simple. She was jealous enough to cry. Chloe was sour inside. Now she was only thinking about how to get on my good side. So I'd buy her that necklace worth over 10,000. I patted Serafina's head. Don't spend money so freely from now on. She just smiled without saying anything. Let's go. I'll take you 2 back to the hotel to rest. I've got something to do later. Serafina really was tired. Early flight in the morning. Shopping all afternoon. But still reluctant to leave me. Only after hearing me say that did she obediently nod. Chloe was only thinking about that necklace. No mood to keep shopping either. I took them to the 5-star hotel I'd booked. It was a suite over 800 square feet, fully equipped, like a miniature luxury apartment. You treat your sister-in-law way too well, Chloe exclaimed the moment she entered. She'd lived in small rooms her whole life. Even in college, she stayed in dorms. First time seeing such a fancy room. Of course. I set the shopping bags on the sofa. You 2 rest first. I'll arrange dinner. I'll pick you up when it's time. With that, I left the hotel. Though buying the storefront wasn't urgent, I still wanted to get it done early. I didn't know any rich people in Houston, so for buying property like this, I'd probably still need to find real estate agencies, go early to register my info, so they could help me sooner. Hearing I had serious business to attend to, Serafina obediently nodded too, then stretched out long. I am a bit tired. I'll sleep first. The moment she stretched, her perfect curves were fully revealed, making Chloe beside her stare in awe. She glanced at me, also slightly dazed, then quietly went into the room. Serafina seemed to notice something different about me, but didn't lower her arms at all. Instead, waited for Chloe to go inside, then hugged me tight, and tiptoed to kiss me for over 10 seconds. Before we separated, I'm very satisfied today. This is your reward. Serafina's lips curved into a smile. That's all for the reward? I smacked my lips, seeming to still remember that soft sensation. Tonight after dinner, I'll take Chloe home, then come find you, okay? I was a hot-blooded young man after all. Being teased by Serafina a little, my mind couldn't help but wander to naughty thoughts. But Serafina didn't respond to that. She grabbed an outfit and walked straight to the bathroom. Finish your business this afternoon and remember to pick us up. I'm going to shower first. I was about to say something, but Serafina had already gone into the bathroom. Clicked the bathroom door closed. Fine. I had no choice but to give up. Went outside. I closed their room door for them. Back in the living room, I opened the real estate app. Found a famous real estate company nearby. Made an appointment with the seller. I immediately drove over. Just as I walked in, a woman in her 30s approached. I asked, I have an appointment with someone named Lily. Is she here? Unexpectedly, after I said that, the woman shook her head. Sir, you don't understand. For real estate transactions like this, of course you need someone experienced to serve you. Lily just graduated. Hasn't closed a single deal. Very inexperienced. Her words made me pause. Wasn't this stealing clients? This was openly poaching customers. But I didn't refuse. Followed her into the reception room. I sat down. The woman poured me water, sir. Please wait a moment. I'll go get the documents. I nodded, said nothing. But the moment she went out, my phone rang. I took it out. It was Lily calling. I answered. Lily's voice came from the other end. Mr. Jensen, where are you right now? If you can't find the office, I can come meet you. Lily's voice was calm as usual. I'm in Anchor Realty's reception room. I didn't hide anything. The moment she heard me, Lily's usually calm voice suddenly became flustered. A few seconds later, the reception room door burst open. A young woman in business attire, looking about early 20s, walked in. I had to say she was very pretty. If I were to rate her, Lily would definitely be above 90 points. The girl came in and saw me sitting there. Still catching her breath, Mr. Jensen? It's me. Are you Mr. Jensen? I responded. Hearing my answer, Lily immediately got a bit excited. I was just about to go out and meet you. Didn't expect you'd already come inside. Lily seemed to be explaining why she wasn't at the door, waiting for me. But to me, that didn't matter. All I needed was to buy a storefront that satisfied me. Everything else was secondary. Lily was about to say something else when the reception room door was pushed open again. The woman from earlier walked in, holding a stack of documents. Seeing Lily, she frowned. Lily, what are you doing in the reception room? Get out. I have a client to serve. The woman glared and scolded. Lily spoke up directly. Lily was stunned. Where's your client? She regained her composure, then immediately reacted. Mr. Jensen, I clearly contacted the client first. Luna, you can't steal clients from your own colleagues. Lily seemed provoked by Luna. She continued, last time you used the same trick and stole my client. Now you're doing it again. Don't go too far. Hearing Lily's words, Luna crossed her arms and sneered. A newbie handling a $5 million deal. Can you even manage that? If something actually goes wrong, can you take responsibility? After saying that, Luna waved her hand, gesturing for Lily to leave. Their argument attracted a lot of attention. After all, everyone here saw each other regularly. Luna openly stealing clients like this couldn't be hidden even if she tried. By now, quite a few people were standing at the reception room entrance watching. I remained seated, watching the two argue. Didn't say a word. Seeing Lily about to be driven out, I finally spoke up. I told Miss Lily she didn't need to come meet me. And I did contact her first. The two had been arguing red-faced, but after hearing me, the matter was settled. Both looked toward me, but Lily's eyes were grateful, while Luna's were full of displeasure. At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s walked in. Since the client contacted Lily first, Mr. Jensen, Luna, you should step back. The man wore a manager badge on his chest. His words carried weight. Hearing the manager, Luna could only respond, understood, then gave me a long, deep look, before turning to leave the reception room. The moment she walked out, I heard her mocking voice. Some teenage kid, renting a storefront like it's $1 billion deal. How ridiculous. The manager also apologized to me, then told the onlookers to disperse. The reception room that had been noisy suddenly became quiet again. The two people in the room. Neither knew how to start. Lily looked at me gratefully. Mr. Jensen, thank you for speaking up for me just now. I shook my head, said somewhat helplessly, it's nothing. That's just how it was. I did contact Lily first. Work capability was a separate matter. If Lily's abilities didn't satisfy me, I could always switch people then. Let me pour you some water. You could tell, Lily's experience really was lacking. If it were someone else, they'd have started asking about my needs, then introduced suitable properties. But Lily seemed like she didn't know where to begin. She looked very flustered, just like what happened earlier. I could only shake my head. No need. Ms. Lily, I'm in a hurry. If possible, I hope you can. Record my requirements for the storefront, then quickly find me a suitable one. Lily lacked experience, So, I had to take the lead. Hearing me, Lily replied, Mr. Jensen, please wait a moment. I'll go get a pen and notebook. I gave a soft, Lily had only been gone for about 10 seconds, before hurrying back, as if afraid that being away too long would get her client stolen again. Okay, Mr. Jensen, you can start. Lily sat down beside me, opened her notebook. I nodded, then spoke slowly. I want to buy a storefront. Location shouldn't be too remote. Around 2,000 to 3,000 square feet. Budget around 10 million. I stated my requirements clearly, but Lily, who was taking notes, suddenly stopped writing. Turned to look at me. Mr. Jensen, did you just say 10 million? I was interrupted by her. Couldn't help but look over. Is there a problem? Lily briefly lost focus, then suddenly looked happy. No problem, no problem. Mr. Jensen, please continue. I'll write it all down. I'll definitely find you a storefront you'll love. I paused, then added, all right, best if the seller can work quickly. Close the deal in the next few days if possible. After closing, I can pay in full. Hearing that, Lily looked at me in surprise, then continued writing. Got it. Mr. Jensen, do you have any requirements for when the paperwork is completed? I nodded and answered. If possible. I want to complete all procedures during this National Day holiday, because coming up, I'll be quite busy. Within a week? Lily murmured, then nodded. Mr. Jensen, don't worry, I will definitely find a suitable property for you within a week. After signing the authorization, Lily personally walked me out. Mr. Jensen, do you need me to drive you back? Lily suddenly asked, you have a car? I turned to look at Lily. If I remembered correctly, Lily had just started working. Looked like she'd just graduated from college. Hearing my question, Lily's face showed some embarrassment. Quickly said, it's a company car, but I have a license. Don't worry. Hearing that, I laughed. No need, Ms. Lily. Just focus on helping me find a storefront. Lily nodded. Yes. Take care, Mr. Jensen. After saying that, she went back into the company, but just as she stepped in, she saw many colleagues looking at her the moment Lily walked in. The manager called out, Lily, please come in for a moment. Being stared at strangely by colleagues like this, Lily could only grit her teeth and go in. But once inside, she saw Luna, who had just stolen her client, was also there. Lily quietly asked the manager, is something wrong? The manager looked at Lily, thought for a moment before saying, Lily, I've told Luna to give you 2 rental deals. After all, headquarters assigns quotas every year. For deals worth tens of millions like this, headquarters pays close attention. I have to ensure this deal doesn't get snatched by another company. Having someone experience takeover is also unavoidable. Lily glanced at Luna. Don't look at me. In terms of seniority and experience, I really am far above you. Hearing that, Lily looked back. Couldn't help but glare. Last time you people tricked me. You think I'll let myself be tricked again? Saying that, everything was now out in the open. Lily's face also showed some grievance, but she held it in due to pressure. Besides, didn't the manager just say, this deal was given to me? Lily looked at the manager again. I didn't know this deal was so big before. The manager was about to speak, but was cut off by Lily. Didn't expect this deal to be so valuable. Lily laughed coldly. Either way, I won't agree. The manager frowned at being spoken to like that, glanced at Luna and said, Luna, step outside first. Let me talk to Lily, as if understanding what the manager wanted to do. Luna nodded, gave Lily a meaningful look, then turned and left the manager's office. Didn't forget to close the door. Now in the room, only the manager and Lily remained. Lily, sit down. Don't be angry. After Luna left, the manager's expression softened considerably, but Lily didn't show any respect. Come on, sit down. Let me talk to you slowly. Seeing Lily still not moving, the manager could only keep coaxing. Only then did Lily sit on the sofa. The manager didn't say anything more, but personally poured her a glass of water. You know how many deals Luna closes per month, right? Lily frowned, though she hadn't been here long, and didn't know the previous situation. But these past few days, watching Luna close deals, there really were quite a few. Seemed like a lot. Lily didn't drink the water, just replied flatly. If you're trying to say Luna is experienced, then don't bother. Either way, I won't give this deal to her. She thought the manager would get angry, but unexpectedly, he didn't. His smile even deepened. I never said I'd transfer this deal to Luna. Complete this deal. And the commission is tens of thousands. Who'd be stupid enough to give that up? The manager squinted, a sly smile appearing on his face. Hearing that, Lily breathed a slight sigh of relief. Since he said that, maybe he wouldn't make things difficult for her. But you also know, if we lose the client, headquarters will hold us responsible. You understand that, right? The manager sat closer to Lily, though your experience isn't enough. If you let me watch over you, there won't be any problems. And even if something happens, I'll help you shoulder it. While saying these words, the manager's eyes were glued to Lily's fair legs. Really? Then thank you, manager. Lily didn't notice anything wrong. Hearing that, I immediately said, no need to thank me. But I feel like, if you just go handle that deal like this, something's still missing. How about this? Come to my place tonight. I'll give you some private coaching. I think your experience is still lacking. As the manager spoke, he placed his hand on Lily's thigh. Lily was indeed a rookie, but she wasn't stupid. If she still didn't understand what the manager wanted to do, then she'd be truly idiotic. Thinking that, Lily jumped up. Her knee even hit the coffee table, making her frown in pain. Manager, please have some self-respect. My experience is lacking, yes, but not to the point of selling myself for it. After saying that, Lily was about to leave, but the manager's voice came again. If I remember correctly, your family situation isn't great either. Just one sentence made Lily freeze in place. Of course, you can try walking out that door, but I can't guarantee whether I'll use my power to make things difficult. Maybe tomorrow, you won't be an Anchor Realty employee anymore. Who knows? By then, the deal will come back to me anyway. Think it over carefully. After all, this is a commission worth tens of thousands. Hearing that, Lily turned to look at the manager. She saw him sitting leisurely on the sofa, looking extremely smug, as his victory was assured. But what he didn't expect was, the tactics that always worked before completely failed against Lily. Lily grabbed the paper cup from the table and threw the water right in the manager's face. The water wasn't hot, just lukewarm, but in this situation, and being splashed by his own employee, was enough to make the manager lose all face. Go find your Luna, understand? I, Lily, haven't fallen that low. After saying that, Lily turned and left the office. The door was slammed so hard it shook. Everyone outside looked toward Lily, but she didn't say a word, just went back to her desk and packed her things. Everyone was confused. Just now they'd heard. Lily was about to sign a deal worth tens of millions. Yet after going into the manager's office, she stormed out, slamming the door. Luna saw the scene. Immediately walked into the manager's office in her high heels. But once inside, seeing the manager's disheveled appearance, she was also slightly stunned. Luna quickly grabbed some tissues, helped him wipe his clothes. What happened? How'd you get all wet? Luna asked with concern. Don't even mention it. The manager was furious. Standing at the door, he yelled at Lily. From now on, you're no longer an Anchor Realty employee. Pack your things and get out. The manager's voice was very loud. The entire office heard it. But when Luna heard that, in her heart, she had already figured out everything that just happened. This Lily girl was still too naive, too little life experience. If it were her instead, no matter what, she would keep this deal at all costs. Manager, now that Lily's been fired, what about that deal from earlier? Just asking that, she already understood the full implication. Luna probed with a question. The manager glanced at Luna, then said, come to my place tonight, use the back door. Hearing the manager say that, Luna wasn't angry, but instead examined herself. If using the back door could get her this deal, it was more than worth it. Oh, right, I might have to go to New York on business in a few days. Come with me then. There are some things I'll need your help with. After saying that, the manager looked Luna up and down. Good, good. Then I'll tell my husband in advance, so he won't bother me then. Luna quickly responded, that's more like it. A deal with tens of thousands in commission. How could using the back door once be enough? At least had to go through several doors, front and back, though he was a bit greedy. As long as she got the deal, it was fine. Luna wasn't stupid like Lily. Money delivered to her door and she didn't want it. But you need to be careful. Lily definitely won't give up easily. The manager added, don't worry. Lily's just unemployed now. What does she have to compete with me? A smug smile appeared on Luna's face. As for me, I knew nothing about this. And even if I did, I wouldn't feel anything. This was the real work environment. Though a bit dark, it was extremely real. Especially for a deal that could earn tens of thousands. It would be strange if no one fought for it. But going back now, there was nothing to do. Only 2 hours had passed since leaving the hotel. Serafina and Chloe had probably only just fallen asleep. So I sat at a bubble tea shop next to the hotel and made dinner reservations while I was at it. Just as I was about to get up and go back to the room, my phone rang. I took out my phone and looked. It was an unknown number. Plus the system had auto-identified it as a real estate agent. I thought it was Lily. But if Lily called, there would definitely be a note. Thinking that, I still answered. Who is this? I asked. Hello, Mr. Jensen. I'm Luna from Anchor Realty. You probably still have some impression of me. Hearing that, an image immediately appeared in my mind. The woman who'd fought Lily for the deal. No, should call her the older lady. Looking at her alone, Luna was quite attractive. But standing next to Lily, I automatically categorized her as a middle-aged woman. I didn't understand why Luna was calling me. I don't know what you need, I continued asking. It's like this, Mr. Jensen. Lily has already resigned from our company, so your deal is now handled by me. Currently, I have several properties that fit your requirements very well. If you're free this afternoon, I can take you to see them. Luna's words made me frown slightly. Lily resigned. The deal went to Luna. Whether Lily worked or not had nothing to do with me, but this was way too obvious. Instinctively, I knew something was wrong, but I didn't say it. What made me frown was the timing Luna arranged. Sorry, I have to take my girlfriend to dinner this afternoon, so I'm not free. Schedule conflict, I said decisively, without any hesitation. This was the real reason I frowned. Then how about tonight? If you're not busy tonight, I can treat you to a few drinks. Hearing I had something this afternoon, Luna switched to a different time. Let's see about tonight. I'll let you know later if I'm not busy. If it was evening, it would avoid scheduling conflicts. Maybe this was the best choice, but I wasn't sure if tonight. Serafina had other plans. If she had plans, I'd definitely prioritize accompanying her. Okay, Mr. Jensen, I'll contact you tonight then. Just getting this answer. Luna was already very satisfied. After all, this was a deal snatched from someone else. To fully convince me, there would be plenty of opportunities when we met, especially for me, a teenage kid. Just using a few techniques could make me lose my mind completely. In looks and figure, she might not match Lily, but a green apple. How could it compare to a ripe peach? Even the manager had been won over by her, let alone me. After I hung up, Luna pushed away the manager's hand that was on her leg. Manager, you heard that? Tonight I might have to meet Mr. Jensen. Luna waved her phone. The manager nodded. I know, but don't forget what you promised before. This time I'm taking 30% of the commission. The manager's hand had just been pushed away, but now it was placed on her leg again. Hearing that, Luna didn't refuse. Don't worry, we've been partners for years. Have I ever shorted you? Luna said, then gave the manager a look. No wonder Luna closed so many deals. Turns out behind her was the manager frantically funneling resources to her. If you're busy tonight, then come home with me now. As for me, I knocked on the hotel room door, rang the bell twice before the door opened. Serafina was wearing the hotel's disposable slippers, hair slightly messy, eyes not even fully open yet. The moment she saw me, she immediately hugged my waist. Callum, I'm so sleepy. I patted Serafina's head. Let's eat first. After eating, you can sleep more. Serafina gave a soft response, then slightly lifted her head. I knew how to cooperate. Leaned down and gave her a light kiss. Then the three of us went to a high-end steakhouse. It really was a fancy restaurant. Just this private room alone made my eyes light up. Even Serafina and Chloe were wide-eyed. When we finished eating and were ready to pay, Chloe looked at the bill for tens of thousands, then remembered the steak she hadn't finished, looked at me and said, Bro, do you think if I take the steak home and reheat it, will it still be good? Chloe looked at me with a distressed face. I didn't know why, but looking at that expression made me want to laugh. Then the waiter said, Ms. Jensen, we don't recommend reheating our steaks, especially with a home microwave. It would ruin the original flavor of the ingredients. Chloe's face immediately fell completely. Could only look at me pleadingly. Looking at the leftover steak on her plate, an idea suddenly came to me. I turned to ask the waiter, do you have those small pots? The kind used for cooking instant noodles? The waiter. He was a bit confused why I was asking this, but still nodded, yes we do. Mr. Jensen, would you like some noodles? I nodded, please bring me one. And some vegetables and a pack of instant noodles. The waiter acknowledged, then turned and left. Came back a few minutes later, bringing everything I needed. Then I cooked the noodles right there. Chloe stared at me blankly. What are you doing? I picked up the empty noodle packet. Showed it to them. Cooking noodles, what else? You've never had braised beef noodles. Everyone froze. Braised beef noodles? Yeah, it really is braised beef noodles. Because the noodles in the pot looked exactly like the picture on the package. Image and reality matched perfectly. Not the slightest difference. At the same time, the system also chimed. Congratulations, host, for comprehending the perfect truth of life. Completed hidden main quest. Liberate yourself. Reward, double money welfare. Reward, 10 million cash. Reward, 1 Ferrari convertible, premium edition. Reward, 1 villa in Houston. Reward, 10 premium dining cashback cards. Reward, 10 supreme consumption cashback cards. A long string of rewards left me completely unsure how to express the joy in my heart. Couldn't help but break into a smile. What's with that sneaky smile? I was still immersed in the system space when Chloe's voice rang in my ear. I had to pull my consciousness out. Then heard her say, "Bro, what if I'm hungry again?" Chloe had clearly just said she was full, but looking at my bowl of braised beef noodles, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Couldn't blame her for not being firm, because instant noodles were just too tempting. Serafina also laughed and nodded. "Wait, Callum, let me take a picture." "I have to capture this moment of you being so extra," Serafina said, then actually took out her phone and snapped a few shots, then posted straight to social media. Now this is what braised beef noodles should look like. After taking the photos, I'd already started eating the noodles. Had to say, this bowl of noodles was genuinely delicious. After all, it used steak worth nearly $10,000, which elevated the $1,000 instant noodles to unexpectedly delicious. I'd proven something. It wasn't that instant noodles weren't good. They were just missing meat. "Allow me to cut a few instant noodle brands." Chloe stood beside me staring intently, watching me eat a chopstick of noodles, a bite of meat, occasionally biting into the egg. I even blew on the broth, then took a satisfying sip, making Chloe unable to stand it, bro. "Save me 2 pieces. After saying that, she reached out trying to grab the bowl. I dodged immediately. "Didn't you say you weren't eating?" Right then, my phone rang. I had no choice but to hand the noodle bowl to Chloe. "Don't eat it all. I'm going to answer the phone." Chloe answered very quickly, then picked up several pieces of meat and stuffed them in her mouth, face full of satisfaction. Serafina watched me and Chloe fight over noodles. For some reason, felt a bit envious. This was the advantage of having siblings. Made Chloe, who was already full, still fight to eat more. I didn't notice Serafina's envious gaze. Took out my phone to look. It was Marcus calling. I answered. The other end immediately burst with his excited voice. "Callum, you really went all out. Used 5 boxes of premium beef to cook instant noodles, right?" Looks like Marcus had seen Serafina's post, just looking at the photo. He immediately recognized it as grade 5 beef. Marcus's eye for goods was really on point. I explained, "That's not it. My sister ordered 2 pieces. Couldn't finish one, so I made noodles." Marcus sounded helpless. "I really give up on you. Grade 5 beef for instant noodles? How'd it taste?" I nodded. "Pretty good. Suggest you try it." "Marcus, you called me. Not just to ask about the beef, right?" Marcus quickly said, "Of course not. I called to report work progress. Almost done hiring everyone. Business license is also being processed, though the license part is a bit slow. Even with connections, it'll take at least a week." Had to say, Marcus's work efficiency was very high. For others, this process would take 2 months. But in Marcus's hands, only 1 week. That was real capability. Though Marcus worked smoothly, thanks to Richard Lawson backing him up. But you couldn't deny, when it came to handling these matters, he was better than me. This I had to admit. "Thanks, Marcus." I'd just finished speaking when he said, "Don't just say thanks. Give me something real. Like grade 5 beef and stuff like that." Hearing me say that, Marcus's voice sounded frantic. "No, not right. Should call it obvious hinting. I discovered something." Marcus was also extremely into food. "No problem, you picked the place. Just don't hug a whole cow and start gnawing." I answered with a laugh. "Just happened to have some premium dining cards. Using more was fine. Also, remember to bring the company's core team. The company's first meal is on me." Hearing that, Marcus was also very satisfied, but hesitated a bit. He said treating the whole company. Didn't need to use grade 5 beef. Company hasn't made a dime yet. Don't go bankrupt after 1 meal. Could tell. He was worrying about money for me. We'll talk about that later. Let's discuss more when I get back. After ending the call, I looked at Chloe. The girl had eaten everything clean. By the time we left the restaurant, it was already 9 p.m. Going downstairs, I discovered something. All 3 of us had drunk red wine, so none of us could drive. Serafina said, "Callum, let's get the car tomorrow. We could just take a taxi back." Actually, I thought the same. At most, picking it up tomorrow would be a little inconvenient. I looked at Chloe. "You've eaten. You've drunk. I'll call you a taxi home." Who knew? Chloe heard that and immediately hugged Serafina's arm. "You're sending me off, but you're not coming home with me?" Chloe asked back. I still have something to do. You go first." I really didn't know what to say. I had a little intention, but this little intention couldn't be said out loud, but just hearing me say that. Both Chloe and Serafina understood what I was planning. Serafina's face immediately flushed red, though she hadn't known me for long. But deep in Serafina's heart, she wasn't at all opposed to that with me. The only thing making her hesitate was probably because it would happen in a hotel. Serafina didn't say anything, but Chloe spoke up. You have things to do, go do them. Don't worry, I'll take good care of your sister-in-law. After saying that, Chloe raised her hand to wave. A taxi was just passing by, then pulled Serafina toward it. I hurriedly stopped Chloe. Chloe, tens of thousands worth of beef, and it still can't make you behave? Do you still want your necklace or not? I glared threateningly. If it were before, every time I glared, Chloe would back off immediately. But this time, she not only didn't retreat, she even stepped forward. Who told you to bully me this afternoon? Chloe said and pulled Serafina away again. I still wanted to say something. Serafina had already stopped in front of her. Chloe, wait, let me say a few words to your brother. Hearing that, Chloe finally let go of Serafina. Serafina walked over to me, then brought her lips close to my ear, whispered something that made my eyes light up immediately. This is what you said yourself. Don't run away when the time comes. I tilted my head to look at Serafina's face so close, unable to hide my excitement. Yeah, I said it. Seeing me like this. Serafina also laughed. Hearing that sentence made me so excited. She was also very happy. Then you two go. I'll go home and sleep by myself. I didn't hesitate anymore. Kissed Serafina's forehead, then walked away. Chloe stood far away, looking at me blankly, from reluctance at first, to being so satisfied now, just one sentence apart. Really? Serafina also left with Chloe, leaving me standing there alone, but I wasn't sad at all. On the contrary, I felt a bit excited. Some things truly have blessings in disguise. Right then, my phone rang again. I thought Serafina was calling. Maybe she forgot something. Took it out, and it was an unknown number, showing real estate agent. I immediately knew who it was. Checking the time, it wasn't too late, but not early either. Hesitated a bit, then still answered. Hello? Luna's surprised voice. Mr. Jensen, you still remember me? Are you free now? I want to take you to see some properties. Her voice sounded quite tired. I'm a bit far right now. Besides, it's late. How about tomorrow? I declined, and Luna immediately pleaded, Mr. Jensen, don't you need the storefront urgently? Tonight I'll briefly introduce a few places. It'll be easier to prepare for viewing tomorrow. After all, it's real estate worth tens of millions. Knowing more is better than knowing less. Thinking about it, that made sense. Alright, I'm near Moon Palace Restaurant. After giving the location, I hung up, chose a bar, and walked in. In recent years, the economy developed quickly. Entertainment areas popped up like mushrooms. Bars were everywhere, but divided into two types. Quiet, laid-back lounges with small spaces, and heavily invested nightclubs. Many places had investments of tens of millions or more. This was my first time at a place like this. The atmosphere wasn't bad, just the lighting was a bit dim. On the small stage in the middle, a girl was singing. The song, My Western Liberation. Singing this song in Houston was quite interesting. She sang well, too. I found an inconspicuous empty spot and sat down. A server came over with an iPad. Hello, sir. Would you like something to drink? I took the iPad. It was full of flashy names, like Heart of the Ocean, Deep Love. The illustrations were unrecognizable. I didn't understand any of this. Just get me something non-alcoholic. I handed back the iPad. I wasn't interested in alcohol. Drinking should have limits. After all, getting drunk only made yourself uncomfortable. All right, sir? I'll bring you a lemonade then. He tapped a few times on the iPad. Done. I took out my phone and opened the payment code. One lemonade was $52, several times more expensive than outside, but 52 to me now was like taking a few extra breaths. Yeah, that's money earned back. The lemonade came quickly. Finally, had time to check the system rewards. Was interrupted by Chloe earlier. Only now could I look carefully. 10 million cash reward from the system. Brought my account balance to 1452 million. Thought I'd have to wait until using the property discount card to become a millionaire. Didn't expect cash to already exceed 10 million. More importantly, now the daily fortune blessing earned over 100,000. Soon the account would exceed 20 million. Perfect timing to establish the company. Otherwise, such large cash flows, even with the system helping to conceal it, hard to avoid leaving traces. Having a company as cover made things much simpler. Could completely use financial techniques to legitimize this money reasonably. The system seemed to read my thoughts. A ding sounded. Money will be transferred through the securities company channel. After the company is established, the system will, based on the importance of employee positions, automatically increase loyalty, maximum up to 100 points. Truly deserving of perfect life. The system took care of everything. Money going through the company account. No more worries about being discovered. Even winning people's loyalty was less effort now. Originally I was worried. Company employees were all Richard Lawson's people. Could push me aside anytime. Planned to use the A5 beef dinner to prove my financial power. Though this way of winning loyalty was a bit crude, but it really worked. Now the system handled it directly. Finally, I could relax. Continued looking at the supercar and real estate. A Ferrari 812 convertible. Though I didn't know much about cars, but with the Ferrari logo, it definitely wasn't cheap. I took out my phone to search. Immediately stunned by the system's generosity. Standard version was already $485 million. The system gave the fully loaded version. Adding options and various taxes, on-road price exceeded $7 million. But so what? After all, it was a gift from the system. Not taking it would be a waste. Dinghos can pick up the car anytime. Each city will have different plates. After claiming, go to Ferrari dealership to pick up. System has paid in full. License plates are also done. Truly an unexpected surprise. In big cities, hardest part of buying a car was the plates, especially in New York. Getting plates was harder than reaching the sky, so I decided to wait until returning to New York. Then pick up the Ferrari 812. The final screen was what really mattered. A Cloud Peak Palace Villa in Houston. When the system notification sounded, I froze for a moment. Cloud Peak Palace was Houston's most upscale villa community, built 2 years ago. Located near downtown. At launch, expected price was $5,400 per square foot, much higher than Houston's average. But the quality absolutely justified it. Smallest unit started at 10,000 square feet, calculated to at least $50 million. This villa alone was half of a small goal. Adding other assets, my wealth now definitely exceeded $70 million. If counting the cashback cards, exceeding $80 million wouldn't be hard. After checking all the gains, I exited the system space, then took a sip of lemonade. Phone rang again. It was Luna calling to ask my location. I said a few words and hung up. A few minutes later, Luna slowly walked over. No longer in her business attire from daytime. Now she wore a red dress. Her already seductive curves were accentuated even more alluringly. Every step was graceful and provocative, making quite a few men around turn to look. She walked straight toward me, smiled and sat down. Mr. Jensen, how did you know I wanted to drink? I was a bit helpless. Did you bring the documents? Luna laughed softly. Don't rush. I'm thirsty. First buy me a drink. After saying that, she sat right next to me. I frowned. Do you need to sit so close? She waved her phone. Of course. All the documents are right here. I looked at my watch. Already 10,030. Luna noticed the Patek Philippe on my wrist. A greedy gleam flashed in her eyes. She ordered a set of bomber cocktails, then leaned even closer to me. This cunning woman clearly didn't just want to close one deal. Doing business with her wasn't simple at all. Luna was definitely not the naive type, only thinking about how to profit the most, whether going through the back door with the manager or latching on to me. To her, it was all the same. And I was younger, richer, who knows, might get even more benefits. When she pressed close, I smelled something strange, mixed with cheap, unpleasant perfume. Made me frown. I shifted to the side. Mr. Jensen, how'd you know I like sitting this close? Luna curved her lips slightly, took out her phone and opened the photo album. Showed me a photo of a 2,800 square foot storefront, right at Linan Street subway station exit, prime location. About $9.5 million. This price was right in my range. $9 to $11 million was all acceptable to me. But after seeing the photos, I shook my head. Too long. Interior design would be very difficult. Got anything else? Luna quickly swiped to the next photo. Yes, here. This one's 2,700 square feet. Second floor, Food Street. 9.7 million. Location is really great. Perfect for opening a restaurant. But I still wanted to see more. She showed a third one, 2,800 square feet in a shopping center. 10.5 million. Foot traffic guaranteed. Storefronts and shopping centers really didn't worry about customers. But that was about it. Mr. Jensen, if you like any of them, you should decide soon. Luna said while leaning even closer. I was only wearing a thin dress shirt, so I clearly felt the softness of her chest. Right then the server came back, carrying several colorful drinks. Your lady ordered bombers. Luna took a glass and handed it to me. I quickly waved my hand. Sorry, I don't drink. These blue, red, purple, yellow drinks looked unsafe. I normally rarely even touched beer. Luna still insisted. Come on, just one drink with me. I really couldn't avoid it. So I took it, downed it in one gulp, then said, let's get to business. One glass of liquor went down. At first, an icy cold sensation slid down my throat. Then immediately, a burning heat rose up. From my throat, straight down to my stomach. This taste was really strange. Had both lemon and liquor flavors, and a faint bitterness. No wonder it was called Bomber. Luna still wanted to pressure me into a second glass, but I firmly refused to drink more. Hurriedly took a sip of lemonade to calm down. Couldn't pressure me. Luna did 3 glasses herself in a row. Her face flushed red immediately. Her gaze also started getting hazy. This alcohol hit way too fast. Mr. Jensen, let me introduce this storefront. Luna leaned fully against me. My arm was being rubbed back and forth by her. What man could stand this? Even worse? At some point she'd taken off her heels. Her bare foot was gently brushing against my calf. This level of assault was no joke. This storefront has a great layout. Minus 300 square feet for the kitchen, can still fit 14 tables. Luna whispered close to my ear. Her hot breath made my ear tingle. She talked while scrolling through her phone album. Suddenly an image appeared that made me freeze wide-eyed. In the photo, Luna was dressed very scantily, like she'd just finished working out and took a picture. I immediately swiped to the next one, but that image was already burned into my mind. I handed back the phone, sorry, but Luna leaned her whole body against me. Said, I should be the one apologizing. I didn't keep my photos secure. Her gaze was hazy as she added, Mr. Jensen, call me. Nah is fine. She was over 10 years older than me, yet still using such an intimate way of addressing herself. Luna, in her red dress, pressed against my chest. Not only wasn't she angry, she seemed to be waiting for my compliment. Actually, I work out regularly. She whispered that her figure was maintained pretty well. If Mr. Jensen didn't see clearly, then her hand started getting restless. If I still didn't understand what she wanted at this point, then I'd have lived all these years for nothing. Didn't expect a handsome guy like me would also encounter someone using the honey trap. Though she was far from my type, but being actively pursued still felt pretty good. I secretly activated my data eyes, quickly scanned all of Luna's stats. Looks, 77 points. Could still be considered decent. Figure, 85 points. Really was better than average. Purity, 35 points. Then another system prompt appeared. Public transportation isn't as good as private cars. This one has risks. Drive carefully. Seeing those 3 words has risks. I immediately opened the details. After reading, a chill ran down my spine. I stood up abruptly. Sorry, I have a girlfriend. Right when Luna was about to throw herself at me, I stood up and she missed, then fell straight onto the sofa. Good thing it was a sofa, otherwise she would have face-planted. She stared at me blankly, full of confusion. She completely didn't understand why my attitude suddenly changed. She had no idea. I'd just seen through everything about her. If her complexion didn't look so bad, I really wanted to suggest she get a full checkup at the hospital and bring a few of her friends along. Luna forced a smile. Her professional demeanor was still pretty good, Mr. Jensen. I never intended to replace your girlfriend. She knew very well. Someone like me was only good for playing around. Wanting to marry into the family? Dream on. I moved to sit across from her, completely cutting off all her ideas. The honey trap was fine, but drugging the drinks was going too far. Seeing my firm attitude, Luna gritted her teeth, downed all 7 remaining drinks on the table. I'd only had 1 glass earlier. Now, watching her finish them, even her speech became unclear. The power of these bombers truly lived up to their name. Mr. Jensen, this storefront's location is really great. Price is a bit high, but extremely suitable for you. Luna's face was red as a tomato. Her voice started getting hazy. Whether from the alcohol or the lighting, I couldn't tell. I checked the time, almost midnight. In this state, we couldn't discuss business anymore. You're drunk. Let's call it a night. I handed back her phone. But she collapsed on the table and fell asleep. Just talking a moment ago. Next second already snoring. That fast? Seriously. You're not faking it, are you? I pushed gently, but she didn't respond. What a hassle. Now I only had 2 choices. Either take her home or get a hotel room. Hotel room was absolutely out of the question, knowing she'd drugged the drinks. How could I dare touch her? I tried to help her up, but she was limp as mud. No matter what I did, couldn't get her up, and kept having physical contact. What a headache. Was just supposed to look at storefronts, and it turned into this. Maybe she deliberately got herself drunk to create an opportunity for me. Finally, I decided to take her home, used her fingerprint to unlock her phone, scrolled through contacts looking for Honey, but discovered. Under Honey alone, there were 5 or 6 phone numbers. Who was I supposed to call? My phone suddenly rang. I took it out and saw it was Lily calling. Strange, hadn't she already quit? Lily. Mr. Jensen, sorry to bother you. I found a storefront that matches your requirements. Would it be convenient to go look at it with me tomorrow morning? The Luna's situation happened before. Now I had 0 goodwill toward her anymore. Tomorrow works. Contact me then. Before hanging up, I suddenly called out, Wait, Do you have Luna's husband's phone number? The other end went silent for a few seconds. Luna came to find you? Yeah, she's completely wasted. Lily's voice suddenly tensed. I'll come right away. I don't know her husband's number, but I know where she lives. I was about to refuse, but thought again and gave her the address. Less than 20 minutes later, Lily arrived. She was wearing loose pajamas, hair messy, her chest slightly heaving with her rapid breathing, clearly rushed out in a hurry. Mr. Jensen, she stood before me, panting, eyes carrying a hint of worry. I put away my phone and asked directly, Lily's here. You know how to drive, right? Lily glanced at Luna, passed out drunk. She nodded. I can drive, but my skills aren't that great. As long as you haven't been drinking, it's fine. I handed her the BMW keys. Car's in the basement, parked in the underground lot. Lily hesitated a bit. She usually only drove old cars. Now, suddenly having to drive a BMW made her nervous. I called over 2 servers. Help carry my friend out. When they were supporting Luna, I grabbed her purse and phone, too lazy to care if they took any liberties. Lily carefully drove the car to the front. Together we stuffed Luna into the back seat. I sat in the passenger seat, buckled up and said, take her home first. If I'd known it would be this troublesome, I wouldn't have called Luna over. Lily gripped the steering wheel tensely. Speed always stayed under 40. Really wasting the power of this BMW. Lily suddenly spoke up. Mr. Jensen, I've already quit Anchor Realty. I closed my eyes. The alcohol and drowsiness made my head fuzzy. Go ahead, I'm listening. Lily's voice was a bit anxious. Please give me another chance, I said flatly. I only care about the storefront. Everything else isn't my concern. Though Lily was very pretty, everyone had their own life. There were countless beautiful girls. Couldn't fall for everyone I met. Drove over 10 minutes to reach Luna's place. Roads were empty at this hour, so we got there quickly. On the way, Luna's phone rang, showing baby's dad. I answered for her. Told her husband to come down and get her. This contact name was interesting. Not husband, not honey, but baby's dad. Seemed like the marriage wasn't great either, but that wasn't my business. Mr. Jensen, that's the apartment complex ahead. Lily slowed down and drove in. Headlights illuminated a man standing outside, waiting and looking around in the wind. That was Luna's husband. Lily said, I've met him once before. Car stopped completely. I got out and greeted him. Mr. Wu, right? Yes, that's me. You're Mr. Jensen? He looked at me with surprise. He looked much older than Luna, around his 40s. Ms. Luna's drunk. I brought her back. I didn't mention her trying to get me drunk on purpose. Less trouble that way. She can't hold her liquor but insists on drinking. Sorry for the trouble, her husband said, then stepped forward to support Luna. This afternoon, she told her husband she was meeting a big client tonight. Now I was bringing her back. Clearly, I was that client. Her husband paused slightly. Didn't expect me to be so young. Completely different from his imagination of a greasy, middle-aged businessman. Mr. Wu, take her up to rest. It's late. I need to head back too. I opened the car door. Luna was sound asleep in the back seat. Lily drove very steadily. Her position hadn't shifted at all. Nah, wake up, her husband called softly, gently shook Luna. But she was completely unconscious. She drank too much. You'll have to carry her. I stood by the car and reminded him. The thin husband struggled to lift Luna up. Trying to carry her down himself was really tough, but I pretended not to see. Finally, Lily couldn't stand it anymore. Let me help you. Even though her client was stolen this afternoon, Lily was still very generous. She helped me get Luna out of the car. Her husband carried his drunk wife on his back, stubbornly refused any more help. Then we'll head out first. Under his grateful gaze, Lily and I got back in the car. Mr. Jensen, where do you want to go now? Lily asked while fixing her hair. After I gave my home address. I fell asleep without realizing during the smooth drive, until Lily gently woke me up. Mr. Jensen, we're here. She handed me the car keys. I shook my head. It's not safe taking a taxi to sleep. Just drive it home. Come pick me up tomorrow morning. After all, Lily was just helping me find a storefront. The 2-hour round-trip drive wasn't part of her job description. It was already past 1 a.m., and Lily was a beautiful young woman. Having her take a taxi at night wasn't safe at all. Lily wanted to say something, but I'd already gotten out. Drive safe. If you hit me, I won't pay for it. After saying that, I closed the car door. Lily held the keys, watched me walk away under the streetlights, a hint of daze in her eyes. We'd only met twice, yet I trusted her with my car like this. This trust left Lily a bit flustered. Actually, the car had GPS tracking. I wasn't worried about her running off with it, but Lily didn't know that. After going through so many frustrating things in a row, suddenly being trusted like this, an indescribable feeling rose in Lily's heart. Only when I fully entered the building did she snap out of it. When I got home, my parents were already asleep. Knowing I was out with Chloe, they were at ease. I quietly went to my room and lay down to sleep. Shower could wait until morning. Woke up the next morning. Mom and Dad had already gone out, though the restaurant didn't serve breakfast. They were used to preparing early. I left the ring and watch on the nightstand. After showering, it was already 10 o'clock. I called Serafina. She answered groggily, "Hello." "Callum, I'm not awake yet," I asked with a laugh while drying my hair. "Yeah, stayed up too late talking with Chloe last night. Then you two sleep more. I'll come pick you up for lunch. If you're busy, we can just eat at the hotel." Serafina's voice got softer and softer. That made sense. I'd already arranged to look at properties with Lily. Round trip might take several hours. If there was traffic, it'd be even worse. Said a few words, then hung up, to avoid disturbing her sleep. After hanging up, I immediately called Lily. "Hello?" "Good morning, Mr. Jensen." Phone was answered the moment it rang. Seemed like Lily had been waiting for my call. I paused slightly, then replied, "Good morning, Lily. Is it convenient for you to come pick me up now? Need to handle the storefront matter? I'm downstairs at your place." Lily's voice came through. I walked to the window, saw the BMW 7 Series parked downstairs through the glass. "Wait a moment, I'll be right down." Hung up, changed clothes, and went downstairs. Lily stood by the car, looking a bit nervous. She'd borrowed my car last night, afraid of delaying my time, so she'd been waiting downstairs since 8 a.m., but didn't dare wake me up. This thoughtfulness made my impression of her even better. When I opened the car door, Lily had already moved to give up the driver's seat. "Good morning, Mr. Jensen. I've already contacted the storefront side. We can go look any time." I buckled my seatbelt, turned to ask, "Have you eaten breakfast?" Lily shook her head. She'd gotten up at 7. By 8, she was already waiting downstairs for me. Had no time at all for breakfast. I immediately decided, then let's eat breakfast first, then look at the storefront, though normally I wasn't too assertive. But since preparing to start a company, I'd begun training my decisiveness. Hearing me say that, Lily realized she really was hungry. Mornings in Houston started with a bowl of hot noodles. Been in New York so long. What I missed most was that hometown flavor, along with crispy fried scallion pancakes. Just thinking about it made me crave it. Lily clearly wasn't used to eating so much for breakfast. She only ordered soy milk and fried dough sticks. Her business attire attracted a lot of looks. As for me, I didn't care about image at all, wearing designer clothes, but acting like a true Houston local. Eating noodles while swinging my legs to the rhythm. That was the proper noodle-eating posture. A month away from home, now tasting that flavor again. Happiness welled up inside. Ding, the system suddenly activated. Congratulations, host, for activating hometown cuisine skill. Whenever eating Houston specialty dishes, body will reach peak energy state for the day. Stamina, endurance, learning ability all comprehensively enhanced. This skill came at the perfect time. But what about in New York? Maybe I needed to find an authentic Southern chef. I suddenly thought of Sophia, that girl from Louisiana who cooked amazing spicy food. Southern and Cajun cuisine were actually similar. If I hired her to cook for me personally, spending a few thousand per meal but getting fully charged status was totally worth it. But anyway, still had to finish handling the Houston matters first. I drove to the storefront Lily found for me, not far from my home. Got there in less than half an hour. The storefront was in a small plaza in the CBD, previously used for food service, surrounded by several office buildings. Steady foot traffic, very suitable for opening a restaurant. Only 11 o'clock. Already many delivery drivers bustling around. Looked like lunch would be very busy. Lily introduced. "Mr. Jensen, this storefront is 2,600 square feet. Because of the great location. Price is nearly 4,000 per square foot. Total around 11 million. Previous tenant rented by the year, but returned it due to lack of capital." I calculated quickly. Yearly rent here had to be at least 500,000. Pressure really wasn't small, but buying it would definitely be profitable. Real estate prices would rise again anyway. "Where's the owner?" I asked because I actually already wanted to buy it, though it exceeded budget by 1 million. But wasn't short on money now. Plus, I still had the 90% off property card. Considered a backup plan. Lily answered. "The owner is in this plaza area. I'll call her right away." The plaza had dozens of stores. Hard to pinpoint location by phone. After the call, the owner told us to wait in front of the storefront. She'd come right over. Lily and I waited at the entrance for about 2 minutes. Then saw someone familiar approaching, calling her familiar. Actually only met once yesterday. "Mr. Jensen, this is the owner." Lily pointed at the woman approaching. I was a bit surprised. I'd assumed the owner would be some middle-aged man. Didn't expect it to be Auntie Tang, the one who was buying rings with Serafina yesterday. Auntie Tang also recognized me. After all, a guy walking around with two beautiful girls was hard to forget. She came over to greet me. Young Jensen, we meet again. I responded, yes, Auntie Tang. Lily beside me was immediately surprised. You two know each other? Auntie Tang said while unlocking the door. Didn't expect young Jensen wanted to buy a storefront. I didn't expect this was Auntie Tang's property. Auntie Tang smiled. Actually, this whole area is mine. Both Lily and I froze. This entire plaza had nearly 100 stores, each worth tens of millions. So Auntie Tang's assets were at least over $1 billion. I thought I was about to become truly wealthy. In the end, just looked up and met a real tycoon, different from Richard Lawson's type. Auntie Tang was in real business. A solid 100+ stores. Rent alone was several million monthly. Thinking it over. Actually, it wasn't bad either. With the fortune blessing skill, my income was even higher than Auntie Tang's. Thinking that, my mood also calmed down. Auntie Tang clearly noticed. Her gaze at me changed. Being able to calm down this quickly? This young man isn't simple. Auntie Tang continued. Actually, these aren't really mine. I was just speaking casually. They're all assets my husband left behind. At the time, our son was still young, and I didn't know business, so I bought them all to rent out. Didn't expect to make quite a bit. Lily and I listened in amazement. This plaza was built over 15 years ago, meaning Auntie Tang bought all these storefronts 15 years ago, Lily exclaimed in shock. Auntie Tang just smiled without answering. 15 years ago, Houston real estate was just starting to develop. Land prices were still cheap. Now housing prices had multiplied several times. I muttered to myself, and she says she doesn't know business? Auntie Tang changed the subject. Back to the main point. This store has a great location. Foot traffic guaranteed. Taking it is a sure win. I understood this was a sales pitch. Property owners always like to exaggerate, like during the health supplement craze. Every seller claimed you'd become a billionaire, but I had my own calculations. After Auntie Tang finished, I smiled and replied, Auntie Tang, I'm buying this storefront to open a southern restaurant. This place isn't quite suitable. For example, wastewater disposal is a big issue. It was a real problem. Why did upscale areas always have Western restaurants? Besides being fancy, Western food produced less waste, but Southern cuisine was different. Lots of leftovers, couldn't just collect and resell them. All kitchen waste had to be disposed of separately, couldn't just dump it down the drain. She praised her property. I pointed out flaws. That was how to negotiate. Logically speaking, Auntie Tang should counter to emphasize the property's value, but she didn't do that at all. Instead nodded, young Jensen is right. This storefront really isn't convenient for a southern restaurant. How about this? I'll give you a discount. 9.3 million, okay? I was stunned. Completely not what I expected. Not only didn't raise the price, but proactively lowered it at this price. After all procedures, total would be right around 10 million, though only 500,000 cheaper. But for a multi-million-dollar transaction, this discount really wasn't much. But it had reached my psychological price point. Deal. Auntie Tang's so straightforward. I won't bother haggling more. 10 million was exactly the limit on my 90% off card. I could get maximum discount to 5 million off. All problems solved. Then let's prepare to sign the contract. A multi-million-dollar deal. Settled in just 3 sentences. Lily stood beside us, unable to get a word in. Was this how rich people negotiated? Multi-million-dollar deals decided just like that. Basically didn't need the agent to intervene. Of course, mainly because I was in a hurry. Wanted to settle quickly so I could return to school at ease. Luckily, this store was originally food service. Previous owner didn't take anything when leaving. Just some dust accumulated. Clean it up and it's ready to use. After finishing the procedures, I planned to call a cleaning service for a deep clean. Auntie Tang, I couldn't help asking. Can you tell me why you want to sell this store? There were some things I didn't say directly, but everyone understood. For example, were there any debts on the property or any financial issues? That would cause trouble later. Lily quickly answered first. Mr. Jensen, don't worry. This property's ownership is very clear. Only transferred once in 15 years. Completely under Mrs. Tang's name. As the agent, investigating property status was her responsibility. High commission meant no cutting corners. Any problems, and the agent was liable. Actually, I was just asking for formality. If there were problems, the system would have warned me long ago. Auntie Tang was very straightforward. I want to sell a few storefronts to invest in a new project. I felt a slight stir of interest, but didn't say more, just nodded. People who met by chance shouldn't pry too deep into others' affairs. Lily finished organizing the documents and said, if there are no issues, I'll start the procedures immediately. I looked at my watch and called her back. What's the fastest this can be done? Lily calculated for a moment, then answered. The procedures themselves aren't complicated, but it's National Day holiday. Some processes will be delayed. I nodded. Just do it as fast as possible. I need this store for other purposes. Mr. Jensen, don't worry. I'll definitely handle it as quickly as possible. Just as she finished speaking, I noticed Lily's face tighten slightly when her phone rang. It was Luna. Driving past, I could faintly hear her voice. Seemed like even after sobering up, she was still pestering, but I completely ignored people like her. Compared to her, I valued Lily's work capability more. After hanging up, Lily immediately put Luna aside. Though her client was stolen before, now she had nothing to hold back about. But Lily didn't want to waste this opportunity. She quickly spotted a loophole. Though the manager had fired her, headquarters hadn't approved it yet. The resignation agreement wasn't signed either. There was still a chance. A glint of ambition flashed in Lily's eyes. She'd already submitted all evidence of the manager's abuse of power to headquarters. Who would win was still unknown. Now she was going all in. Most important was completing my deal well, because it was National Day. Some things needed government agencies to handle. No matter how fast, there'd be some delay. As for how Lily would prepare those things, I didn't care. Currently, all my attention was on another system reward, a Cloud Peak Palace villa. I gripped the steering wheel while thinking. Right then my phone rang. Callum, are you done with your business? Serafina's voice came from the other end. Before she could finish speaking, I heard my sister's cheerful sounds through the phone. Seemed like these two girls had gotten together to play again. Probably heading back soon. What's Chloe up to? I watched the road, while smiling and asking, I never expected your mall to have so many fun things. Chloe's been dragging me around everywhere. Serafina's voice carried a light cheerfulness. Chloe isn't good at much, but she's great at having fun. My business here should be done in about 2 or 3 hours. I'll drive over to pick you two up then. I'll treat you two beauties to a really nice dinner, I teased while driving. Before Serafina could respond, Chloe had already lunged at the phone and shouted, Bro, I want a feast. Don't be stingy in front of your sister-in-law. Chloe's loud voice made me hurriedly lower the volume. All right. Just have fun. I'll come find you two in a bit. After ending the call, I drove into downtown Houston. Cloud Peak Palace was a luxury villa community developed by a top national corporation, a truly extravagant area. Just getting out of the car, a salesperson quickly came out to greet me, right as I opened the car door. He caught a glimpse of the watch on my wrist. His gaze paused for a moment. The smile on his face grew even brighter. For people in this profession, a keen eye was a mandatory skill. When he saw the Patek Philippe on my wrist, he immediately identified his target. His attitude toward me became much more respectful. Sir, please come inside. Are you here to view homes or... I glanced at the name tag on his chest. Just an ordinary salesperson. As I stepped into the lobby, I said casually, 2 days ago I paid in full for a villa. Here today to handle some related procedures. Hearing this, the salesperson's footsteps faltered. But he immediately smiled and led me to the lounge area. Politely asked me to wait a moment, then hurriedly turned and walked away quickly. Very soon he'd brought Manager Wang over. The manager heard the situation and immediately took it very seriously. Without another word, grabbed an iPad and came over. Sir, my surname is Wang. You can call me William. May I ask your name? Manager Wang asked me with a face full of smiles. I nodded and answered lightly, my surname is Jensen. Mr. Jensen, here's the situation. Your villa has been fully paid for. Now there's just the title transfer procedures. If you need, we can assist with everything. Manager Wang asked extremely attentively. I nodded flatly. Manager Wang said nothing more. Led me straight to the 3rd floor VIP office area. Mr. Jensen, rest assured, we'll process this as quickly as possible. The procedures won't take too long. We'll handle most of the work. You just need to confirm everything's correct and sign. Since the system had previously paid in full, buying this villa for me, plus the distinctive aura I carried, and the Patek Philippe on my wrist, with Manager Wang's eye for people. One glance was enough to know I wasn't ordinary. For a big client like me, he didn't even need to say anything. Manager Wang would automatically place me in the most valued customer group, and the group most worth maintaining long-term relationships with. The entire process I just needed to pick up a pen and sign. All other related procedures were completely handled by the sales center. There were even some procedures that Manager Wang personally ran to handle. Everything took just over an hour. Such high efficiency and good service was all built on money. But who said I had such capability? Manager Wang collected the final contract, his face full of smiles. Mr. Jensen, basically there are no more procedures needed. As for the property ownership contract and deed, they'll probably have to wait until after National Day to be approved, because the relevant departments are on holiday. But rest assured, as soon as they're back at work, we'll prioritize processing your paperwork, Manager Wong said enthusiastically. I nodded flatly. All right, I hope you can do it quickly. Manager Wang nodded repeatedly. After receiving the villa keys, I left. Manager Wang stood outside, watching my car drive away. This young man is not simple at all. Back in the office, he took a sip of tea and remarked with emotion, of course I had no idea about Manager Wang's assessment of me. I was driving, heading toward Houston's largest mall. Serafina and Chloe were there. Women's shopping stamina was truly terrifying. From morning to afternoon, those two still weren't tired when I found them. On Serafina's face and Chloe's, there was still excitement. Clearly, a whole day of shopping like this didn't make them feel tired at all. Their hands were full of stuff. The moment they saw my car approaching, Chloe smiled and jumped up, without saying a word, already rushing to stuff everything in the car. I'm exhausted, bro. If you don't treat us to a feast today, I'm telling Mom and Dad. I noticed that ever since Serafina was around, Chloe wasn't afraid of me anymore, like she'd gained backup. I narrowed my eyes, voice carrying a hint of threat. Looks like what you wanted. I can't buy it for you anymore. Unexpectedly, Chloe wasn't scared at all. Instead, hooked arms with Serafina and giggled. She'll buy it for me. I don't want your stuff anymore. Serafina, standing beside, just smiled softly, sighed, pretended to be troubled, and said, looks like my dear little sister isn't afraid of me at all anymore. You want to follow your sister-in-law now, don't you? Of course. I've always wanted a big sister. On the way back, Serafina just smiled, listening to me and my sister bicker constantly. This warm atmosphere made her unconsciously relax, while I teased my sister and drove. But I was always paying attention to Serafina's state. After all, before this, Serafina had practically been pushed by her stepmother to the point of running to me. Seeing the gloom on Serafina's face fade away, I also felt at ease. As for that message from that vicious stepmother, I definitely wasn't going to let her off. At some point, the car had gradually stopped. I'd already chosen where to have dinner. It was a rather secluded home-style restaurant in Houston. Serafina was already used to this kind of private dining, while Chloe's eyes were full of curiosity. After all, a restaurant hidden deep in an alley like this, without someone leading the way, who would know this was a restaurant? Chloe rarely came to places like this, and, once again, she clearly realized her brother really had made big money from investing. As expected from a famous restaurant, the specialty dishes were indeed very delicious. But I unexpectedly discovered, speaking of delicious flavors, perhaps Sophia's cooking was still a notch better. Even so, this restaurant also had several dishes done very well. Serafina didn't care much about food. Chloe, on the other hand, loved it, ate until her belly was round. Looking at my sister's state, I could only shake my head helplessly. Just got full and already sleepy, Chloe. Fell asleep as soon as she got in the car. I drove Serafina back to the hotel first, then took this carefree little sister home. Just entered my room when my phone rang, opened it to see a message. It was from Tyler. Since Tyler told me about Dana bad-mouthing me behind my back, he'd also been in less contact. Didn't know why so late at night. He suddenly messaged. I opened the chat, clicked on Tyler's message. Callum, class reunion tomorrow, you coming? This time almost everyone will be there. If you're free, come by. Bringing your sister-in-law is fine too. Let us see the world. Opening the chat. Inside was a string of messages from Tyler. I thought about it. These days, the procedures for the storefront and villa were being handled by Lily and Manager Wong. I didn't have anything to do, just a small class reunion. Since Tyler put it that way, might as well go. As for what Tyler said about bringing my sister-in-law to show off, I wasn't planning to listen. Whether Serafina wanted to meet my friends, she couldn't choose that chaotic class reunion. Close friends could just get together separately. Too many people made private conversation difficult. Thinking that, I messaged Tyler back, said I'd go tomorrow, but don't expect to meet my sister-in-law. Tyler immediately replied, sent a crying sticker, but didn't push it. For him, me agreeing to attend the reunion was already giving him a lot of face. As for whether my girlfriend came or not, that was my own business. No reason to force it, because there was a reunion tomorrow. I saw messages flooding the class group. Even quiet people were jumping into chat, but most were discussing tomorrow's event. That kind of chatting wasn't interesting to me at all. So I just exited the group. I showered and returned to my room. Had a brief exchange with Tyler. I put down my phone, gazed pensively at the pitch-black night sky outside the window. Didn't expect just a few months. Thinking back to my high school days, I only felt it was strangely distant, as if in just a few months, I'd stepped onto a new level of life, unconsciously looking back at my high school friends. I even felt they were too naive. The next day at the agreed time, I sat in my BMW 7 Series, leisurely drove to the reunion location. Just arrived at the hotel chosen as the gathering spot. I glanced through the window, already saw Tyler standing there looking around. Tyler looked left and right but still didn't see me, when, suddenly, a BMW 7 Series braked sharply right in front of him, screeched to a stop. Tyler instinctively wanted to dodge to the side, but saw the car window rolling down, and heard a familiar voice by his ear, "Tyler." Tyler bent down, looked inside the car. "Callum, you're something else? Driving a luxury car now? Made it big in college?" Tyler looked at the car and said with some envy, after all, men rarely weren't into cars, especially someone like Tyler, who currently didn't have the financial ability to buy a car like this. "Let's talk later. I'm going to park." Tyler grinned, stood right there, stared intently at the BMW 7 Series driving into the parking lot, waited for me to walk over. Tyler punched my shoulder lightly. "Looks like you're living well now." He teased me like that. I laughed, didn't answer, just walked into the lobby with Tyler. This time, Wong organized it. That's why they chose such a fancy hotel. As we walked, Tyler casually briefed me, because the reunion was during National Day. Almost all classmates could make it back. Nearly the whole class was here. Even our old homeroom teacher was invited. "Everyone's probably arrived by now," Tyler said while pushing open the door. Sure enough, the hall had many familiar faces. Seeing me and Tyler walk in, everyone's eyes turned our way. "Oh, it's Callum." Everyone who saw me smiled warmly. I'd sent red packets in the class group before. Everyone received a nice sum. So now, seeing me, these old friends were all happy. I greeted a few close friends, then followed Tyler to sit down. "Callum, I heard you have a girlfriend now. What does your sister-in-law look like? We've never met her." Tyler was extremely curious about my girlfriend, though he knew for sure she couldn't possibly be as ugly as Dana had said. That kind of aggressive fabrication. But being human, everyone's curious. I laughed. "Want to know that badly? Another time. I'll bring everyone to meet her later." Tyler and the guys beside us laughed heartily. "By the way, how's college? Columbia must be fun, right?" Looking at everyone's admiring gazes, I just smiled lightly and shook my head. College is pretty much the same everywhere. Nothing special, though I said it modestly. Of course, in their eyes, it wasn't like that. After all, Columbia was a gathering place for talents. If life there was really identical to other schools, then why did everyone fight to get into Columbia? Those words were just me being humble. Everyone understood. After chatting for a while, that feeling of distance caused by time and space gradually faded away. Everyone talked like before. I feel like New York has changed so much now. Change is inevitable. The more they talked, the guys' gazes all fell on me. I just smiled without saying anything. Tyler, hearing this, spoke up. "Just now, Callum actually drove a BMW 7 Series here." He just said that. His eyes again showed envy. The guys beside also widened their eyes. "Callum, that watch of yours is pretty nice. Where'd you buy it?" A guy from a poor family curiously looked at my wrist and asked. I laughed and answered, "Just bought it randomly, nothing special." But not everyone couldn't recognize quality. The guys from well-off families hesitated a bit, not sure whether to ask or not. Right then the door was pushed open again. Seeing who walked in, everyone's faces showed clear joy. None other than our high school homeroom teacher we hadn't seen in a long time, Ms. Carter. Ms. Carter, back in high school, had always cared about us a lot. I had to say she was a very good homeroom teacher. So when Ms. Carter came in, almost everyone stood up. "Ms. Carter, hello teacher." Everyone greeted in unison. Ms. Carter looked refreshed with a kind face, smiled as she walked in. "Everyone sit down. Don't be too formal," Ms. Carter said while laughing. Among all the young faces, she inadvertently spotted me. My every gesture was clearly different from those classmates who just entered college. From clothing to demeanor, I stood out significantly. "Callum, if I remember correctly, you got into Columbia, right? You've changed quite a bit since starting college." Ms. Carter walked over to me while smiling. I smiled and nodded. Ms. Carter had always treated me very well before, so I also respected her greatly. Ms. Carter was about to turn away when her gaze inadvertently stopped on the watch I was wearing. When she walked in, she'd already noticed the clothes I was wearing weren't cheap, but only when she saw the Patek Philippe on my wrist was she truly surprised. The moment she saw that watch, her first reaction was disbelief. After all, from her previous impression, my family didn't seem well off at all. Yet now I could wear a Patek Philippe. She instinctively looked me over once more. The watch I was wearing Happened to be the model that Ms. Carter had really liked before, just that her financial situation didn't allow it. Now, one glance was enough to tell real from fake. The one I wore was genuine. Because she'd studied this brand carefully before. She knew every detail. Callum, seems like what you've experienced in college is quite different from others. Ms. Carter looked at me meaningfully. I also noticed her gaze and understood what she was hinting at, so I smiled, followed her toward her seat. Ms. Carter asked if I'd done some small investments. She looked at me with a humble smile. I don't think what you've done is small at all, but since you're already at Columbia, if you have the ability, learning more is good too. Most of the others nearby also didn't understand what Ms. Carter and I were talking about, but those close to me like Tyler now also understood how much I'd changed. During the gathering, I could clearly feel Ms. Carter was much more enthusiastic toward me. Most of her questions revolved around investing, though I only told her that I'd made some money from investing. Actually, this kind of thing required market sensitivity. Whether to buy or sell, you had to be decisive. I took a sip of tea while answering those gathered around. Tyler's family wasn't super rich, but they were the type that didn't lack for anything. When he heard me mention recent investments, he hesitated for a moment, then leaned in and whispered, "My parents have been controlling me strictly lately. I've managed to hide some private money. How about I give it to you to hold and invest for me? I don't need to get rich. Just want to keep my money safe," Tyler said seriously, mentioning his parents. Searching through his private stash, his face twisted in pain. Could tell his family really kept him on a tight leash. The others, seeing his expression, burst out laughing. The atmosphere because of this also brightened up. Actually, Tyler's art school was also expensive. Without some family money, it'd be hard to keep up, but because he attended an ordinary art school, his parents worried he'd go astray, so they controlled him so strictly. Wanting to hold tight to his wallet, though Tyler complained a bit much, but honestly speaking, he wasn't greedy for money. He figured money just sitting there was just sitting there. Might as well give it to me to try investing. Said it was to let his bro practice his skills. Better than spending it wastefully. My mind had always been a level above Tyler's. Plus, I was a Columbia student. Giving me his money, he felt very at ease. Hearing Tyler's proposal, I nodded in agreement without hesitation. Even small mosquitoes are still meat. Plus, Tyler was a true brother. This small favor I could help with. Don't worry. I won't let you lose money, I promised firmly. But Tyler didn't take my words to heart. In his mind, investing was all about luck. As long as I didn't lose too much of his money, it was fine. He had no idea he'd just hopped on my rocket ship. While we were chatting, someone brought up another topic. They dragged Dana into it. "Dana, didn't you say last time that Callum has a girlfriend?" Before Dana could even open his mouth, the people beside were already chiming in. He also said he wanted to see what Callum's girlfriend looked like. Since arriving at the reunion, Dana had been ignored by everyone, sitting alone, looking bored. Now that someone actively asked, he couldn't hold back. His eyes flashed with unconcealed malice. "I've obviously met her already," Dana said, then squeezed into the group of girls, found a spot to sit down, with an expression like he knew everything, looking toward me not far away. In Dana's eyes suddenly flashed a complicated emotion. "That girlfriend Callum found? Don't know if she drugged him, or what? Short and ugly, and so fat she doesn't have a single curve," Dana said while smearing Serafina. The others heard him speak as if it were true. The more they listened, the more curious they got. "Really looks like that? How can Callum stand it?" a girl beside said contemptuously. Dana stomped his foot, eyes rolling around, lies rolling off his tongue smoothly as truth. "Can't you people see? He's covered in designer brands, probably being kept by some rich older woman, and those women are never pretty. Isn't it popular now to skip 20 years of hard work? Who knows, the red packets he got the other day might have been her money." Dana spoke with increasing enthusiasm, the lies sounding more and more real, making the girls without their own opinions somewhat believe it was true. So he's being kept. If that's true. Then I looked down on Callum. A few girls muttered, and the smug look on Dana's face became even more obvious. At this moment, a girl let out a cold laugh. "You've told so many lies. Even you believe them now." Dana whipped his head around. The speaker was none other than Lily Wang, the one whose red packet he'd stolen the other day. "What do you know to say I'm lying? Every word I said is true," Dana argued back. Lily had never liked Dana, but without evidence, she just pursed her lips and said nothing more. Right when Dana was enthusiastically smearing me, my phone rang. "Callum, are you almost done over there?" Serafina's voice came through the phone. Before I could answer, Tyler already shouted, Ooh, what's this? Don't tell me. That sister-in-law calling to check on you? Tyler's shout made everyone's eyes in the room all focus on me. Serafina, on the other end, was made to blush by Tyler's shout. Originally, she wasn't even planning to call. It was Chloe, who egged her on to fulfill her girlfriend duties, had to call and check in on time. Serafina was rushed by Chloe, so she dialed. Who knew the moment she called, she'd hear Tyler's hollering voice. That sister-in-law made her face red to her ears, but her heart felt sweetly happy. At least she knew I'd publicly acknowledged her in front of my friends as the person I held in my heart. I patted Tyler's shoulder and said, "All right, stop scaring your sister-in-law." Serafina on the other end called softly, "Callum, is your gathering almost over? I've had some drinks. You and Chloe come pick me up." I said to Serafina with a smile. The moment she heard me mention drinking, her worry made her shyness disappear. "Don't drag yourself. We're coming right now." I smiled and hung up. The girls' side also started buzzing. After Tyler's shout, the girls' gazes mostly fell on me, especially after hearing what I just said. When they heard me ask Serafina to come pick me up, Dana's expression could no longer be described as just ugly. Lily had been observing Dana's expression, seeing him look this terrible now. She understood a few things in her heart. The real person will be here soon, when she arrives. "Hey, I really want to see what this sugar mama looks like," Lily said mockingly. Most people at this point also turned around, unconsciously glancing at Dana. Everyone could see his expression was extremely ugly. By now, Dana's face had gone pale. He didn't expect me to ask Serafina to come. Didn't that mean the lies he'd just made up were about to be exposed? Yet Dana still kept up his tough talk, determined to act stubborn to the end. "Let her come. I'm not scared. At most, she's just an ordinary girl." His mouth was tough, but his voice had clearly softened. A girl who'd been annoyed by him for a while stood up and said, "Just now you said she was ugly. Now you're saying she's just ordinary." Dana bit his lip, unable to say anything, just getting more and more restless, heart full of frustration. Less than half an hour later, Serafina and Chloe had arrived at the hotel entrance. Serafina wore a shy expression. "Callum is at a class reunion. Is it okay for me to go in?" Chloe immediately understood. Serafina was getting shy again, though Serafina's background was far from lacking. But, first time meeting my high school friends, she couldn't help feeling a bit nervous. Chloe rolled her eyes, immediately said, "Sister-in-law, don't be shy. Remember that Dana guy I told you about? I heard from my brother. That guy is shameless beyond belief. He's also at this reunion today. Who knows? Probably smearing my brother in there right now. Now it's time for sister-in-law to make an appearance." Hearing what Chloe said, Serafina's nervousness and shyness vanished instantly. What happened at the lingerie store the other day? Dana's vicious words. Serafina still remembered clearly, just thinking about that guy. She bristled like a hedgehog, strode into the hotel with full momentum, seeing that murderous silhouette. Chloe laughed and hurried to follow. Looks like her future sister-in-law was the type who protected her own fiercely. Serafina had asked me for the room number beforehand, so as soon as she entered, she found a staff member to lead the way. Before long, they'd arrived at the door. Chloe linked arms with Serafina, pushed open the door, and walked in. At this kind of class reunion, it was definitely noisy. Knocking might not even be heard. Better to just open the door and go in. The moment the door opened, the noise in the room immediately died down. Hard to imagine in such a bustling hotel there'd be a room this silent. All eyes fell on the door, looking at the two beautiful girls standing there. Chloe shared some resemblance with me, so everyone recognized. She was my little sister, and the girl linking arms with Chloe was the real focal point that made the whole room freeze. Even Tyler's eyes went wide. He knew my standards were high, but didn't expect I could actually find such a stunning beauty. Serafina's figure and looks were both absolutely exceptional. Almost the moment she pushed open the door, she became the center of attention. After the guys came back to their senses, everyone looked at me with undisguised envy. "Not bad, Callum. What kind of luck did you stumble into? A girl this beautiful actually goes for you." I just smiled lightly, accepting all the teasing around me. Every guy's gaze couldn't leave Serafina, though everyone had seen pretty girls before. But someone like Serafina, one look and you knew she was campus queen level, not the type you see every day. As for the girl side, when they saw Serafina, they immediately went silent. The mysterious veil over my girlfriend in their minds was torn apart in an instant. A few girls suddenly understood why Dana would jealously make up such malicious lies. A girl this beautiful, with this figure, not hard to understand why someone like Dana would develop such ugly jealousy. Really, whether it's figure or face. She crushes Dana by miles. And calling this a sugar mama? Heard that's the type of woman who keeps young men. Lily immediately seized the opportunity to stomp on him again, mocking Dana. Dana's face had turned green. Lily's words, as, choked him until he couldn't speak. But I have to admit, the outfit she's wearing isn't cheap at all, another girl said quietly. Not hard to notice. Her voice also carried some jealousy. And admiration. I just heard Tyler saying, Callum lately seems to have made a round in the stock market. Made some good money from a few small deals. He earned money through his own ability. How could a college student be keeping another college student? I heard Callum's girlfriend goes to the same school. I don't think this looks like a sugar relationship. A few more sensible girls started whispering. Had better judgment than those others. I don't think this is a cougar keeping a young man situation. Clearly they're well matched. That's more like it. Lily glanced at Dana. Said something satisfying. Serafina also didn't expect that just pushing open the door, the whole room would go this quiet. Vaguely wondered if something was wrong with her outfit. Quietly asked Chloe, is there something on my face? Why isn't anyone saying anything? Chloe, standing beside, clearly saw the surprise on everyone's faces, so immediately winked mischievously. Sister-in-law, you're underestimating the killing power of your beauty. While everyone still hadn't recovered, I'd already stepped forward, welcomed Serafina and my sister in, then said, all right, my family's here to pick me up. I'm not going out with everyone after this. It's getting late. Tyler immediately grabbed my arm. Callum, that's not cool. Sister-in-law just showed up, and you already want to take her home and hide her? I laughed and punched him. It's late today. Let's get together another time. Said that, but I still turned around, introduced Tyler and the guys to Serafina. Serafina smiled, greeted each one in turn. I also introduced her to Ms. Carter. The teacher laughed and gave a thumbs up. This kid's got good taste. I just smiled without answering, while Serafina blushed. Chloe, on the other hand, looked extremely smug. Could tell this little girl was bursting with joy inside. I don't just have good taste. I've got good luck too. Sister-in-law really is a rare beauty. I agree with that. Close brothers like Tyler beside me all immediately nodded in agreement. All right, let's get together another day. Drive safe going home tonight, Ms. Carter said with a smile. After saying that, I led the two girls to say goodbye to everyone, turned and left the hotel. Though I'd already left, I was still the main character of this class reunion. Everyone was amazed that in such a short time, I'd changed so much. Couldn't hide their admiration for my current life. Ms. Carter was getting older. Seeing it was getting late, she smiled and left. After the teacher left, the others also gradually dispersed. If you asked who left the deepest impression at this reunion, besides me, it was my girlfriend, Serafina. Even many years later, in their memories, they still clearly remembered that appearance of me and Serafina. Serafina drove me and Chloe to the entrance of our neighborhood. Need me to walk you in? I looked at her and said with a smile. Serafina shook her head. No need. You've been drinking. Go rest early. I can get back on my own. I nodded, then drive carefully. Serafina softly acknowledged, then drove my car away. When she was near the hotel waiting at a red light, a girl on the roadside looked at the BMW, looked again to make sure. Not until Serafina stepped on the gas and drove off. Did the girl on the roadside come back to her senses? That person was none other than Lily, the real estate agent I'd hired last time. The reason Lily was still out on the street this late was she'd just finished handling some procedures related to the storefront I bought. The next morning when I woke up, I checked my phone. The college class group Professor Lawrence had posted new announcements about class officer positions, basically except for class president and vice president. There weren't many changes, but the new vice president was someone I knew. It was Sophia, the former student council officer. She was capable and very hardworking. Everyone was fine with Sophia being vice president. No one had any objections. Sophia had always had good relationships with everyone in class, plus now in everyone's eyes. As long as it wasn't that former class president, who specialized in bullying classmates. Anyone could be vice president. Besides, when she was still a student council officer, Sophia had treated everyone well. I scrolled through the group messages, then exited. To me, this was just a small matter. Just as I put down my phone, my sister Chloe burst through the door. Bro, I want to go hang out with sister-in-law. Hurry up and drag me there. I was startled by Chloe's sudden door opening. Comes into the room without knowing to knock. Every day just wants to hang out with sister-in-law. Though I said that, I still got up and headed for the door. Halfway there, I suddenly turned back to look at Chloe. Said, sister-in-law took the car yesterday, remember? Chloe smacked her forehead. I forgot about that. Let me call sister-in-law. Chloe stuck out her tongue and made a face, then glanced out the window. A familiar car had stopped right at our building entrance. Looks like sister-in-law and I really are connected. Don't even need to call to know to come pick each other up. Chloe turned around and immediately abandoned her brother, grabbed her bag, and ran straight outside. I shrugged helplessly. Didn't understand how those two girls could have so much energy. Today they'd even planned to go hiking together. Too bad I was busy today. Couldn't go hiking with those two beauties. Most of the procedures should be almost done today. I needed to go check on things. Plus, Chloe had some things she wanted to talk about privately with Serafina. If I really went along, Chloe probably would have trouble speaking up. Living with my sister for so many years, how could I not notice she was acting different today, after leaving the house? I sent a message to Serafina. My silly little sister is in your hands. Please keep an eye on her. Early morning, the person I needed to meet was none other than Lily. Lily held a thick stack of documents, all the necessary contract materials. Being able to complete so many procedures in such a short time, though Anchor Realty had cleared the way pretty smoothly. Most of it was still thanks to Lily's outstanding personal ability. Could say if it were someone else, no matter how good they were at the job, they'd probably have to wait an extra 2 or 3 days. I also didn't expect Lily's efficiency to be this fast. Looking at the documents in her hands, I nodded with great satisfaction. Your efficiency isn't bad. So now, this storefront completely belongs to me, right? Lily heard me ask and immediately nodded. Yes, that's right, Mr. Jensen. All procedures are now complete, including all related taxes and fees. Everything has been handled. Lily really was capable. Completely unlike a young person lacking experience. The processing fees were even lower than I'd expected. I was very satisfied. Took back all the documents and contracts. But just as I turned to leave, Lily hesitated for a moment, finally grabbed her bag and followed. I'm sorry, Mr. Jensen. I know. From here on, we probably won't have any more dealings. But for this matter, I really want to thank you properly. It's also lunchtime now. I'd like to treat you to a meal. Hope Mr. Jensen can give me the honor. Lily walked beside me holding her bag, said everything she wanted to say in one breath. Perhaps if I refused, Lily would always feel like she owed me a favor. I paused, turned to look at her. Given how efficiently you worked, I'll accept your invitation. After saying that, I paused slightly, smiled and nodded at Lily in agreement. A bright smile immediately appeared on Lily's face. There's a pretty good Western restaurant nearby. Mr. Jensen, is that okay? Clearly, Lily had prepared in advance to invite me. I didn't really care what we ate. Anything's fine. I answered lightly. The Western restaurant Lily chose was actually a bit beyond my expectations. The atmosphere was quite elegant. The food was also good. Lily even ordered a bottle of wine. Mr. Jensen, a toast to you. I'm really grateful that you trusted me and gave me this deal to handle. Halfway through the meal, Lily was already a bit tipsy. She raised her wine glass to me, then drained it in one go. After drinking for a while, for some reason her eyes reddened. Mr. Jensen, you're probably still in college, right? Society nowadays is really too complicated. I could tell Lily was drunk, but I didn't interrupt her pouring out her heart. Actually, Lily didn't look bad. Eyes reddened. Also carried a vulnerable, pitiful look. But I wasn't the type to be bewitched by beauty. Just in that moment, I really did feel a bit of compassion. The situation between Luna and Lily. It wasn't like I didn't know. Newcomers being bullied by veterans. I understood this all too well. I quit my job, but before I quit, I reported those two scumbags. If I lose my job, they shouldn't expect to be comfortable either. Not sure what she remembered. A satisfied smile appeared on Lily's face. Earlier, when Lily brought the big contract back to Anchor Realty to process, while discussing the procedures, she directly pressured the person in charge at headquarters to thoroughly investigate the abuse of power. The manager had done plenty of shady things over the years. Just a light investigation already uncovered her embezzlement. How the whole thing blew up in the end, Lily couldn't be bothered to say. Anyway, when those two were kicked out of the office looking pathetic, Lily just sat in the office watching them, feeling incredibly satisfied inside. So this meal is to thank you, Mr. Jensen. If not for your deal. Speaking of this, Lily choked up. Maybe I would have been like so many others. Could only quietly leave. The anger stuck in my heart with nowhere to vent. So what are you planning to do next? Have you thought about it or made any plans? I took a sip of wine, looking at the person across from me. Lily, without realizing, had cried until her mascara was smeared everywhere. When I asked that, Lily blinked, eyes full of confusion. I don't know, but because of those disgusting people, even the real estate industry, I've started to feel scared of it. Wine brings out the truth. Everything she said was heartfelt. Just quit my job. I still haven't figured out what to do next. Lily shook her head, then took another drink. I sat there thinking for a moment, then suddenly spoke up. If you've already quit, how about helping me with something? Lily was already drunk to the point of dizziness. But, hearing that, she still tried to shake her head clear. What can I help Mr. Jensen with? Lily blinked and looked at me. I pulled out some documents and placed them on the table. Wait until you sober up, then we'll talk. I was just about to tell Lily the job details when I discovered this girl's alcohol tolerance was so bad. She'd already collapsed on the table asleep, looking at her completely drunk state. I also understood how much pressure had been weighing on her lately. Drinking today could be considered releasing all the pent-up frustration. I shrugged helplessly, just came to eat, and ended up with trouble. Fortunately, even though Lily was drunk, she still remembered where she lived. I took her all the way home, and placed the stack of documents beside her. At the same time, Chloe and Serafina had already climbed halfway up the mountain. Houston had many hills. Could even say, the whole city was surrounded by rolling terrain. The scenery here was absolutely beautiful. Today, the two chose a low hill that wasn't too difficult. Chloe, there's a pavilion up ahead. Let's go rest there for a bit. The two went into the pavilion to sit and rest, looking at the distant clouds, feeling the sunlight falling on them. Chloe unconsciously relaxed. Serafina, the moment she'd separated from me, had already seen the private message I sent her. At first, Serafina thought I was just telling her to look after my sister a bit, but now, seeing Chloe suddenly become quiet, Serafina in her heart had noticed something was off. Thinking back to yesterday while they were out, Chloe said today was to clear her head. Serafina keenly noticed. Chloe had something on her mind. What's wrong, Chloe? You seem different today, Serafina asked with a gentle smile. Chloe was pulled back to reality by Serafina's voice. So, you saw right through me. You really are perceptive. Chloe found a clean spot in the pavilion and sat down. The sunlight shone in, making it momentarily hard for Serafina to see Chloe's expression. Sister, what do you want to do in the future? Chloe didn't talk about herself. Instead asked Serafina. Serafina was stunned, then sat down beside her. The corners of her lips curved slightly. Actually, my future is pretty obvious at a glance. Graduate from Columbia, get a job at a company, then find someone to marry and have kids. Speaking of this, Serafina gently shook her head. But that was before I met your brother. Since meeting your brother, I no longer see a boring future. Speaking of this, Serafina's face unconsciously broke into a soft smile. That's great. Actually, sometimes I'm quite envious of you. Chloe closed her eyes, feeling the sunlight on her face. Actually, I haven't really run into any problems lately. I just suddenly realized, every day being so carefree like this seems kind of meaningless, like a little boat, drifting in the sea without direction. At first it might feel fresh, but drifting too long makes you tired. Serafina also understood Chloe's sudden weariness. I know what's bothering you. Serafina stood up and pulled Chloe to her feet. Looking at her slightly confused eyes, she said, Silly girl, it's because you haven't found what you love yet. Chloe suddenly realized and nodded. Serafina pulled her out of the pavilion. Growing up, wasn't there anything you liked? Serafina asked curiously. Chloe thought for a moment, then helplessly shook her head. What I like is just stuff normal girls like clothes or jewelry. Actually, sometimes I feel like I'm just a very ordinary girl. Nothing special at all. The two girls chatted as they continued toward the summit. Haven't you ever thought before what career you'd want in the future? Serafina asked again. Chloe shook her head. I've thought about it, but can't figure out what career I want. My mind is all fuzzy. No idea what the future holds. I just see a blur. It really feels confusing. Don't know which direction to go. Sometimes I feel interested in everything. Sometimes I feel like nothing interests me at all. Forget it. Let's not talk about these depressing things today. Put all the negative stuff aside. Sister, let's keep climbing. See who reaches the top first today. Loser treats the other to a meal. Chloe tried to cheer herself up. Serafina paused slightly, then smiled and shook her head. Seems like this silly Chloe just wanted to find someone to talk to today. But matters concerning her future life. In the end, she'd have to figure it out and decide for herself. The higher they climbed, the more tiring it got. By the time the two girls struggled their way to the top, they were too exhausted to say a word. Didn't expect hiking to be this tiring. Maybe after I get back, I need to properly train my stamina. Serafina was a bit dissatisfied with her current fitness level, while Chloe had grown up in hilly terrain, so she recovered much faster than Serafina. Sister, standing on the mountaintop, feels like we're closer to the clouds. Serafina gradually caught her breath, looked at Chloe and said, Actually, I think there are some things you could try discussing with your brother. You two grew up together. It's only normal that he understands you best. Maybe you don't know. When you went out with me today, your brother already noticed something was off. He even messaged me to pay more attention to you and talk with you. Hearing what Serafina said, Chloe immediately jumped up. What? My brother, that insensitive guy, could actually tell? Did he secretly laugh at me for being so emotional? Serafina laughed, looking at Chloe's lively self returning. Come on, he's your brother. Actually, I'm quite envious of the bond between you two. You're really close. Serafina's gentle voice calmed Chloe down. When the two took the cable car down the mountain, Chloe seriously considered whether she should talk to her brother about this. The moment they got off the cable car, they saw me, standing there smiling. Done with your business already? Chloe looked at me curiously. I smiled and nodded. All done. Came to pick you two up for dinner. Remember last time they came to get me? For the class reunion, I introduced you to Tyler. That guy's treating everyone to a meal today. The two girls were starving by now. Hearing about food, they immediately agreed. Just that Serafina felt a bit shy. After all, this time I said, I'd be meeting my closest high school buddies. So before getting in the car, Serafina deliberately put on light makeup. After all, she wanted to dress properly, so I could show her off proudly. Chloe, on the other hand, didn't care. All she was thinking about was what delicious food to eat. Tyler had already gathered my closest high school friends. Everyone was waiting in the restaurant. Heard Callum's really rich now? Truly an outstanding Columbia student. Only been a short while, and already playing the stock market. Love life's going great too. A few people gossiped while waiting. Tyler looked extremely proud. When they praised me, he nodded along like he was being praised. Hey Tyler, I heard at the reunion the other day. You met Callum's girlfriend, right? Is she really that pretty? Tyler immediately puffed out his chest. Of course she's pretty. So pretty even I was stunned. You guys who haven't seen her are really missing out. I was speechless looking at my gossipy friends. The more they chatted, the more into it they got. Tyler was about to brag more when I arrived. The guys huddled together, full of curiosity. Tyler looked at their expressions. Knew he had to tease them good. Of course I've met her. Callum's taste isn't bad at all, Tyler said mysteriously. Hurry up and tell us what she looks like. A guy beside him immediately leaned in. Callum's bringing her here soon. I can't really describe it well. Anyway, when I saw her, I also felt like Callum really lucked out. That's a genuine goddess right there. Tyler was still rambling on when everyone was discussing. I'd already followed the location Tyler sent and arrived. Hey Tyler, Chen, you're all here? I walked in with a big smile and greeted everyone. Following behind me was Serafina. She also smiled and politely greeted everyone in the room. Tyler had already met Serafina before, but Serafina still noticed a few unfamiliar faces in the room. I'd put my arm around Serafina, then smiled and introduced her to everyone. This is Serafina, my girlfriend, and Tyler. This guy reacted the strongest, opened his mouth and called her sister-in-law right away. The others were stunned by Serafina's beauty. Those who hadn't recovered yet also followed Tyler's lead, calling her sister-in-law. The moment I pushed open the door and walked in, everyone's eyes were glued to Serafina. Honestly, we're all in college now. It's not like they'd never seen pretty girls, but someone as beautiful as Serafina. One look and she's etched into your memory. Truly rare. Had both looks and presence. No wonder the whole room stared. Beside us was Chloe, back in high school. She'd often hang out with me. Some people in the room knew Chloe. Oh look, every single one frozen like a statue. Must have been scared stiff by my sister-in-law. Chloe joked as she pulled Serafina to sit in an empty spot. Only then did those guys come back to their senses. Not bad, Callan. Now I believe what Tyler said is true. You really did luck out, one guy exclaimed, then nudged my shoulder. His voice sour as could be, looking at the envious gazes all around. I just smiled. All right, if you're jealous, go find a girlfriend at your own school. Tyler, standing behind, heard that, gritted his teeth and said, if girls as beautiful as sister-in-law were that easy to find, who'd be jealous of you, Callum? Of course, I took in all those envious gazes and enjoyed them. Okay. Weren't we here to eat? Let's get the food going. Tyler handed me the menu. Callum, ask sister-in-law what she likes, so we can order more. Serafina quickly said, I'm fine with anything. No need to be fancy. These guys had been my friends in high school. All decent people, but seeing me with a beauty, each one felt a bit indignant. Tyler took the lead, started telling embarrassing stories about me from high school. Serafina's eyes grew wider as she listened. I helplessly glanced at Tyler and the gang. My secrets are all exposed by you guys. Tyler and the others laughed out loud. We're helping sister-in-law. Understand you completely from head to toe, not missing a single detail. I could only shake my head helplessly. What a bunch of troublemaking friends. but seeing everyone so happy, I felt warmth in my heart. Even though all my embarrassing stories were spilled, I still smiled and took it in stride. Looking at Chloe, who was burying her head eating like she'd never eaten before. Seems like my little sister was still the best, the one who seriously came here just to eat. Chloe swallowed the food in her mouth. Actually, all your embarrassing stories from home. I already told her everything long ago. Serafina, sitting beside, heard what Chloe said, covered her mouth and giggled. What great siblings I have. I shrugged helplessly, though Tyler really wanted to gossip more with me. He also knew we couldn't stay too late. After all, there were girls here. So around 8 or 9, we wrapped up. When everyone had left, Tyler still hadn't left. He stopped me, stuffed a card directly into my hand. Callum, this is all my private savings. My entire fortune is in your hands now, Tyler said with a laugh. Password is my birthday. Just take it and practice your skills. I didn't hold back with him. Took the card right away. Then I won't be polite, taking your money to practice with. I joked with Tyler. Didn't expect Tyler to think I was serious. Even said painfully, no. Whatever you do, just leave me half. When you become a financial tycoon someday, don't forget I was the one who let you practice. He made me burst out laughing, punched him on the shoulder. Don't worry. This investment is guaranteed 100% profit. Tyler naturally didn't believe it. How could any investment be a sure thing, but probably out of respect for me? He just nodded casually. Serafina sat in my car, looking at Chloe dozing off beside her, then said, I think about your sister's situation. You should still talk to her once. I looked at Chloe sleeping soundly in the back seat. Did she say anything to you? I pulled the car over to the side. Serafina simply recounted Chloe's worries and confusion during our hike today. Lately, I really have been neglecting Chloe a bit. I'll find a chance to talk to her. I thought for a moment before answering. Serafina nodded and said nothing more. After all, this was Chloe's matter. What Serafina could do was just offer some advice. After dropping Serafina off, I drove back to our neighborhood. Chloe sat in the car, yawned and asked, We're home already? I nodded. On the way back, I kept thinking about when I should find a chance to talk to my sister. As a result, when walking past the small pavilion in the neighborhood, Chloe called out to me first, Bro, let's sit in the pavilion for a bit. I was a bit surprised, but still nodded. Sat down on the bench in the small pavilion. Chloe looked at me, her face rarely this serious. Bro, what do you think I could do in the future? Living aimlessly like this really has no meaning. How about I become your secretary later? At least that counts as finding some life purpose, Chloe said very seriously. I looked at my sister helplessly, smiled lightly. Of course that's fine. My little sister wants to be my assistant. I couldn't be happier. But I noticed, even though I agreed, Chloe's eyes didn't brighten up much, so I thought for a moment and said, But Chloe, I hope you can do something you truly love. Not just to fill the boredom, but to find a path that's truly yours. Don't force yourself to follow me if that's not what you want. Of course, if you can't find what you love, coming to help me out, I'd be very happy too. Chloe let out a sigh. Rested her chin and said with frustration, But bro, I basically don't know what I like. What I like, others like too. I don't know what I can do in the future. Looking back now, every day I just eat and play with sister-in-law. It looks fun, but having no goals is really boring. I smiled softly. My silly little sister. Actually, you can totally pursue any kind of life that you want. As your big brother, I'll always be your strongest support, even in the worst case scenario. Even if you don't accomplish anything in the future, you can still come help me organize documents, things like that. My voice was gentle. I even did like when we were kids, gently ruffled Chloe's hair. You're messing up my hair? Chloe, though she held her head and said that, under her brother's gentle encouragement, her eyes had already reddened a bit. I saw Chloe's mood soften quite a bit. So you don't have any interests at all? I looked up at the bright moon in the night sky and asked. Chloe felt that. She wasn't exactly without things she liked. After all, being a girl, she also loved things that girls typically like. What Chloe had just said? Actually, I like making little videos. Also like doing my makeup to look pretty, but isn't every girl like that? I really can't figure out how such an ordinary hobby could bring any change to my future. Chloe sighed with disappointment. Honestly, I didn't see my sister as an ordinary girl without any talents or hobbies. In my eyes, Chloe was just temporarily lost. Hadn't found the right field she was good at to develop. Actually, Chloe, don't you feel that? Your fashion sense is way better than other girls. I patiently guided some things were best for Chloe to realize herself. That way would be much better than me pointing out a ready-made path. She'd be able to determine her future more clearly. Chloe blinked. Thought back to the differences between herself and the girls she'd seen on the street. Seems like that's actually true. You've really improved your taste since getting a girlfriend. You never used to compliment my outfits before, Chloe said with a smile. When she felt my care and encouragement, she felt she wasn't as sad as before. If that's the case, in the future, could I do styling for people? Or maybe become a makeup artist? Or stylist? Chloe vaguely pondered. If that's the case, seems like it would also be playing to her strengths. But with a future like that, Chloe didn't feel particularly excited either. Just felt it was ordinary. I shook my head. That kind of work is too ordinary. I understood Chloe's personality. Someone as lively as her, if confined to a store, helping people match outfits. Very quickly, that interest would wear down. Instead of that, why not try a different approach? Do you want to take your styling sense and share it with others? Like posting videos or building your own fashion brand. That suits your personality better. And could also become your future path, I asked with a smile. Chloe thought carefully, then firmly nodded. Have you ever thought about being a content creator? Being a creator focused on makeup and styling, I said with a smile. And when she heard the words content creator, Chloe paused slightly. Her mouth unconsciously repeated, content creator. That's right. You can use videos to show off your own strengths, and you don't have to serve anyone. I smiled and shared the idea that I've been thinking about for a long time. After hearing what I said, Chloe was silent for a moment, then spoke up, as if asking both herself and me. Me becoming a content creator, would that really work? I answered without hesitation. Of course it would, looking at Chloe's still slightly confused face. I encouraged her. My little sister is pretty, knows how to style outfits and do makeup. If you become a content creator, I'll definitely send you gifts. Whatever's most expensive, that's what I'll send. I teased with a smile. Chloe also laughed. Looks like my brother really does treat me well. Even willing to throw that much money. Let me think about it for a while longer. Thanks, bro, for listening to me ramble all night. I raised my hand and flicked her forehead, making Chloe yelp, then said, all right now, let's go home. Otherwise, Mom and Dad will come looking for us. After saying that, I turned and walked into the building. Chloe held her aching forehead, called my name and chased after me. The moment I opened the door, I slipped in quickly. Closed the door before Chloe could get revenge. Who knew the moment I turned around? I saw Mom holding a glass of milk, looking at me with a bullying your sister again expression. Hurry up and open the door for her. You two go to bed soon. Mom looked helplessly at these two kids in the house acting like children. The moment I opened the door for Chloe, she lunged forward trying to get revenge. As a result, Mom grabbed her by the collar and dragged her to her room. Drink your milk and sleep. It's late. Stop making noise. The sibling battle thus dissolved. These two are grown up but still so noisy, Mom said with a smile. Dad, sitting nearby, also closed his magazine. This is how siblings who love each other act. Just let them be. When Chloe lay in bed, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. In her head, she kept replaying the content creator idea I'd mentioned. The more she thought, the more she felt my suggestion wasn't bad at all. Just try it first. If it doesn't work out, I can stop. Chloe sat up in the middle of the night, late at night. Because she was thinking about becoming a content creator, she was too excited to contain herself. She immediately ordered a bunch of stuff online, even opened several apps, looking up guides on becoming a content creator, and took detailed notes for her upcoming content creator plan. Could say she was pretty well prepared, and I had no idea. My sister wasn't sleeping in the middle of the night, but was busily preparing for this. The next morning, I had something extremely important to do. When I arrived at the storefront that I'd bought from Auntie Tang, sure enough, at the entrance I saw a familiar figure. It was Lily, the one who got drunk and passed out yesterday. Actually, last night. Lily had sobered up long ago. She remembered very clearly. Seemed like I'd given her something to do. Just that, no matter how she thought, she couldn't remember what exactly it was. I smiled. Said that I was short-handed lately, so I wanted to ask her for a favor. Using this storefront, help me apply for a bank loan. My credit is very good. My repayment ability is also strong. Help me apply for the highest amount possible. The moment I finished speaking, Lily froze. A loan? Mr. Jensen, you want to use this storefront as collateral? Lily was a bit confused. Didn't understand why I'd do this. I looked at her. Don't worry. I don't have any other debts. I just need to use the money I have on hand. If you find it inconvenient, then don't worry about helping me. The moment I finished, Lily immediately said firmly, I can do this. Don't worry, Mr. Jensen. Lily was truly grateful to me in her heart. Now being able to help me with something. She was more than willing. I nodded lightly. Whenever you're missing any documents, just come find me. I hope you can handle this as quickly as possible. Try to get the loan. Lily took the documents and nodded. Rest assured, I'll do my absolute best. After separating from me, Lily didn't hesitate. IIS took the documents straight to the bank. Started processing the application. On Lily's end, she was busy handling all sorts of paperwork and certificates. And on the bank's end, the manager wasn't idle either. A large loan like this naturally had to be reported to higher-ups. The approval process also needed time. Lily also had to go to the real estate center to get various property transfer documents stamped. While waiting for the stamps, she inadvertently spotted a familiar figure. None other than Auntie Tong, the previous owner of the store. Auntie Tong appeared to be also waiting for staff to process paperwork. Lily was still hesitating whether to say hello when Auntie Tang turned around and saw her. Lily, what a coincidence. You're here for paperwork too? Auntie Tang said with a smile. Lily walked over and sat beside Auntie Tang. That's right. There are indeed some procedures that need stamps from here. Looks like you're quite capable. Signed another new contract? Since they were at the real estate center, Auntie Tong assumed that Lily was handling procedures for a new client again. Unexpectedly, Lily paused, smiled and shook her head. Auntie, I've already quit my old company. Not doing real estate anymore. Auntie Tong was surprised. Didn't expect she'd quit. Oh, I see. So you're doing paperwork for yourself? Auntie Tong asked casually, but when she looked down, she saw a familiar name. Isn't this the storefront I sold to Mr. Jensen? Are there still some procedures not completed? Auntie Tong looked confused. By all accounts, she'd handed over all the documents before. Why was Lily bringing these files here again? Still need more paperwork? Lily also noticed Auntie Tang's confusion. She hesitated for a moment, then explained to Auntie Tang, it's not the previous procedures. Mr. Jensen is planning to use this storefront to get a loan. Hearing Lily's explanation, Auntie Tang paused. A loan? Didn't he say before he wanted to use this storefront for business? But, after all, Auntie Tang was a sharp-eyed woman. She quickly guessed a possibility. Could Mr. Jensen be planning to use that money for investments? There were many such cases around Auntie Tang, using real estate as collateral, then taking bank money to invest. This type of operation wasn't unique to me. In fact, from a certain angle, this approach could even minimize risk. Lily didn't expect Auntie Tong to guess my intentions right away. She directly understood my purpose. Later, when collecting documents, Lily also learned I was planning to invest. That's exactly it. Mr. Jensen has an investment company he co-founded with a friend. The profit rate is very good, so he's planning to put more money into it. Auntie Tong understood immediately after hearing this. So Mr. Jensen also had his own investment company. Though they were waiting for paperwork, the queue was pretty boring. Auntie Tang simply started chatting with Lily. Moreover, lately, Auntie Tang had also been busy with investment matters, so when she heard I was preparing to mortgage property for investment, she became quite interested. I wonder what sector Mr. Jensen is investing in? Auntie Tong asked probingly. Though Lily wasn't my employee, she still had professional ethics. Just smiled evasively and deflected. Didn't reveal anything. Just some things in the stock market. Generally speaking, the profits aren't bad. Auntie Tong knew she wouldn't get anything from asking, so she skillfully changed the subject. If the other party didn't want to say, why should she push? Lily and Auntie Tang hadn't been talking long. When they saw the paperwork was done, Auntie Tang, I have something urgent. Let's chat another day. After finishing the procedures, Lily didn't want to delay, said a few words of greeting and left. In just 2 short days, Lily had completed all the procedures. Now they just needed to wait for upper management approval. Then I just needed to personally sign one document, and it would be done. Once again, I saw Lily's excellent work capability. She worked extremely systematically, could handle work at the fastest speed and highest efficiency. This made me extremely satisfied. This was hard work for you. Very well done. I looked at the stack of documents, approved for the maximum loan amount in my hands, said with satisfaction while reviewing. Lily smiled softly. It's also thanks to Mr. Jensen for giving me the opportunity, she said, naturally referring to the property deal from before. I nodded, carefully put away the contract. Have you found a new job yet? Hearing my question, Lily was slightly dazed, but still answered honestly. Haven't found a suitable job yet. I nodded, looked straight into her eyes, and extended an invitation. I've been short an assistant lately. Don't know if you'd be interested. As for compensation, I'll pay market rate. Won't be unfair, if you agree. When I said these words, Lily's eyes widened in shock. She didn't expect I'd actually offer her a job. In that moment, Lily panicked a bit. She also didn't understand what ability I saw in her. That made me willing to extend a helping hand. Had to know that because of quitting suddenly. Even though Lily had closed such a big deal, she didn't actually receive much commission, plus various deductions. Lily had become so broke. She couldn't even scrape together next month's rent. During this time, she'd also tried looking for other jobs. Could only say her luck wasn't good. Lily's job applications were rejected everywhere she went. If not for that, she wouldn't have had the free time to help me run all this paperwork and certifications, receiving my invitation during such difficult times. For Lily, it was like warm coal in winter. So, without me saying another word, she immediately nodded in agreement. Mr. Jensen, you really trust me? Because I've never done assistant work before. Stunned by this opportunity falling from the sky, Lily was a bit worried, afraid she couldn't handle this position, especially since she was very clear about the value of the dowry I'd prepared, being an assistant and secretary, beside a boss with assets like mine. What Lily was most worried about now was that she didn't meet the capability level I expected. I smiled lightly. Everything I've assigned you before, you've completed very well. Relax, I don't hire randomly. If you didn't have the ability, then for the same money, I could definitely find someone much better. My words were a bit blunt, but this world was just that realistic. Hearing me say that, Lily gradually felt more at ease. She felt herself filled with motivation for the future again. Rest assured, I will definitely meet the requirements and standards you set. Become a capable assistant and secretary. Lily looked at me, a hint of light in her eyes. It's just that. In the future, most of my time will be in New York. Don't know if you can accept this change. I thought for a moment, proactively clarified up front. Lily immediately nodded without hesitation. Rest assured, Mr. Jensen, I don't have any major requirements about work location. I nodded with satisfaction. I'll probably return to New York tomorrow or the day after. Take these 2 days to sort things out, then come to New York to report for work. After giving instructions, I prepared to leave. But Lily thought for a moment and still called me back. Mr. Jensen, sorry. There's one more thing. I turned to look at her. Saw Lily open a chat window on her phone. Here's the thing. When I was doing the procedures the other day, I happened to run into Auntie Tang, the previous owner of the storefront. Auntie Tang found out I was doing paperwork related to the loan, and also learned that, Mr. Jensen, you have an investment company. So lately she's been kind of hinting around, asking me about the investment company. Lily hadn't finished speaking when I already understood Auntie Tang's meaning. Remembered she'd mentioned before, wanting to invest herself. It's fine, if she asks. Some numbers related to profit rates and such. Just tell her honestly that you're about to become my assistant secretary. There are some things I need to tell you first. Currently, the investment company is still in its early stages. Needs a large amount of capital injected. Auntie Tang for my investment company can be considered a potential client. Some things didn't need to be said too clearly. Lily understood immediately, truly a blessing from above. Besides, it was Auntie Tang who proactively asked. Rest assured, Mr. Jensen, I know what I should do. Lily nodded. Put away her phone. If the conversation goes deeper, you can promise Auntie Tang a 2% profit rate. I thought for a moment and said. Lily was slightly surprised. 2%? For half a year? I smiled. Just 2 months. Though Lily didn't trade stocks, she had studied finance back in college. She understood these things fairly well. A 2% profit was indeed incredible. This profit rate even made Lily a bit tempted. I'll talk thoroughly with Auntie Tang. Lily's heart began to stir. Lately, Auntie Tang had been researching some high-potential sectors in the market. Unfortunately, times had changed. Many industries looked completely foreign to her. The way I see it, why bother racking your brain? Just find a trustworthy person to help with investments. Wouldn't that be less stressful? Auntie Tang had been busy for a while when she received a message from a close friend. Messages came continuously. Actually, the reason Auntie Tang sold part of her real estate holdings to exchange for investment capital had a lot to do with that friend making big money from investments. Earned quite a bit, which made Auntie Tang somewhat tempted. Closing the chat with her friend, Auntie Tang somehow remembered Lily, whom she'd met at the real estate center the other day. At that time, Lily had accidentally revealed things about my investment company, which Auntie Tang kept in mind. Lily, finished processing that order from before? Let me treat you to a meal. This unexpected message from Auntie Tang made Lily pause, but she immediately saw this as a good opportunity, because Lily had been planning to persuade Auntie Tang to invest capital in my investment company. Auntie Tang chose a very private club. When Lily arrived, she was led directly to a private room by the staff. During this time, Lily had listened to me and reviewed a lot of professional knowledge, also thoroughly researched the investment company in my hands. So when Auntie Tang casually asked a few questions about investments, Lily immediately smiled and said, Auntie Tang, right now I'm working at Mr. Jensen's investment company. Auntie Tang was slightly stunned. So you've switched jobs. How's work going? Lily nodded. It's going well. It's just that Mr. Jensen's investment company operates with very large sums. Sometimes I worry that I can't handle it. Large sums. Auntie Tang pondered thoughtfully. Is Mr. Jensen's investment company also a company that helps others invest? Auntie Tang asked. Lily had prepared in advance. Nodded. Mr. Jensen's investment company operates an enormous amount of capital. The scale is also very large. Most importantly, from what I know, some of the core personnel in this company seem to have all been recruited from another major corporation, brought over to work. After skillfully revealing a bit of information about the investment company, Lily smiled softly, looked at Auntie Tang, then said directly, I wonder if Auntie Tang has any investment plans lately? Auntie Tang nodded. To be honest, the reason I invited you today was also to privately learn about this investment company. I have some money, planning to find a trustworthy person to invest. With everything laid out clearly, Lily nodded gently, pulled a stack of documents from her bag. If Auntie Tang is interested, you could consider Mr. Jensen's company directly. No need to say much. Just this profit rate alone is worth a careful look. The documents Lily presented didn't touch on any core company secrets. Auntie Tang took the stack of documents, flipped through to take a look. Her reading pace wasn't fast. Could say she was extremely careful. After all, investment matters couldn't be taken lightly. Just a small discrepancy in information could cause the entire investment to collapse. When she flipped to the later section, seeing the 2% profit rate, Auntie Tang looked up in surprise. At Lily, this number definitely isn't a typo, right? Couldn't blame Auntie Tang for being startled, because this profit rate was truly too high. A profit rate like this was no different from telling investors directly that this was profit that only came with high risk. However, what surprised Auntie Tang most was that the document clearly stated 2% was just the starting point. Even wrote very directly, guaranteed minimum 2%. This meant a profit rate like this, according to my investment company, was completely achievable. Auntie Tang, this document has been cross-checked countless times. There can't be any errors. Lily saw the surprise on Auntie Tang's face, smiled, and explained. Auntie Tang looked carefully again at the other related information sections. How about this, Lily? Help me arrange a meeting with Mr. Jensen. I want to discuss a few more things. Lily wasn't surprised by this result at all. I believe any investor would be interested in an investment guaranteeing 2% profit. Lily smiled and said, Rest assured, Auntie Tang, I'll help you arrange it. You can keep this document to review more. No rush at all. Take another careful look. Lily thoughtfully left the documents behind. After leaving Lily, Auntie Tang immediately found some industry acquaintances, asked them to analyze the information and data in my investment company's documents. On my end, Lily had also reported Auntie Tang's intentions to me. Then let me arrange a meeting. I'm leaving Houston in 2 days. Better to handle it early. Has the bank loan been approved yet? I asked while on the phone. Lily said probably within 7 business days. The full amount will be transferred to your card, Mr. Jensen. No problems with the procedures or documents. Lily's work capability was truly excellent. Everything was progressing very smoothly. After setting up the meeting time, I was extremely punctual, appearing at this tea house. Auntie Tang had a habit of arriving early, once again seeing my familiar face. When I appeared, a smile appeared on Auntie Tang's face. Mr. Jensen, what a coincidence. We meet again so soon. Auntie Tang said a few polite words. I smiled and nodded. Seems like Auntie Tang and I really do have fate. Auntie Tang smiled and poured a cup of tea. I heard Mr. Jensen is about to return to New York for school. I wouldn't dare delay your time. Auntie Tang said that, so I just smiled. This time, having Ms. Lily arrange this meeting with Mr. Jensen, I wanted to ask a bit about Mr. Jensen's investment company. I accepted the teacup and said, ask whatever you'd like. Auntie Tang looked at me, then took out the documents Lily had given her before, lightly tapped her finger on the number above. Mr. Jensen, I heard, your investment company's basic profit is 2%, correct? I nodded. That's right. As long as capital is placed in my company, 2% in 2 months is no problem, but it has to be a large investment. Auntie Tang heard this, looked straight into my eyes without speaking, as if thinking about something. Then she suddenly came back to her senses, looked at me sipping tea. She said, sorry, Mr. Jensen. I was a bit distracted just now. Actually, I have some money on hand that I want to invest. I wonder if I put this money into your investment company. She hadn't finished speaking when I set down my teacup and held up 2 fingers. If Auntie Tang trusts me and wants to work with me, then 2% profit is the minimum I guarantee. My directness made Auntie Tang pause slightly. If that's the case, I'll trust Mr. Jensen. Such a high profit rate made it hard for Auntie Tang not to be tempted. Currently, such returns were very rare in the market. Even many long-established financial companies wouldn't dare make such commitments, and my absolute confidence made her trust me even more. Auntie Tang, rest assured, we've already worked together once. I smiled lightly, raised my head and said calmly, this is the second time. I believe this collaboration will also be pleasant. I wonder how much you're planning to invest. Actually, before coming here, Auntie Tang already had a number in mind. After talking with me, she couldn't help but raise that number a bit more in her heart. She took a light breath. 30 million. I'll give you 30 million. Hope Mr. Jensen will maintain the profit rate you mentioned. Auntie Tang offering 30 million to invest was actually meant to test the waters. After all, in her hands, the capital available for investment wasn't just 30 million. But since this was the first collaboration with me, Auntie Tang didn't fully understand me yet, so offering 30 million as a test was also a way to gauge the reaction. Hearing the number she offered, I immediately understood what Auntie Tang was thinking. After all, Auntie Tang had sold property to get investment capital, so there was absolutely no way it was only 30 million. So I just nodded gently. All right, regarding this 30 million investment contract, I'll have Lily bring someone to discuss with you. Auntie Tang nodded. Serious business concluded, she relaxed considerably. For some reason, the conversation shifted to her son. To be honest, I really admire Mr. Jensen. Auntie Tang looked at me while smiling. On the other hand, my useless son is nothing like Mr. Jensen at all. Completely lacks that bold, striving spirit. He just likes living comfortably. Speaking of this, her face clearly showed a disappointed that iron won't become steel expression. But I could see she really was the type who loved taking risks. I said with a smile, teasing her. Auntie Tang nodded. That's exactly right. I'm not the type to sit still. But my son is too slow-moving. Actually, you two aren't that different in age. He just got married this year too. Someday, I'll introduce you two. Hope you can be friends. Maybe you can pull him to be more active. Auntie Tang said while looking at me, as if asking for my opinion. I naturally had no objections. After all, Auntie Tang was a billionaire. Even if her son wasn't impressive, he was still a genuine rich heir. Having money isn't everything, but connections are what matter. I understood that principle very well. After finishing the meal with Auntie Tang, I drove home. Actually, there were only a few days left of the holiday. Perhaps by the time Auntie Tang's money was transferred, I'd already be back in New York, thinking about returning to New York, with capital in hand, already quite well prepared. I felt excited inside. After all, that stock market trend prediction card I still hadn't used. This time I planned to use it, to lay a solid foundation for the investment company. And right now, what I needed to do was focus on gathering as much capital as possible. The more money, the better. Half an hour later, I arrived home. Saw my dad, Mr. Jensen, holding a newspaper, standing at the door with a helpless expression. Dad, why aren't you in the living room? What are you doing standing here? I slowed my pace. Dad tossed the newspaper onto the shoe cabinet with a helpless look. What kind of spell did you put on your sister? All day today. She's been holed up in her room. I raised my eyebrow. Just walked to Chloe's door and heard extremely loud music. The sound was so strong it penetrated through the door. No wonder my dad had to stand outside reading his newspaper. It really was a bit too noisy. I waited for the music to change, then knocked on the door without hesitation. Perfect timing. Chloe heard the knocking. A moment later, the music in the room stopped. Chloe opened the door. The moment she saw me, her face immediately broke into a smile. Bro, you're home early today. I pointed at the window. Outside, the sky had gone completely dark. Not early anymore. It's already 7 or 8 at night. It's that late already? No wonder I feel hungry. Chloe rubbed her little belly, then turned to head into the kitchen to find food. I immediately grabbed Chloe's hair. Wait, eat what? What were you doing locked in your room all day, and playing music that loud? Chloe blinked, looked at me with an innocent expression. Didn't you tell me to try live streaming? I was practicing today. Before I could ask, Dad beside me vaguely also understood a few things. You brat. Why did you tell your sister to go live stream? She's still young. What's she doing being a streamer? Dad came over and glared at me, left me speechless. I had to shrug. Dad, I think Chloe should do what she likes. She likes dressing up and doing makeup. Being a streamer to share a bit is good too. Dad hesitated for a moment, then took his newspaper and went to the kitchen. Wash your hands. Dinner will be ready soon. Always coming up with something. The familiar grumbling started again. Chloe and I exchanged glances and smiled. After dinner, Chloe was full of energy again, saying, "Tomorrow I have to find sister-in-law. Tomorrow I want to do my first live stream. With sister-in-law's help." I told Serafina about Chloe's plan. Serafina said a bit helplessly, "But I don't have any live streaming experience. When the time comes, I won't know what to do either." I laughed. "Relax, that kid has been researching a lot these past 2 days. She's just a bit nervous. That's why she wants you to go with her." At this moment, Chloe was extremely anxious. Stayed up all night adjusting equipment. "Oh my god, live stream tomorrow. So nervous. Tomorrow morning I have to go to the hotel to find sister-in-law early. I can't live stream alone. What if no one watches tomorrow? That would be so embarrassing," Chloe muttered to herself, while pacing back and forth in her room, nervously adjusting equipment for a completely new field that she'd never tried before. At first, Chloe found it very exciting, but also worried no one would watch. In this anxious state, Chloe finally managed to fall asleep. Serafina had talked with me too late last night. She was still sleeping, suddenly felt someone touching her, which startled her awake, turned her head, and saw Chloe with dark circles like a panda. "Chloe, why are you here so early?" Serafina rubbed her eyes and sat up. Just as she stood up, she saw the room was already filled with professional equipment. "Sister-in-law, it's already 8 in the morning and you're not up yet. Must have talked with my brother too long last night, huh?" Chloe adjusted the camera, while not forgetting to tease Serafina. Serafina's ears turned red, laughed, and lightly patted Chloe. "Say that again, and I won't let you live stream in the hotel." Chloe immediately begged for mercy. "Equipment ready. Okay, I'm starting." Chloe rubbed her small face, sat in the chair in front of the camera, started her first live stream. Right at that moment. At the same time, Serafina had also entered the live stream room from the link on her phone. At the very beginning, there really weren't many people, even for a very long time. Only Serafina was watching, but Chloe wasn't as disappointed as expected. On the contrary, because there weren't many viewers, she gradually relaxed more. After relaxing, Chloe's state became much more natural. Serafina noticed the number of viewers in the live stream room suddenly skyrocketed. Though it wasn't that many, just a few hundred people. But compared to the beginning, when there were only 7 or 8 scattered viewers, this was already a huge increase. Serafina immediately thought of me. She sent me a message. "Are you also watching Chloe's live stream?" My message came back quickly. Of course. My little sister's career, I naturally have to support. I just got in. Already bought a membership package for Chloe's live stream room. That's why the viewer count went up a bit, just a few seconds after reading my message. Serafina saw in the live stream room a huge announcement suddenly appear. Mr. Jensen gifted yacht X99. Immediately after was a whole string of yacht effects, flooding the entire screen. At this moment, Chloe finally saw it. Her eyes went wide. Serafina was completely stunned. Clearly, that yacht was gifted by none other than me. Chloe was dazed by the scene. "You have money, but you don't need to spend it like this," Chloe muttered quietly. Obviously, she knew. These things were definitely her brother supporting her. And just a moment after the yacht effects ended, a golden text line appeared again. "Congratulations. Beauty Zone's Mr. Jensen has climbed to first place on the reward leaderboard." Text like this didn't just appear in Chloe's livestream room, but almost. The moment a big reward appeared and topped the leaderboard, the system would broadcast a platform-wide announcement across the entire livestream platform, displayed comprehensively. This caused others to also notice this. Mr. Jensen. Some people, out of curiosity, clicked to view the reward information, and, very easily, found the live stream room where Chloe was broadcasting. Chloe's Garden. This was the name that Chloe had casually given her live stream room. And now, this live stream room had attracted the attention of many people. After all, on this platform, such big rewards were rarely seen. And with just one gift, already climbed straight to that position. It was truly astonishing. The price of one yacht on the platform was $9,999. I gifted 99 of them. Calculated out, I'd rewarded nearly $1 million in just an instant. This kind of spending wasn't just rare. It was almost never seen. In just a few short minutes, the viewership of this live stream room had exceeded hundreds of thousands, and the number was still climbing. Chloe was completely stunned by this change. Staring blankly at the camera, Serafina saw Chloe spacing out. Quickly waved her hand behind the camera. "Chloe." Under Serafina's wave, Chloe finally snapped back. "Oh my god, this many viewers is so scary." Chloe came back to her senses and blurted that out. "This streamer girl is so cute. The makeup on the streamer's face is very refined. Didn't expect such an adorable streamer. I'm already captivated by her. So, was that sugar daddy from before? Also attracted by such a cute girl? Chloe brought her face close to the camera, carefully reading the comments on the screen. The comment lines scrolled by very quickly, and right now in the comments, it seemed everyone was starting to react. Everyone was asking about that big spender who just tipped. What exactly was his relationship with this streamer? Everyone's asking me. What's my relationship with that person? Right now Chloe still wasn't used to suddenly having so many viewers. So for the moment, she didn't know what to do. She was like an elementary school student again, seriously sitting there answering each question. This serious and naive appearance made Chloe unintentionally attract another wave of new fans. And at this moment, the person getting the most attention, me. Though I was also watching the live stream, I was busy with something else. Just now to support my sister, I'd gifted 99 yachts. Suddenly, I remembered the familiar system notification sound. Detected? Host has completed the mission of spending over 1 million on a live stream platform. Initiating reward. Rewarding host with 1 live stream tip cashback gift pack. Use immediately? I expertly clicked use, only to see the system opening this cashback gift pack after host uses the cashback pack. Received 1.5 million cashback. I raised my eyebrow. I'd just tipped less than 1 million. Yet the system gave me a whole platform-wide cashback pack. Opening it meant receiving this much money. It was like I basically didn't spend any money on live stream tips at all, and even profited 500,000. Once again I marveled. Truly the system. Perfect life really lived up to its name. Watching live streams, casually gifting and still getting cash back. It was really too good. After collecting the reward, I lowered my head to look at the live stream platform again. Only then discovered my sister's live stream room had already exceeded 500,000 viewers. This was only Chloe's first live stream, and already had such massive viewership. At this moment, Chloe was also looking at the camera, and speaking to explain. Clearly Chloe and Serafina had also seen the comments that were somewhat inappropriate in chat. Alright, since everyone's come to my live stream room, from now on, let's treat each other as friends. In my introduction I've already written, my live stream content is mainly about makeup and styling. I don't think my skills are that exceptional. Hope to exchange ideas with everyone during live streams. As for the Mr. Jensen everyone's curious about, actually I want to clarify, that's my actual brother. Today is my first live stream. He came to support my dream. Also, thank you all for coming to watch. After the initial confusion, Chloe quickly regained her composure, looking at her on the screen, smiling and answering the controversial questions. For the first time, I clearly felt my little sister had really grown up. Chloe's response was both tactful and straightforward, not avoiding the issue, and also very appropriate in attitude. Instead of dropping, the viewership actually increased. Serafina and Chloe had originally thought, after explaining clearly, those who came just out of curiosity, mostly, wouldn't continue staying in a newbie's livestream room. Honestly, I quite like this little sister. I think I should support this new livestream a bit. I'm not like you fake people. I just want to see if that Mr. Jensen is still in this livestream room. After all, big spenders don't show up easily. If I catch a living legends, I'll be so excited. Looking at those interesting comments, the worry in Chloe's heart gradually eased. Looks like live streaming isn't as hard as I thought. The people commenting in the livestream weren't as mean as she'd imagined. Chloe smiled softly, waved the makeup brush in her hand, made a funny face at the camera. That legend is now getting everyone's attention. But please send fewer gifts, okay bro? Your little sister needs to be self-reliant. I saw Chloe's funny face on the screen, smiled lightly. This silly girl was even worried about my money. When I was called out by everyone again, I quietly sent another 10 yachts, just under 100,000, because I'd spent over 1 million before. My account had already been upgraded to Supreme VIP level. Every time I sent gifts, it was all golden and glittering, with super spectacular effects. When my gifts appeared in the livestream, all other comments were paused 3 times. That was a privilege only for the top reward leaderboard holder. No one else could have it. This cool and flashy way of gifting attracted even more attention and made everyone see my gifts. Sure enough, just after sending, a flood of 666 and legend comments appeared. Right then, I heard the system notification again. Detected host completed gifting mission. Congratulations host for receiving a basic reward feedback pack. Open? Of course I chose to open. This time, the reward pack had 150,000. Another 50,000 profit. I felt like I'd just found a brand new super fast asset building path. But I also noticed the gifting missions seemed to only be available 3 times per week, meaning maximum 3 packs could be redeemed per day. Based on the 2 previous pack openings, the cashback amount was almost always over 50%. This was truly an extremely lucrative type of reward. I decided to support my sister even more from now on. The Jensen siblings making money together. Chloe looked at the screen, full of golden gifts, sighed. Oh my god, my little sister had no idea that her show-off big brother, just because the Chloe's Garden livestream room had a big spender backing it, in one short afternoon, had attracted countless views, and Chloe had become the streamer with the fastest follower growth today. Chloe, get back to the main topic. Serafina wrote this on a piece of paper, then held it up behind the camera, just to remind the girl who was having too much fun and forgot the main content. Chloe saw it and smacked her forehead. Right? The main content of livestream is makeup and styling. Already made everyone miss the makeup part. Then I'll redo it from the beginning for everyone, only to see Chloe being incredibly bold, preparing to, and so too. She directly held up a bottle of makeup remover in front of the camera. The girls watching the livestream were all stunned. Had to know that when they first entered this livestream room, those girls had already clearly noticed. Chloe didn't seem to have beauty filters on. In other words, Chloe's face in front of the camera was her actual made-up appearance. Right now, Chloe was directly removing makeup in front of hundreds of thousands of viewers. On-stream makeup removal. This made quite a few female viewers extremely shocked. Also sparked everyone's immense curiosity. Actually, in terms of looks, Chloe wasn't inferior to anyone, was even very beautiful. That was also why she had enough confidence to remove makeup publicly like this. This streamer's got guts, daring to show her bare face. I'm pretty curious to see her real face after removing makeup. Dear Lord, I just discovered a treasure. Viewers hurriedly hit follow on Chloe, who was removing makeup. Of course she didn't see the exclamation marks of surprise scrolling on the screen, but Serafina standing beside could see clearly. Chloe, this girl was truly born for this path. Very much matched viewers' tastes. Also had an extremely strong, approachable to strangers feeling. Callum's eye for people was really accurate. Serafina couldn't help but secretly admire me again. My eye for people was indeed accurate. One look and I knew Chloe was suited for the streamer path. Today, I went out, mainly to get the deed for the Cloud Peak Palace Villa, get all the documents in hand, then immediately gave all the documents to Lily, for her to continue processing the bank mortgage procedures, still at the 90% ratio as before. In my plan, at least within 1 to 2 weeks after National Day, I had to gather a very large amount of capital for the investment company. That way, I could activate the stock market trend prediction card to make a huge profit. On Lily's end, wanting to prove my eye for people wasn't wrong, and to make a good impression on her new boss. She worked extremely diligently and strived to complete all the procedures. Moreover, in Lily's hands, she was still holding the investment contract with Auntie Tang. Though very busy, Lily could feel that her current work environment was completely different from when she was at Anchor Realty. I was a good leader, no shady dealings, and paid very fairly. This made Lily extremely satisfied, and the more she interacted with me, the more she felt I was someone with charisma, the type of leader that makes people want to follow. Right now, Lily had gradually adapted to her position as my assistant. Perhaps before long, she'd be completely proficient at the job. When that time came, I'd have many other tasks to assign her. After separating from Lily, I drove straight to Serafina's hotel. At this time, Chloe's livestream still hadn't ended. During the livestream, when viewers saw her bare face, not only did viewership not drop, but it actually caused the livestream room to explode with a wave of gifts. Although the total gifts from them probably didn't match my second round of gifting, but those gifts definitely gave Chloe more motivation. Actually, these viewers weren't blind. In this deadly camera angle with no filter, Chloe, after removing makeup, still had refined features. Her skin was also very good. Just her bare face alone was enough to attract tons of fans. So at that moment, all the comments were praising Chloe's bare face. Chloe, seeing those compliments, still wasn't used to it and felt a bit embarrassed. Alright. Since this is a sharing live stream room, now I'll demonstrate my magical skills and do makeup for everyone to see. Though this was Chloe's first live stream, she was extremely talented. Her interaction ability and conversation flow were also very natural. The overall live stream rhythm was quite good. Plus, everyone knew this was Chloe's first broadcast, so they were forgiving of her inexperience. Therefore, in the Chloe's Garden livestream room, a rare atmosphere appeared, harmonious and pleasant across the entire platform. When I was about to open the door and enter, I happened to hear Chloe's voice. Thank you everyone for your support. Today's sharing session ends here. The next livestream time isn't fixed yet, but whenever I'm free, I'll go live. Goodbye everyone. I walked over behind Chloe while smiling, stopped, watching her just finish her first livestream. I joked, I just got here and you already ended. My timing is really perfect. Chloe blushed, rushed straight over to hug Serafina. The two girls hugged and screamed. Oh my god, sister-in-law. I didn't expect so many people would watch me. I'm so excited. After cheering with Serafina, she ran over to me, so excited her face was flushed. She patted my shoulder. Bro, you're amazing. If you hadn't topped the donation leaderboard, how would I have gotten so many viewers? Chloe's face was red with excitement. I looked at her and smiled lightly. Don't forget, this is just a trial. You need to see if you really like it. Don't let all this excitement cloud your judgment. I hope you choose to be a streamer. Because you truly love it, not because of these flashy illusions. Hearing me say that, Chloe gradually calmed down. Yes, bro, I'll think about it seriously. Her eyes were full of gratitude looking at me. Perhaps because I was so rational, that when everyone was immersed in excitement, I could always maintain clarity. Okay, bro, I'm done talking. I have to go check the back-end data. Those numbers give me such a sense of achievement. As soon as she finished speaking, Chloe had already run into the room, full of enthusiasm, started playing with the computer. Serafina watched that figure and smiled, turned her head to look at me. Chloe doesn't have any of that listlessness anymore. I think she's really suited for this path. I smiled, because I understand my sister best. Actually, Chloe going this direction is very fitting. That's right. But this matter has to depend on what she herself wants. But looking at how eager she is now, I think she won't give up. At that moment in the room, Chloe hadn't even finished checking the data when she received a phone call. None other than the person who today called Chloe. She immediately answered right away. The operations center of that live stream platform. They hoped Ms. Jensen could carefully consider this collaboration. As for the specific contract, it could be discussed further. The voice of the customer service on the other end was sweet and gentle. Chloe was stunned on the spot by this pie falling from the sky. After hanging up, she still walked out to the living room in a daze. Bro, sister-in-law, I'm a bit dizzy. Chloe looked at us and said. I furrowed my brows, looked at her, thought this silly girl still hadn't recovered from the explosion of her first live stream. But the next second, Chloe took out her phone. Just now, the live stream platform staff called me, said they want to sign a contract with me as a top-tier famous streamer contract. Serafina was slightly surprised. That fast, and they're already making moves? But after saying that, she immediately realized. After all, Chloe's first live stream had massive viewership and buzz. Clearly a streamer with great potential. Moreover, on just the first day, Chloe already had over 200,000 followers. Results like that weren't something ordinary streamers could achieve. Even many people who'd been live streaming for years would find it hard to reach this level. If this live stream platform didn't have vision, they wouldn't have become the platform with the most downloads and largest user base currently. I stood beside, also knew quite a bit about the live streaming industry, so I asked Chloe, what tier contract did they say they'd sign with you? Chloe recalled, then said, they want to sign me with a 1 million follower influencer level contract. Actually, the contract level the platform offered this time was already very generous. Though Chloe's viewership today was quite high, the follower growth on the first day was actually only a bit over 200,000, and most of them just casually hit follow. Many were also because of me, the big spender, that they hit follow. Overall, the data was very good, but still far from the true 1 million follower standard. Yet they already wanted to sign that level contract, clearly showing extreme sincerity. Chloe had done research on the live streaming world before, so when she heard this contract level, she felt like she'd won the lottery. After all, this was only her first live stream, first day, and the platform already wanted to sign at all costs. I looked at my sister. So, do you want to sign? Chloe thought for a moment. I think it's pretty good. In the future, the platform will promote me at the 1 million follower standard. I'm really very interested in this profession. I feel like I'm suited to be a streamer. The more she talked, the more determined Chloe became. Right at that moment, I poured cold water on her. You should know, in the future, not every day, we'll have viewership and follower growth like today. Chloe nodded. Bro, I understand. At this stage, I'm just treating it as a hobby, not putting too much pressure on it. I don't have much ambition. I don't care too much about fame and fortune. Of course, when people come to watch, I'll also be happy. But I can also accept the difference. Looking into Chloe's determined eyes. Though my face showed no expression, but inside, I was secretly nodding. Just now, I deliberately poured cold water. To make Chloe calm down. Don't let all these good things coming one after another. Make her dizzy. And make impulsive decisions. Now, it seemed, Chloe really knew what she wanted. This way, I could be at ease. Since you've decided, then sign the contract with the platform. I smiled lightly and nodded. Just that. When they talked so sweetly on the phone. Don't be so honest that you forget to negotiate. I immediately turned back to add. Chloe looked blank. Negotiate what? I stepped forward and knocked on her head. Right now, they're using a 1,000,000-follower contract to sign you, but you just joined the platform and already created a new record. Naturally, you should demand higher benefits. Saying that, I said no more. Chloe immediately understood. Bro, you're really smart. I almost forgot about this just now. Serafina, standing beside, smiled and shook her head. All right. Chloe's been busy since morning and hasn't eaten. Aren't you two siblings hungry? Chloe, hearing that, suddenly remembered. She pulled Serafina's hand. Sister-in-law, bro has to leave tomorrow. Probably can't have dinner with you tonight. Serafina smiled and nodded. Not surprised at all. Clearly I'd told her beforehand. Serafina naturally didn't mind this meal. After all, tomorrow she'd be going back to New York with me. The two of them still had plenty of time together. Because I had to fly back to New York tomorrow, Mom and Dad made a whole table of food, wanting the family to gather before I left. Looking at these two children, one boy, one girl, one handsome and mature, one clever and mischievous. Mom smiled with happiness. Mom, I've decided. I'm going to become a streamer in the future. In the middle of eating, Chloe raised her glass of water, excitedly announced right at the dinner table. She'd originally thought she'd face fierce opposition from her parents, had already prepared a whole set of arguments, but unexpectedly, Mom and Dad didn't seem surprised at all. Mom and Dad, aren't you shocked that I want to do this profession? Chloe's eyes were full of confusion. The couple looked at each other, then put down their chopsticks and sighed. You silly girl. These past few days at home, you've been like you're possessed, always messing with live stream stuff. We're not stupid. How could we not know? Mom laughed and tapped Chloe's forehead. Mom already discussed this with your dad beforehand. You young people have your own thoughts and ideals. We're old and sometimes can't keep up, but our family doesn't lack money. We're still healthy. Go pursue your dreams. That's the only support I think we can give. Hearing this, both Chloe and I felt moved inside. Mom and Dad, thank you for supporting me. Chloe was a girl, even more easily moved. I felt like she almost burst into tears but held back. Oh, right, today. I also experienced my first live stream. Chloe sniffled, hid her emotions inside, then started talking about her first live stream. Immediately, Mom and I were both drawn in. Mom and Dad were very curious, not knowing what their daughter's first live stream actually looked like. Today, several 100,000 people watched my live stream. I was shocked too. Saying this, Chloe sneakily glanced at me. Her mood was both embarrassed and proud, but she tried to maintain a calm appearance. I just smiled lightly looking back. That glance was like she was showing off to me. I maintained my calm expression, continued sitting beside and listening, as Chloe told our parents about how successful her live stream was today. Dad and Mom were both incredibly amazed. Neither of them had expected their daughter had such great talent in this field. Chloe had already agreed with me beforehand that when it came to receiving live stream gifts, she would be vague about it. That dinner was incredibly warm, the atmosphere harmonious. After eating, I packed my luggage, then took a set of keys to find Dad. Dad! I have something I want to tell you. Dad put down his magazine, looked at his son, who would return to school tomorrow, asked me, what is it, son? I smiled and placed the set of keys down beside Dad's hand. Dad, I want to give you and Mom a surprise. I've learned a lot at school recently. The money I had, I took to invest. The market's been favorable lately. I've also made a small profit. I think our family's shop is too small now. If we're going to do it, let's do it big. Hearing this, Dad's eyes had already widened slightly, vaguely guessing my intention, but still didn't understand what I was planning to do. You're planning to? Give us the money you made from investing. No need. The family business is for Mom and me to handle. You and Chloe just focus on your studies. If you earn money yourself, just keep it. No need to bring it home. Before I could finish speaking, Dad had already said a whole bunch. I shook my head helplessly. I knew it if I said I wanted to bring money home. Dad and Mom would definitely react like this. They were always like that. At this moment, I secretly felt lucky. for not choosing to directly give tens of millions to my parents. That's not it, Dad. This set of keys is for a large store I just rented. About 2,600 square feet. With 3 floors. I think our family business should expand now. Hearing me say that, Dad's eyes immediately went wide. Right at that moment, Mom also came in carrying a glass of milk. Into the room. Just happened to hear that sentence. Oh my goodness. Why did you rent such a big store without saying anything? How can we possibly manage it? Mom put things down and hurriedly came over to speak. I smiled and asked Mom to sit down. Let me explain first. Our shop's business isn't bad at all. Actually, we should have expanded long ago. This time I rented such a big store. One reason is for our family's business, but most importantly, it's because I'm thinking of you and Mom. Hearing me say that, Dad and Mom looked at each other. Both looked at me with some confusion. Since I came back this time, they had both noticed. I'd changed a lot. More mature, more decisive, and at this very moment, they felt even more clearly. I had truly become the pillar of this family. This kid, doing big things without any notice. I said with a smile, I'm doing this thinking of you two. I hope you can rest more, with a bigger store. There's definitely no way just 2 people can manage it. I'm planning to hire a few more people. Our family's business is good. When that time comes, you two just need to stand there and collect money. Both relaxed and in control of everything. Hearing this, Dad and Mom's hearts trembled slightly. They understood I was thinking about their hardships. Realizing this, inside Dad and Mom rose an indescribable emotion. Both moved and joyful, making their gazes soften considerably. That feeling couldn't settle for a long time. Dad reached out, patted the shoulder of his son, who is now taller than him. You've grown up, much more thoughtful in doing things. All right, from now on, we'll listen to you. Mom beside also nodded. The store is also in the commercial district. Business definitely won't be bad. You'll have to work hard running around these coming days. Find some trustworthy people. I told Dad the specific location and situation of the store. In our family, the big matters were all handled by Dad, while Mom was meticulous, specializing in the detailed parts. I believed under their management, the store would definitely thrive. All right, let's leave the store matter here for now. You have an early flight tomorrow. Go rest now. Seeing the clock hand had already passed 10. Dad immediately stopped being polite, shooed me out. I had just turned around. When I saw Chloe leaning against the cabinet, she looked at me, blinking. I heard everything. Chloe winked mischievously. I smiled and walked over. Directly snatched the small cake in Chloe's hand. She hadn't even taken a bite yet, bro. That's my cake. You're bullying me again. I finished the cake in 2 or 3 bites. Even deliberately showed an expression of extreme enjoyment. So delicious. Looking at Chloe so angry her face turned red, I said, I'm doing this for your own good. In the future, you're going to be a streamer. If you get fat, you won't look good on camera. Before Chloe could pounce on me, I immediately ran into my room. Since we were little, Chloe and I had always teased and made noise with each other like this. A moment later, in Chloe's heart, because I was about to return to New York, there was still some reluctance. But after that playful exchange just now, that sad feeling had lessened quite a bit. The next morning at dawn, I finished packing and quietly left the house. I really didn't want to face the reluctant gazes of Mom and Chloe. I drove to the hotel where Serafina was staying, picked her up. Serafina's face always had a smile. When she came to Houston, her heart was full of grievance and loneliness, yet when leaving Houston, she was this happy, because this time, I was by her side. How could Serafina not be happy? This holiday really was short, once again seeing the familiar sign of New York Airport. Serafina smiled and said with emotion, before, the holidays spent at home. For Serafina were truly torture, because she had to live with stepmother Rebecca, and endure the annoying things Rebecca occasionally caused. But this holiday had let Serafina escape all the troubles at home. I also let Serafina feel for the first time how happy times are always so short. I smiled and gently touched Serafina's cheek. The first week of school we don't have many classes anyway. If you add it all up, isn't it like having another week of vacation? Hearing me say that, Serafina immediately reacted. The college schedule wasn't like high school, packed from morning to night every day. According to her class's actual schedule, the week after National Day, Serafina's class had almost no classes. Counting it that way, we could have another mini National Day holiday in New York. Serafina's face broke into a radiant smile. I smiled and nodded, hailed a taxi, took Serafina to a hotel. Just got off the plane, so she'd definitely be a bit tired. Rest comfortably first. I helped Serafina put her luggage in the room, then turned to leave. Serafina. Still had time to rest at the hotel, but I had other things to do. After all, on Marcus's company side, I'd already arranged almost everything. Now everything was ready, just waiting for the final piece, for an investment company. That final piece was investment capital, currently in my hands. I had the $50 million that Richard Lawson had transferred to me. There was $9 million from the storefront mortgage loan, plus $30 million investment from Auntie Tang. Calculating it all, I wasn't far from my small goal, but I would absolutely never think having more capital was enough. In fact, I wanted to gather as much capital as possible. I took the earliest flight today. Just landed in New York, and Lily had all the contracts and capital in hand. Actually, she was on the same flight as me, just that Serafina and I sat in business class, while Lily, due to financial constraints, chose to sit in economy. After taking Serafina to the hotel, I met Lily at a coffee shop. Right now, despite sitting on a plane for several hours, Lily was still full of energy. Couldn't see any signs of fatigue. Seemed like her state was very good. "How's the loan and investment money situation?" I took a sip of coffee and asked. Lily was extremely professional. From her document folder, took out the relevant paperwork and contracts. "Auntie Tang over there really values and praises you, Mr. Jensen. Currently, the $30 million investment has been transferred to the bank account. No need to worry about the bank side either. The money has all come in." Lily reported everything, very clearly and coherently. I was extremely satisfied with Lily's work capability. Indeed, I didn't misjudge her before. "This is the investment company's address, and the person in charge is Marcus," she said while handing me the documents. "You can contact him." I directly gave her a copy of Marcus's address and contact information to Lily. Lily nodded and put the documents in her bag. She took her things, then went to the new company to report. I trusted Marcus, would definitely arrange everything properly for Lily. When Lily arrived at the company to report, Marcus only then learned I was back. "Callum, that's not cool. Coming back without even calling me?" On the phone, Marcus's voice was a bit loud. I shook my head helplessly. "I just got here. Besides, even if I told you, you couldn't have come to pick me up anyway." "That's true. How could I leave? You don't know how busy I've been this National Day holiday?" Marcus started complaining on the phone. Because during the National Day holiday, Marcus had to finalize all the big and small matters of the investment company. Everything had to be settled, including lots of miscellaneous tasks. Before I left Houston, I had dumped all the investment company work onto Marcus. From my perspective, this was actually a way to train Marcus. And indeed, Marcus had been trained well. The price to pay was, naturally, being so busy lately he couldn't touch the ground. Sometimes he came home even later than his father, Richard Lawson. "Is this person you found reliable? Not just anyone can be an assistant." Marcus was still a bit worried about Lily's sudden appearance. I spoke through my Bluetooth earpiece. "Relax. Absolutely no problems." "Well, if you say it's fine, then I'll arrange things for her." After ending the call with Marcus, I also arrived at where I needed to be, the largest auto sales center in New York. The reason I came here was because before, the system had rewarded me with a Ferrari. Such a luxury car was very useful to me. First, it could be used for daily transportation. Second, I could mortgage this Ferrari to borrow another sum of money. That way, it counted as gathering another round of capital. When the time came, I'd take all this capital and pour it all into the stock market. Money making money. Finding the Ferrari pickup area, I walked directly inside. Staff in neat suits immediately approached. "Sir, are you here to look at cars or?" while leading me inside. They politely asked. I lightly pushed the sunglasses on my face. "I'm not looking at cars. I'm here to pick one up." Hearing I was here to pick up a car, the staff's attitude became even more enthusiastic. After all, no matter how expensive Ferraris were, not just anyone could buy one. Those who could afford this type of car weren't the kind of people they could afford to offend. So the service provided was extremely attentive. I only waited about half an hour before receiving my car. Processing speed like this was indeed very fast. When I saw that Ferrari, I couldn't help but curl my lips. The gleaming red light made me pause for a moment. One look and I fell in love with this car. Sitting inside to try the controls, I admitted the handling of this Ferrari felt great, just because the related license plates weren't done yet. I temporarily couldn't drive this cool car onto the streets. Speaking of license plates, I felt that in this reward, what satisfied me most was that New York license plate. After picking up the car in New York, I could directly get a license plate issued here. Had to know that nowadays to get one of these, everyone had to rely on lucky lottery draws. Some people drew for 4 or 5 years and still couldn't win, while I didn't need to do anything. Got both the car and the license plate gifted. In all of New York, Probably hard to find a second person like this. Sir, all related procedures have been completed. The manager smiled and handed the documents to me. Attitude extremely respectful, since the New York plates still needed one more day for approval. I temporarily didn't plan to drive the car away. Just leave the car here for me. I'll come back for it in a few days. Before leaving, I gave an instruction. The manager immediately gave me a ticket. Said he'd already helped me. Parked the car in the dedicated garage. After leaving that place and getting in my car, I thought for a moment, then called Lily. Lily, there's something I need you to help me handle. Lily had just finished arranging her work. Receiving my call, she was slightly surprised, but hearing it was about work, she immediately focused. Need you to help me process another loan. Submit the application for the maximum amount. It's the Ferrari under my name, I calmly instructed Lily, and told her to find time to come to me, to get all the related documents. Lily found this task not difficult. After all, loan matters. She'd already done several times, could be considered familiar with it. Perhaps this is the world of wealthy people. One wave of the hand and it's a Ferrari. After quietly marveling to herself, Lily immediately went to prepare everything. Looking at her attitude, could see Lily was adapting very well to this new identity. While Lily was going to get the car, Marcus finally had some free time. Callum, I worked so hard to get a break. How about we go out and relax? Early morning, Marcus. It stopped me before I went out. I thought about it and realized I had nothing important. So agreed to go relax with Marcus, counting it as combining rest. Where are you planning to go? Hearing me agree, Marcus immediately beamed. There's a new bar that just opened nearby. My friend opened it. How about you come with me for the grand opening? I want to introduce you to my friend. Makes it easier for us brothers to hang out later. I glanced at Marcus. This kid's face was full of excitement. Probably had planned this long ago. I got in the car and casually replied, expanding connections is also a good thing. People like Marcus were second-generation rich kids. Friends around him were all people of status. Nothing wrong with making friends with them. Counted as more friends, more paths, this new bar. On the outside was decorated extremely lavishly, lights shining brilliantly. The end.